Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
David returned to Earth. Under the awed gazes of billions, he descended toward the towering Krypton technology building, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. The world watched as the man who had fought hell itself finally allowed his body to rest, sleeping for a full day and night. But while David slept, the planet was anything but calm. The news spread like wildfire. Hell was real. The gateway had opened, and the devil himself, Mephisto, had walked upon Earth. The footage, replayed across every screen, showed the impossible. Superman David dragging the battlefield into the cosmic void, clashing with a devil whose very presence froze souls in terror and winning. The Earth erupted. Humans are the strongest. We've defeated the evil of hell. A mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. Superman? Mortal? He carries warships in the sky and tears devils apart with his bare hands. If hell is real, then so are demons. And yet, a man saved us. The revelation shook humanity deeper than any alien invasion could. Aliens were frightening, but comprehensible. Hell, however, was the realm of myth, the unknown, and the damned. The appearance of Mephisto shattered the world's understanding of reality. And then came the sight that no one could erase from their minds. The mystical cloak, unfurling and shielding the entire solar system like a divine banner. Who wielded such power on Earth? Was there a force even greater than Superman? The debate raged, but one truth was undeniable. David had slain a demon of hell. Far from Earth, the ripples spread. On the moon, King Black Bolt of the Inhumans sat silently, staring down at the blue planet. He had watched every second of the battle, ready to intervene, ready to lend his destructive voice if needed. Yet David had stood alone. David had won. Even the silent king felt a rare flicker of awe. In hell, chaos erupted. Demons of power equal to Mephisto raged and schemed, their guttural voices echoing through the burning chasms. Mephisto, felled by a human? Impossible. Then let that human dare to enter our realm. We'll tear him apart. Huh, fool. He's stolen Mephisto's throne the moment he struck him down. The death of the devil was no tragedy in hell. It was an invitation to war. Demons already tore each other apart for Mephisto's legacy. Back on Earth, after 24 hours of silence, David's eyes snapped open. He sat up slowly, the warmth of the sun already knitting his wounds, his Kryptonian body pushing past limits once more. Better than I expected. He flexed his hands, the memory of battle still fresh. His life code had been strained to the brink, his genes loaded with enhancements beyond natural limits. The recovery would take time, but the yellow sun was a faithful healer. Clap, clap, clap. Two cloaks, floating enchantments of immense power, flapped through the room, sparring playfully before swooping toward David like eager pets. They wrapped around him, almost protective. It's the first time I've seen the cloak of levitation so lively. A soft, calm voice spoke as sparks of golden light bloomed. A circular portal opened, and the Ancient One stepped through, her eyes filled with quiet wisdom. Usually, she said with a faint smile, it pretends to sleep in the closet. David smirked faintly. I'm different. One of a kind in this universe. It likes me. The Ancient One's gaze drifted to the beast at David's side, a hound radiating raw power, ears perked as she entered, ready to strike. That, David said calmly, is my guardian. Unique as well. He paused, his voice softening. And I should thank you. Without your aid, the fight against Mephisto would have been far worse. She shook her head. It was not I, but the cloak that shielded the solar system. With it, your Kryptonian vulnerability to magic is far less pronounced. The cloak of levitation is no ordinary relic. It was forged to resist the deepest magics of creation. David glanced back at the crimson cloak as it floated proudly. He could feel it. Even without his full Kryptonian evolution active, the cloak's aura shielded him from mystical corruption. A priceless ally. You've done what even I have never managed, the Ancient One said softly. You've slain a lord of hell. You are the hero of Earth now. Her gaze lingered, both admiring and calculating. When you're fully healed, come to Kamar-Taj. Even genetic wounds can be mended. And more, I can train your body to better withstand magic, to adapt to what's coming. The golden sparks swirled, her figure fading. A second invitation. This one heavier, more deliberate. Kamar-Taj, huh? David murmured, rolling his shoulders. I'll come, but only after I've found Strange. Outside, the sun bathed him in golden light. And, as the system chimed, his reputation surged skyward. David smiled. The world was watching now, and so was the universe. The storm of reputation points hadn't slowed. Every second, waves of awe, fear, and reverence poured into David's system, stacking like an endless tide. But for now, he shut all out. The world could scream his name. He had no interest in politics or Fury's lectures. When the S.H.I.E.L.D. director came knocking, David simply turned him away. He dealt with devils. Fury could wait. Inside the Krypton Science and Technology building, the air was tense. Tony Stark stood near the grotesque, magma-like remains of Mephisto, wearing a reinforced exoframe. Even behind his visor, his eyes flickered with unease. So this really is the corpse of Hell Demon? Tell me he's dead. Dead. As in, even the soul is gone. Every step Tony took seemed heavier, as though the remnants themselves radiated suffocating dread. David exhaled smoke, leaning against the wall, arms folded casually. Relax. Drake wanted to poke around in it. I said no. If anyone's going to study it, Tony, it's you. Tony's lips quirked. Oh great, give the billionaire playboy the demon corpse. What could possibly go wrong? Across the room, Steve Rogers stood with his shield ready, beads of sweat on his forehead. He wasn't looking at the body. He kept sneaking glances at David. You actually fought this thing head-on? How much did you give up to survive it? For the first time in decades, Captain America felt something rare. Awe. Shock from Steve Rogers, plus 5 reputation. David's eyebrow arched slightly, though he said nothing. So, Steve, beneath that perfect soldier posture, you've already admitted it. You're kneeling under my legend. His gaze shifted to the man sitting quietly nearby. Johnny, you're free now. Mephisto's dead. Nothing binds you anymore. Johnny Blaze stared blankly at the corpse, the fire of the Ghost Rider inside him silent, as if even Hell's spirit of vengeance struggled to believe what had happened. Thank you. Really? Him too? Johnny muttered. Then, hesitantly, one of you now, right? David's tone turned serious. Definitely. But you'll need to learn control. Partner with the Rider, don't let it control you. Especially the eye of judgment. His voice hardened. There's a difference between sin and crime. Never forget that. Johnny swallowed, the Ghost Rider emerging in a sudden blaze of hellfire. The skull wreathed in flame lifted its head. Its hollow sockets burned as it rasped. I will suppress my instincts. You have shown me the truth of judgment. Even so, David noticed how those empty sockets lingered on him just a second too long. Hungry. Testing. Newborns are always trouble, David thought dryly. Hulk. Ghost Rider. Same problem, 2 souls, 1 body. Meanwhile, Tony had crouched down, laser scalpel in hand, working on Mephisto's corpse like a kid at Christmas. This material, unbelievable. Dense, heat-resistant, layered with something I can't even identify. His grin widened. I could build an entirely new generation of armor with this. Maybe call it anti-demon armor. Steve's lips twitched. Johnny's skull flared brighter in agreement. David resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Classic Stark. Give him a corpse, and he's already branding his next suit line. What's next? Anti-angel armor? But the world outside wasn't waiting. Within days, the news exploded. Ghost Rider had officially joined forces with David and the Avengers. 4 giants now stood at Earth's front line, and in the shadows, others began to move. Krypton Science and Technology Building. A red-haired woman adjusted her blouse in the mirror, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Her phone snapped shut as she whispered into her comm. Everything's going smoothly. I'll start as his secretary, earn his trust, and get what we need. Mephisto's remains? Don't worry. I'll get a sample, even if I have to share a bed to do it. Her reflection smirked back at her. No man can resist Natasha Romanoff. Head held high. Every step a perfect balance of grace and seduction. She entered the building. He won't see me coming. Moments later, an executive with a broad smile slid a document across the desk. Ms. Romanoff, congratulations. You've passed the final round of screening. You'll begin work tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Her smile widened. As David's new secretary? The man coughed politely. Actually, no internship needed. You'll be starting as a full-time toilet cleaner. For a moment, Natasha's charming smile froze. I will definitely get the job done. Natasha Romanoff put on her apron, grabbed a mop, and gritted her teeth to start cleaning the toilets throughout the building. David was forced to know her identity, which was deliberate revenge. Huh? Why is the company still hiring toilet cleaners? Isn't it all the brain-controlled robots cleaning? A passerby looked at this big beauty with a look of surprise and confusion. What's the situation? Natasha Romanoff nearly vomited blood. The humiliation was unprecedented. She is a dignified, top-level agent with an explosive body, so why should she be treated like this? Gritting his teeth, Natasha Romanoff finally got into action. She sent out a one number, which was quickly received by SHIELD, who responded by mobilizing powerful forces to block the blockage of brainpower. Natasha Romanoff began to rush to the floor frantically, all kinds of disguise, all kinds of forged documents, all kinds of network methods developed for brainpower. At the moment, all of them were used, and most of the power of SHIELD was around Natasha Romanoff. Be careful, Natasha Romanoff. You have a big job on your shoulders. Outside, Fury was holding a cup of coffee, his face covered with dark clouds. Is it exposed? It must be exposed. Otherwise, no one will turn away such a woman with absolutely excellent professionalism. But Fury couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it. What went wrong? Could it be Hydra? Fury frowned and was extremely suspicious. Recently, he had discovered the news that Hydra was living in S.H.I.E.L.D. He had already started to clean it up, but these damn things were hidden so deeply that Fury didn't even know it. Know who to trust. No, it won't. David became famous all over the world by playing Hydra, and Hydra was exposed because he was attacked by a helicarrier. Fury's brows loosened a little, but he was still full of doubts. Just watch Natasha Romanoff in action. Natasha Romanoff lurked all the way and came directly to the top floor. We need to talk. Natasha Romanoff roars sucks smoothly, and she has also injected super serum. Her physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people. She stared at the man enjoying a cigar in front of her. Come on, one. David handed over the cigarette. Natasha Romanoff was about to take it, but David immediately took it back. I'm being polite. Do you really want to touch my cigarette? Stop kidding. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, resisted the thought of beating this thief to death, and said solemnly, I hope to have a serious talk with you. Don't talk about it. You're from SHIELD, not mine. I know what Fury wants to know, and even more what he wants, but I won't give it to him. It's all mine. I just will share with my people. David said lightly. Natasha Romanoff shrugged, and a gown fell off, revealing black underwear. Then, I'd love to be your man. First, I will only share with my team members, and second, you can't bear mine. David looked Natasha Romanoff up and down with deep regret. Just like Natasha Romanoff, before he has mastered the micro-level control, with his power, he just needs to fiddle with it, and he will die. If Natasha Romanoff was struck by lightning, David was thrown out the next moment. Sir, the mission is frustrated, but I have a better idea. Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth. Say, I want to quit SHIELD and join Avengers. As long as I join this team, All kinds of hidden research and huge resources and scientific research results will be open to me. What? Are you kidding? I'm not kidding, sir. This is the only way to succeed, but again, if I quit SHIELD with that man's character, I'm afraid I won't be allowed to get involved with SHIELD anymore. Fury was silent for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. Natasha Romanoff, you have been fired. I need you to accomplish a mission more important than being an agent. To be a superhero. Snapped. The phone hangs up. Fury rubbed his forehead. From this moment on, he has lost one of the top agents forever. This exit directly means switching camps. At most, it can act as a medium and channel when Avengers Alliance communicates with Aegis. But the value of this medium and channel has become irreplaceable after David became the most powerful superhero on Earth, the protector of the planet. The human who can kill Mephisto is still a sturdy man who punches to the flesh. Since the birth of human beings, there has been only such a person. Fury gave a wry smile and shook his head. At the moment, Asgard, a heated argument broke out between Odin and Thor. I've had enough of you, you old man. Why are you so timid? I killed a lot of giants at Jotunheim. We Asgard have the ability to completely conquer Jotunheim. That earthling named David can kill Mephisto, your best son. I, too, can kill Laufey. Thor roared at Odin under his feverish head. After roaring, not to mention Odin and Loki, even Thor himself was stunned. His hot head was slightly awake. I see. You're jealous, Thor, and for the first time in your 1,500 years of life, you've been dominated by jealousy. Odin seemed to be getting old in an instant. He slowly raised his head, and in that one eye, a terrifying deterrent and surging divine power erupted again. Since you want to be a hero so much, it's great. I'll make it for you. Thor Odinson, from this moment on, you will be deprived of your divine power. No longer be Prince Asgard. You will be mortal forever and spend the rest of your life on Earth. The foolish you, the arrogant you, the jealous you are not worthy of your battle suit and honor. You are not worthy. Odin shot angrily and tore off Thor's armor layer by layer. Father! Loki looked panicked. Odin has pushed Thor into Bifrost while taking Thor's hammer and casting a divine spell on it. Whoever can lift this hammer will have the power of Thor. With that said, he threw the hammer into Bifrost, snorted coldly, and turned away. Loki froze in place, his face quickly showing ecstasy, and hurried away. Huge amounts of colored beams made their way to Earth, and were first noticed by the Ancient One. Ancient One, I hope you will abide by the agreement between us. Odin's voice came. Ancient One sat on the spot with the tea. She just nodded lightly when she heard the words. Her expression was calm, but after Odin's divine power fluctuations disappeared, her face showed a strange look. It is indeed a good idea to deprive a noble prince of grumpy temper and deprive him of all his privileges and toss it into the mortal world. Odin, but you may forget that the prince may never be seen again. Be a prince and see yourself as a member of the mortal world. The expression on Ancient One's face became more and more strange. Through Time Gem, she saw too many pictures of Thor fighting desperately for the safety of the Earth. If Odin found out, he would be so angry that he raised a son for the Earthlings for 1,500 years. Moreover, there is still David, a special individual who is not within the normal time. I even doubt that his real ability is not to get stronger by basking in the sun, but to become stronger by breaking the time limit. Ancient One had doubts about this for a long time, especially after watching David bask in the sun for a while to increase his strength at an exaggerated rate. She suspected that this was simply a way of compressing the passage of time to become stronger. But it still doesn't make sense. Even Ancient One can't understand David now. When Thor arrives on Earth, he will not be eaten by David. Thinking of this, Ancient One laughed out loud. State of Mexico. A hammer that fell from the sky successfully attracted the attention of the locals, and a group of sand sculptures immediately came over and pulled the hammer in various ways. But they were quickly stopped by the agents sent by SHIELD, who immediately blocked the place. Sir, I found this thing. From the appearance, it looks like the Mjolnir in mythology. There is no mechanical energy to move it. We have urgently mobilized a group of scientists to conduct research. Phil Coulson reports to Fury. Phil Coulson, try to figure out how this thing works and see if you can use it. Phil Coulson hung up the phone with a hint of interest in his eyes, and the on-site commander erected an isolation barrier. That night, a stubborn man broke into the camp, easily knocked down more than a dozen agents, and came to Mjolnir laughing wildly. "My hammer," Tony laughed. In the sky, there was already lightning and thunder, as if responding to the son of Thor. "Don't stop him. Let him pull the hammer," Phil Coulson ordered decisively. Thor's face was frantic, and he had begun to think about how to ease the relationship with his father after he raised Thor's hammer to gain divine power. Snapped. Thor grabbed the hammer and pulled hard. Boom. The thunder flashed, and the hammer did not move. "No, Father, why did you do this to me? Why?" Thor's eyes suddenly widened. With disbelief on his face, he tore it up aloud, and after repeated attempts, he immediately showed a miserable smile. He knew that he would never get his power back. He would become immortal. Seeing this scene, Phil Coulson couldn't help sighing, showing a look of regret, and immediately dialed the phone. "David, as you said, it's enough for me to put this man in. What are you going to do next? Leave it to me next." A voice came. The next moment, a figure came crashing down, directly smashing the battalion commander, and in the pouring rain, a red cloak stuck tightly to the back of this strong man. "Give it up now. Thor, you don't have the arrogance and fighting spirit of Prince Asgard at all." David walked slowly to Thor and looked at him condescendingly. But Thor just looked up at David, his face still numb and ashen. Lost the hammer, lost his father, lost the identity and power of the Protoss. Thor's heart is dying. David glanced at Thor, sighed, and came directly to the magic weapon Mjolnir that shook the 9 realms. Slowly, he stretched out his strong arm and grabbed it. "Look, Asgard, open your eyes and see how a mortal lifts this hammer. If you want to have it, pure brute force is not enough. I will teach you how to lift it." The muscles on David's arms bulged, as if they were about to explode. What's even more amazing was that a very special and complicated life fluctuation suddenly came out from David, and every cell became active. The code of life out. Boom! The thunder smashed down from the sky, accompanied by terrifying fluctuations of divine power, which was a power system completely different from magic. Wow! The terrifying electro-optical agitation spread over David's body surface. The electro-optical light, brewing divine power, continued to radiate, but could not cause any damage to David. In this world, hanging up is the most important thing, and everything else is secondary. David let out a low laugh. Every cell in the body began to become active, and the power of life was surging, with each cell starting to emit light, and finally a dazzling map was gathered. Code of life. The ultimate gene pool of a powerful civilization, a gene pool that shrouds everything both mutable and immutable. "Get me up!" David let out a roar, and under Thor's shocked and disbelieving gaze, Mjolnir suddenly moved. This human actually shook Mjolnir. "No, it's impossible. Why do you, a human, trigger my hammer response? You despicable thief." Thor's eyes turned red instantly. His spirit was greatly stimulated. He rushed over with a roar, but the next moment, the suspension cloak attacked with a heavy punch, and it flew out with a slap. Without Thor's interference, the surging divine power became more and more boiling. At this moment, David's whole body exudes a dazzling light, flickering with unimaginable life force, surging and spreading out, and wherever he passes, everything is rendered into daylight. Driven by this endless treasury of life, David's life level directly deceived Mjolnir, and was reluctantly lifted by David in the midst of lightning and thunder. A terrible lightning strikes down. He actually lifted it up. Tony stared blankly at this scene, dumbfounded, staggering to the ground, as if his beliefs had collapsed. Shock from Thor Odinson, reputation +8. Thor is lost. Sure enough, no matter what it is, as long as David does it, it can be done. Phil Coulson glanced at the large amount of data on the screen, especially the terrifying fluctuation of vitality, which completely shocked him. Reputation +2 from Phil Coulson. This move has successfully harvested a wave of prestige points, although it is not much, but the purpose has been achieved. Is this the power of Thor? Divine power is really a very interesting power and can be listed as a research target. David looked down at himself, only to see the thunder around him. The thunder transformed by divine power really wanted to explode, directly brewing terrifying power of destruction. These powers, all under David, are controlled by David's will. The Mjolnir, the symbol of Thor, fell in the palm of David's palm, and the terrifying power was constantly surging and spreading. At this moment, David possessed the power of Thor, breaking the shackles of the spell with the help of a powerful life level in an almost cheating way. A perfect gene pool of Krypton, the life variables contained in it have long exceeded the limits of Odin, the level godfather. With a hammer in his hand, David can trigger a large amount of thunder when he walks around, and the weather is also controlled by him. Look, pick up this hammer. It's that simple. From now on, I'm Thor Superman. David looked at Thor and said lightly. Shot from Thor, reputation +5. Thor's face was ashen, and he looked at David dully. Why can you do it? Why can you lift a hammer that even I can't lift? Because I have enough consciousness and a noble personality that can be trusted. David pointed at his chest and waved the hammer at random. In fact, he has a far noble personality, and everything is for the sake of reputation. But Thor immediately believed. Yes, that's the only way to get Mjolnir's approval. You deserve him, you win, human, you surpass Thor. Thor smiled bitterly and said bitterly, Would you like to sit with me? No, I want to be quiet. My friends on Earth, I know your name is David. I hope you who killed Mephisto can use it well. It's Mjolnir. Thor reluctantly glanced at the hammer that had accompanied him for thousands of years, gritted his teeth, and disappeared into the pouring rain. Phil Coulson came over, stared at the hammer in David's hand in awe, a little greedy, and asked at the same time, Won't you stop him? After all, who is he? He deserves your attention. He's Thor, the god of glory in the north. Well, now nothing but a hapless be de-exiled to Earth. Damn, take your hand off my hammer open. It's Thor's hammer. It's SHILD's hammer, not yours. Phil Coulson grabbed it tightly and said, Now it's mine. David glared at him fiercely, threw it away, turning Thor's hammer at the same time, and then threw it out fiercely, and with a bang, Mjolnir flew with him. I don't know if it was because he had just come into contact with divine power, enough to carry, but not enough to control perfectly, or for some other reason. The rapid flight of David continued to thunder, and the roar sounded one after another. Seeing it with admiration and admiration by countless people, his face was shocked. From reputation +1. From, as expected of Mr. David. Phil Coulson looked at David and sighed. Shot from Phil Coulson, +1 reputation. Ding! Congratulations to your Excellency Commander for mastering the power of Thor. Now special gene activation and entry. Analysis of divine power. Special genetic recombination of the code of life. One after another information flashed, and a series of prompts sounded. Well, this is to activate the power of divine power from the genetic level. But Kryptonians don't need the genes of divine power at all. The sun is the Kryptonian. Wait. In an instant, David suddenly reacted with a look of surprise on his face. Kryptonians also have a long history and rich myths, and there are also gods belonging to Krypton, just as the Titans in Marvel have the god of time, and the Skrulls also have the Skrulls, etc. So the Kryptonian side also has its own gods that belong to the Kryptonians. The Kryptonian god system has 4 main gods: the sun god, the moon god, the wisdom god, and the beauty god. This is a truth that is easily overlooked. The 4 divine words of the 4 main gods were inscribed on the stone tablet in front of the Kryptonian Supreme Council and were praised loudly by generations of Kryptonians. On the DC side, the Kryptonian god system has always been very low-key, except for the sun god, Ra, who is still active and often appears in major events on Krypton. The other three main gods are extremely mysterious: the moon god Yoda, and the wisdom god Taylor, and the beauty god Laura. The origin and whereabouts are a mystery. This is a missing piece of history. And now, the Kryptonian system is trying to activate genes that rival the Kryptonian pantheon. I seem to understand that on top of the super gene, there is not only Clark, who is in charge of the Code of Life, has unlimited potential, but also can directly trace the silent Kryptonian line of gods and become God. David looked serious and waited quietly. After a while, the system gave feedback. Ding! Divine power awakening achievement achieved. Congratulations to Your Excellency Commander for creating a special gene. The growth direction is unknown, variable, the source of evolution. David, the potential, infinite, please name it. David was silent for a while, then said slowly, "Since it is a special gene that I created without precedent in history, it is directly called Infinity, which is referred to as Infinity. Ding! Commander's exclusive gene system, Infinity Gene Inscription, is completed. This gene exists in the Commander's body and is also copied and stored in the Code of Life. Start copying? Copy failed. The Code of Life, which claims to have all Kryptonian genes, try to enter this brand new and full of unknown god genes. But unfortunately, the entire process collapsed the moment it started to enter. Not only because the Infinity Gene, a brand new god gene, is too powerful, nor because David originally resisted it or not, but more because, really, in the Code of Life, can't include god-level genes at all. David pondered. This was the only possibility. God-level genes are beyond the super genes represented by hair, and are a higher-end level. They even point directly to the Kryptonian god system, a level that can keep pace with the Kryptonian god system. Ding! Congratulations, Your Excellency Commander. The evolution route of Man of Steel has been revised. Congratulations, Your Excellency Commander, for successfully opening the evolution branch of God of Krypton and obtaining the exclusive title God of Krypton. At this moment, David, his strength has ushered in changes again. Repeated expansion and contraction, full of mysterious changes. This is a change that cannot even be entered in the Code of Life, belongs to the special route of God, and goes beyond the level of the Code of Life. God Krypton, row me in. David pondered. The Kryptonian civilization has indeed had many mysterious events, which are still full of mysteries to this day. The life forms that came out of Krypton are also extremely powerful, such as the main universe Superman, which is the core of the DC multi-universe, such as the Supreme Little Superman, the only Superman class born in the real world behind the fourth wall, often running come to DC world to do things. For another example, among the many Superman peers, the only one who chooses to become a god, Golden Superman. Golden Superman, the only one who chose to become a god among many Clarks, must have god-level genes that surpass super genes. David suddenly chuckled, feeling his own changes. His strength increased a bit. And more importantly, he was originally at the high-level gene level. At this moment, the speed of the integrate super gene suddenly accelerated, and it didn't take long for him to be Super David, 10 times as high as the high-level gene. The 3 major race defects have been greatly weakened, and even the defect of the smallest magic resistance is enough to be directly wiped out. Another Mephisto level. He can kill everyone. From now on, become a god. God of the world. The goal of the system is the perfect Kryptonian. I now have 2 evolutionary branches, the Kryptonian god route and the machine-assisted evolutionary route. If I go to perfection, I still can't get around that guy. David looked serious, waved Mjolnir in his hand, and thoughtfully listed that guy in the highest level of research. Definitely not Hank Henshaw. Rather, the Doomsday of infinite evolution. David has been playing with Mjolnir, and, after careful study, found that it was just like that. This thing, after all, is just an artifact, and there's a big gap between the Spear of Eternity in Odin's hand and Thor's later storm axe. If I crush this hammer, Odin will really wake up and trouble me right away. David shook his head, laughed lightly, and threw the hammer on the table. On the side, Johnny came over immediately and said nonchalantly, "Obviously, this hammer is a boring trick. It's just a magic trick. I can lift it if I want." Roar. Ghost Rider went online and immediately raised his hand to pull the hammer, but it didn't move. "You're not worthy of this hammer for the time being. It's a simple matter." David picked it up lightly, put it down again, and said calmly, "Shock from Ghost Rider, RP +2. In these quiet days, David mainly uses this method to harvest reputation. Suddenly, David's expression changed slightly, and he said calmly, "Ghost Rider, you could go back if you're okay. I have some things to do." Ghost Rider stared straight at David for a while, then turned around, turned back into Johnny, and left. Time passed by minute. Everything was quiet, only the sound of David's steady roars breathing. But suddenly, David's eyes suddenly flushed red, and a hot gaze erupted immediately, hitting an unknown person in a bang. ZZ. A figure emerges, Loki holding the Spear of Eternity against the heat of sight while looking at David in horror. Odin threw one of his sons on Earth, so why did he drop another one now? Are you really afraid that both of you will die on Earth? Asgard will have no successor. David sneered and stood up. "Human, you can't attack me. You're declaring war on Asgard." Loki looked at David in horror, every pore shivering from his body. He watched this guy with his own eyes and killed the terrifying Mephisto in the cosmic starry sky. Although he was immortal, his terrifying figure was comparable to that of a god, and it brought a strong psychological shadow to Loki, who likes conspiracy and tricks. He doesn't like to deal with this kind of guy who is too strong and full of muscles. "I killed you here, and who would know that you were on Earth? Odin? I guess something went wrong with him, or he would never have allowed you to come to Earth." David smiled coldly, his eyes turned red again, and he gathered even more terrifying energy. This is the hot line of sight of the Super Kryptonian. There is no doubt that this constantly flashing, terrifying power alone will kill Loki as long as he is hit. "David, don't go too far." Loki looked grim, raised the Spear of Eternity, and aimed at David, at the same time chanting a spell in his heart. A lot of magic was thrown out, and his eyes showed hope. Roar. The levitation cloak suddenly rolled up, smashing a large number of magic attacks directly, only sheltering David. Magic, in front of the suspended cloak, has largely lost its meaning. David smashed it with a punch, and there was a loud bang. Even though Loki was holding the Spear of Eternity, he was smashed and vomited blood on the spot. Shot from Loki, RP +4. The next moment, the destroyer armor fell from the sky, and it was about to hit the street with a bang. But the next moment, before it really came down from Bifrost, David, who was already prepared, rushed out with a crash, knocking the destroyer armor out, pushed out for thousands of miles, and threw it fiercely into the wilderness. Is this the destroyer warframe? One of Asgard's most powerful artifacts. David observed with great interest that 1,000 years ago, Odin, who is still strong, was wearing this stuff and brought the world tree gods to face the gods of the universe. Although he was defeated, Odin's power was indeed impressive, and he just fought recklessly for a short time. A formation of the god group. Destroyer, but a good thing. But from now on, it belongs to him, David. The old Odin is half used. An era is coming to an end, and the era of the universe that belongs to David is coming. At the moment, Thor, who was just beginning to adapt to being immortal, gradually gained unprecedented peace in his restless heart. He was wiping the dishes suddenly, and his face showed a deep astonishment. Destroyer? Why did Asgard's weapons of war appear on Earth? Thor rushed out suddenly, glanced quickly, and immediately rushed to a motorcycle rider. "Give me your mount." Boom. The unlucky B************** D was punched to the ground, and he watched Thor ride away on his motorcycle with a bewildered face. Boom. A terrible bang rang out. David was already on fire, and under the scorching sun, he fought with this Asgard's peak magic and divine power creation. A terrifying loud noise came out. The earth trembled, and the magic was surging. as if a terrible earthquake suddenly broke out. Why did David fight the destroyer? What the hell happened to Asgard? Thor arrived in a hurry and couldn't believe his eyes. Thor was stunned, watching David fight the destroyer armor. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible volatility spread, sparking terrifying turmoil that once again captured global attention. What's the matter? Who is David fighting again? Is there too many major incidents during this time? And every time David is dispatched to snipe the enemy, this is a bad signal. No, it's a good sign, at least on the bright side, because Superman will solve them. But those who choose to be quiet are the most disturbing, such as Brotherhood led by Magneto, who haven't done much recently. There must be a conspiracy. More people were shocked and looked uneasy. The more powerful David became, every time he broke out, it meant that the strength of the enemy became stronger, and it was already so powerful that the world couldn't understand it. The ability to carry helicarrier is already very exaggerated, but with the appearance of hell demons, this world is completely confusing. Now, Superman is fighting an unknown enemy again. What is this, the Black Robot? Which evil organization is this the creation of? Fury, you lead the Avengers. We need an explanation. There are already high-level human beings who have started questioning Fury because they have not received any form of reporting from Fury. Fury's face was heavy. Everyone, there are many dangerous guys hidden in this world. Some things can't be warned in advance. And, presumably, you have also seen the chaos of Asgard during this time. Yes, we were infiltrated now. I'm cleaning up the scum. Who is infiltrating? Hydra. The 5 high-level executives fell silent, and then one of them said, "You are the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. We trust your ability. Don't let us down." In addition, on the Avengers side, we must find a way to win over David, at least not to push him. To our opposite. Just because David is human, that's enough. After the terrible news of the real existence of hell came out, the atmosphere of the whole Earth became slightly strange. For some reason, the people showed a strange calm and calmness. Huh, are there enemies? We have even killed the great demons from hell. And are there enemies more terrifying than hell? This is the role of David's existence. Like Dinghai Shinjin, no matter how difficult it is, someone will always know that there must be a human god who will stand up and attack the enemy head-on. Only Fury, at the moment, was in a bad mood. He was busy with HYD array, but gradually David took control of the Avengers Alliance. I just hope you're still the David I know. Fury sighed with a gloomy expression on his face. Boom! A terrifying storm was generated, and a large area of uninhabited wilderness was madly destroyed layer by layer, and a black figure was punched out. Interesting, really tough. David took the Thor hammer and smashed the big guy with a hammer, with great enthusiasm. After playing for a long time, David smashed it hard with his fist for a long time, but he couldn't really smash this thing, and now it's time for the end. David, what happened? Thor finally seized the opportunity and roared loudly, but his eyes stared straight at Thor's hammer, his face full of heartache. This is obviously my hammer. Your brother betrayed you. Thor, he used the destroyer armor to destroy the Earth. David looked solemn. Asgard. When Loki returned in a state of embarrassment, his face turned black when he heard this, and he scolded in a low voice, "This despicable and shameless human being." Shock from Thor. Reputation value +1. Why would Loki do such a thing? Thor was stunned. Because of jealousy, Thor, an emotion of original sin. David dropped these words, rushed over quickly, took a hammer, and slammed it into the chest of the destroyer armor. He wanted to take the opportunity to completely smash this ghost, but he couldn't give the old thief Odin a chance to do something. According to Odin's script, as long as Thor realizes the importance of justice and responsibility, he can immediately take back Mjolnir, and then the destroyer armor will suddenly stop and be smashed by the returning hero, laying a strong foundation for Thor. Confidence and consolidate the new faith. Clang, clang. You are mine. With a smile on David's face, he slammed his hands desperately, and a loud noise came out. Because of the excessive force, the Thor hammer had been smashed by David with a crack, and bursts of lightning appeared. as if there were bursts of whining. Finally, this terrifying and unreasonable crushing force made the destroyer's armor go berserk, and red light gushed from its head. But the next moment, David's broad palm pressed down on the armor, completely shaking his hidden genes. Infinity God Gene, come out! In an instant, the destroyer's actions stopped. Unfamiliar gods? A whisper of consternation in the old age suddenly came out, and it disappeared immediately, as if it was a hallucination. This time, the destroyer armor didn't move at all. Shot from Odin, +10 reputation. Odin, who was sleeping in the sleeping chamber and slowing down the elapse of his lifespan, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and his hazy and huge will was completely disturbed. A look of astonishment. A completely unfamiliar god system, full of exuberant vitality and majestic potential. Is there such a god race in the universe? Odin got up slowly, his shocked expression dissipated, and he fell into deep contemplation. In this universe, there are all kinds of strange races. Some ancient races even directly gave birth to specific gods of their own species, although this god is in the eyes of Odin, who is an orthodox god. It's just a pure and powerful life form. Although it is possible to fight against gods, it is still not a god in charge of divine power, but more of a false god. For example, the Skrull Empire, which is similar to human beings on Earth, is also a race created by the biological experiments conducted by the Cosmic Gods group. The Skrulls have their own pantheon, though Odin sees them as a bunch of unsightly scumbags. David is the Earth god? Or is he a child god? Odin frowned and thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that David should be a cosmic god without real awakening. The celestial beings are not the mechanical gods of the cosmic celestial group, but a group of peculiar groups born with a cosmic favor. The race is uncertain, the ability is uncertain, and the shape is uncertain, but the only thing that is sure is that the cosmic gods should be independent individuals and never appear, born directly within a group. But the number of gods is rare, and no one can really be sure whether there will be gods born in one ethnic group. The Ancient One is really lucky, and Midgard is really lucky. It seems to be the god of the universe. It seems that it is the destiny of this era. Even if it is not the first two, it must be the existence of future Protoss, powerful. Odin was a little jealous. After Thor and Loki both became jealous, he, the great god king who entered the last years of his life, also had violent fluctuations in his mood at this moment. It's really jealous. If such a person was born in Asgard and is his heir, he doesn't need to worry about the issue of heirs at all. Any Thor Loki Hela has to give way. The uncontrolled destroyer armor is almost at its limit. Since he wants it so much, then give it to him. Odin shook his head, sighed, got up, and walked towards the main hall. Loki is there. It's time for a good talk. Earth. David defeated the destroyer. Thor's face was bitter. He shook his head immediately and sincerely blessed. The destroyer will be your trophy. I'm taking Asgard's artifact. Are you willing to let it go? David looked at him with interest. Thor looked bitter. The winner is eligible for the spoils. This is the rule of Asgard. Besides, I am no longer in Asgard. Boom! David stared at him for a long while, then threw Thor's hammer, which was so scarred that it would crack at any moment, and smashed it onto the flat ground in front of Thor. Are you? Now, Thor Odinson, you have abandoned your arrogance and are qualified to pick it up. I can feel the restlessness of this hammer. David took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath, faintly rode. It's really not how generous he is. It's really that this broken hammer is about to be smashed by him. If you smash it twice, it has to be smashed, and Odin will definitely be the first to kill the earth. Thor's face showed gratitude. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, stared at his old man, then gritted his teeth, grabbed it, and instantly, the hammer was easily pulled out. In addition to the ecstasy, Thor didn't know if it was an illusion. He always felt that Mjolnir gave him a sense of luck, but the crack on the hammer still made him feel distressed. Looks like I'm going to Nevada and get the dwarfs to fix it for me. Thor murmured inwardly, looking at David with a fiery look, clenching his hammer. A fight. David tilted his head to look at him. Thor shook his head. No, I will take the initiative to come to you when I fix my Mjolnir. Now, I should go back to see my father and admit my mistakes to him. Heimdall, open Bifrost, send me back to Asgard. Boom! A colorful glow suddenly descended, taking Thor away across countless light years. David pondered for a moment, picked up the destroyer armor, and quickly returned to the Krypton technology building. He now has level fixed star reputation and has completed the level fixed star event. He only needs to accumulate 100 million reputation points. It originally took a month or two, but the opportunity has come. Let my name of David resound throughout the world tree. Turn all the 9 worlds into a holy place for my David to grow leeks, and turn all the people of the other 8 worlds into my leek seedlings and offer them to me. Countless prestige. Asgard has been caught in a monstrous war, filled with fear and anger. Loki's ego has suffered a terrible wound in front of David, the Earthling. How dare you open Bifrost without the permission of the King of God? Heimdall, damn you! Loki held the Spear of Eternity, and one blow knocked Heimdall into the air. When Thor just returned in Bifrost, he didn't understand the situation, and in an instant, Bifrost was opened again. Loki, what are you doing? Stop! Thor sank in his heart, clenched the handle of the hammer, and said in a deep voice, You want to stop me with the Spear of Eternity? Just the Mjolnir that is about to shatter in your hand. Brother, I'm so ashamed of you. You actually bowed your head to a human. Loki's face was twisted and sinister, and with a bang, the passage between the 2 worlds of Asgard and Jotunheim was opened. David killed Mephisto and saved a major disaster in the 9 realms. Don't treat him as a mortal, and don't let your inner arrogance and jealousy dominate your heart. Thor roared in a deep voice and immediately rushed towards Loki. But the next moment, bursts of roars suddenly came, and the terrifying low temperature swept across the Asgard continent, where the 4 seasons are like spring in a round sky. This is the terrifying low temperature brewing terrifying divine power. Giants of Jotunheim, Loki, you just opened the gate to Jotunheim. You be asterisk 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 D. You made a big mistake. Thor's eyes were red, and he growled loudly. Jotunheim, the foe of Asgard for generations, caused damage and threats to Asgard, second only to Muspelheim under the command of Flame Giant Surti. Tall giants came running wildly. These creatures were ferocious and tyrannical, primitive and bloodthirsty, and they began to destroy Asgard, killing anyone they saw. The Asgard warriors who hurriedly faced off, although well-trained, were still stunned by the army that suddenly descended into the interior of the Asgard continent, and they retreated steadily. Numerous soldiers died, and civilians were massacred. Loki, you shouldn't take this step. A hoarse voice came, and Odin walked out slowly, looking at his little son with disappointment. Loki was stunned, staring blankly at each other. Father, Thor looked excited. As soon as Odin waved his hand, with a bang, the Spear of Eternity flew to Odin's hand spontaneously, and the ancient and powerful God King roared in a low voice. Asgard, meet the enemy. Kill these giants of Jotunheim. Go back and settle the bill with you. Odin glared fiercely at the dumbfounded Loki, but in the end he didn't kill the killer. If it were him in his prime, he would definitely not hesitation and stab Loki to death on the spot. War broke out. Laufey came with a casket of ancient winters in hand, laughing wildly. Odin, I'm here. You and I can finally usher in the end of the war. As long as I kill you, I'll be the king of the 9 realms. Laufey laughed wildly, constantly activating the artifact casket of ancient winters with his own divine power, directly letting the endless Asgard continent ushered in a terrible winter. The low temperature spreads, and the snowflakes fly. Boom! The 2 god kings who had been fighting for millions of years confronted each other. But this time, Odin, who was old and frail, took a step back. Odin actually quit. The Asgard warriors who saw this scene couldn't believe their eyes. Is this still the invincible god king? You are too old. If it was changed 1,000 years ago, you could still go shopping for the cosmic deity in the destroyer armor, but now, You are already useless." Laufey's eyes lit up, and his laughter grew wilder. The Asgard Protoss is a rare top Protoss in the entire universe. The racial characteristic is that the older you get, the stronger the divine power will spontaneously become, and the strength will also become stronger. Therefore, the old Asgard talents are the most powerful. Unfortunately, when entering the Twilight period, the rotten body can no longer carry the terrifying divine power accumulated over a lifetime, and the combat power will also usher in a collapse. There is a terrifying reserve of combat power, but it cannot be used at all. This is the sadness of the Asgard people in their old age. Even the god King Odin is no exception. Laufey shot one after another, bursting the power of casket of ancient winters to the extreme, knocking Odin into the air again. The terrifying cold wind swept through everything. Roar whistled constantly, and the whole world seemed to usher in a terrible doomsday, and people were frozen to death one after another. "Laufey, you must die here today." Odin felt the heavy feeling coming from his body. He took a deep breath, said something in a deep voice, gritted his teeth, and was about to completely release the power of Odin in his body. Originally, this was the power he intended to pass on to Thor, and he himself could no longer carry the power of Odin that had accumulated over millions of years. "Using all your strength, I will die immediately, but in the same way, don't even think about living. Leave the future to the next generation." Odin let out a low roar, about to completely liberate all of his strength and fight to the death. But at this moment, a meteor suddenly came from the cosmic starry sky at high speed. If you look closely, you will find that this existence is clearly from the universe. The earth of the three realms of Midgard climbed the world tree all the way up and killed Asgard, one of the three realms of the upper court. Boom! A strong sense of oppression shook all the soldiers on both sides of the fierce battle. "This is—" Laufey looked up, his face gloomy. "The leek seedlings are fighting desperately, have you asked me?" Wearing the destroyer armor, David forcibly crossed the long, cosmic starry sky and climbed trees frantically. Only then did he find his position. He sneered, overlooking the world in this round place. "A good piece of chives. Start growing chives from now on." Laufey looked up and looked at David in the destroyer armor indifferently, his face extremely gloomy. "Midgardian, you represent the Midgard world, and you want to participate in the war in court? How dare you?" Laufey showed a grim smile. "However, since you are here, just to witness the fall of Asgard, and to preach my great achievements to the three realms of Midgard, I am happy to treat Midgard well. It will be your world." David lowered his head and glanced at Asgard, who had already turned into a continent of ice and snow, and then turned his head to look at Laufey in surprise, as if looking at a fool. "What kind of thing are you? You dare to point fingers at me? You are just a waste." David sneered, and immediately came down. His whole body seemed to be burning, and wherever he passed, the endless ice and snow melted away. "David, why are you here?" Thor smashed a giant of Jotunheim to death with a hammer, looking at the strongest hero on Earth excitedly. This time on Earth was an unforgettable one for Thor, and he realized more clearly how reliable and trustworthy this man was. "Everyone, this man, Superman from Earth, is the most powerful warrior in Midgard, a good friend I know. He killed Mephisto with his own hands and spread the fame of the 9 realms to the whole hell. Moreover, he can raise my Mjolnir." Thor took a deep breath and immediately shouted loudly, mixed with the sound waves of Thor's divine power, and suddenly spread across this chaotic continent, heard by many hard-fought warriors, and then passed on again and again. Countless eyes looked at this man in a black battlesuit with a red cape, cloak, on his back with shock. It turned out to be him. I know he, the Superman of Earth, has killed a hell demon like no other in history. Since the establishment of the 9 worlds of the World Tree, no god king of any world has killed the great demon of hell, but this Midgard has done it. I always thought that the Midgards were a group of weak mortals. If they were not located in Midgard, and they were the middle realm of the 3 realms of Midgard, the location was extremely important and there was really nothing to pay attention to. But I didn't expect that such a mighty warrior was born. No, the most important thing is that he can lift Mjolnir. Mjolnir is an artifact that tortures conscience and humanity. And if he can lift Mjolnir, what kind of broad-mindedness and just personality should this human being have? A warrior named Asgard is in high spirits. Mjolnir has a special status on the continent of Asgard, and the person who can lift Thor's hammer must be a credible person. Shock from Schiff, reputation +3. Shock from Fandral, reputation value +3. From David turned his head to look at Thor and smiled. Thor, my buddy, you're too kind. Raised Thor's hammer, has a broad mind and a fair personality. He's a big a**, a fair bird, and it's purely by virtue of the powerful specifications of the Code of Life that briefly overwhelm Odin's spell in an explosion. Thor didn't understand, but it didn't matter. David, are you here to help me? Thor yelled. Definitely, as Asgard, the Order of the Nine Realms, how could Asgard be destroyed by the evil giants of Jotunheim? Laufey, Lord of Frost, is full of evil. I will never allow such a villain to rule the Nine Realms. David's face is majestic, his words are righteous, and his whole body is radiant, like a rising sun, full of justice. Another wave of prestige hits. Moreover, it seems that because the Asgard people's entire life index is higher, the prestige contributed by each individual is actually a little higher than that of the Earth people. This made David extremely hot. It really is a good leek field. These are all my leek seedlings. David sighed again and again. The eyes that looked at Thor and every Asgard person changed, becoming extremely close and favored. Laufey, the crimes you committed against the Nine Realms are unforgivable. You will definitely pay a heavy price for your evil deeds. David roared, opened his arms, his body curves so strong that Asgard people felt ashamed. Every muscle was brewing the power of a nuclear bomb explosion, and with a bang, the righteous Superman rushed directly to Laufey. Boom! With a ruthless punch, David pierced through the terrifying barrier of divine power with absolute power, and the cold air that spread out from casket of ancient winters was quickly melted by the terrifying hot sight of David. David, son of the sun, you anger me. Laufey's face was extremely gloomy, showing a look of embarrassment. He left Odin, and with a roar, he was about to activate the casket of ancient winters again, freezing David with the absolute 0-degree cold and the powerful destructive frost power. But David's strength has exceeded his expectations. This fierce and messy man, punch after punch, shattered the endless ice and rushed in front of Laufey with brutality. You want to die? Laufey punched David. Boom! A loud bang. The King of Frost, who is famous for his body, was hit by David on the spot. Countless giants of Jotunheim were stunned on the spot, their faces full of astonishment, kneeling and begging for a flower review ticket. In addition, it is estimated that it will be on the shelves in 2 days. Although the results of this book are not good, it is only 1/3 of Megatron's book. This is my problem, but I still plan to make a wave, put on the shelves for a month, and strive to make 15,000 daily. If the ability is not enough, work hard to make it up. From Shock RP +2. From in the first hand-to-hand combat, Laufey of Megatron 9 Realms pulled his hips completely and was smashed by David with a punch. Countless people were horrified, especially the many giants of Jotunheim, who looked at David in horror. What a terrifying monster this is to fly away Laufey in a melee blow. This is the King of Frost, the Lord of Jotunheim. In the early years, he also competed with the god King Odin for the supremacy of the Nine Realms. Odin conquered the Nine Realms and was a terrifying and powerful enemy comparable to Surti. As a result, such a Frost King, Megatron 9 Realms, enjoys a certain reputation in the whole universe, but was smashed by David. Countless giants of Jotunheim looked terrified, and their beliefs were damaged, while the people of Asgard were full of frenzy, madly rejoicing. As expected of the most powerful Midgard warrior, kill these damn frozen haggis. The war in the entire Asgard continent was completely heated up, and countless warriors were fighting frantically, and at the same time, they were also contributing countless reputation points to David. Only when facing the crisis, the belief in life is the most pious, and the prestige points contributed is the most. It's all good, leaked seedlings. A big smile appeared on David's face. Odin gasped heavily and looked at David with a complex expression. Young man, tell me your name. I want to hear it with my own ears. Your contribution to Asgard will be remembered forever. I am Superman. David said a word, and the next moment, he suddenly rushed out at an amazing speed. In the snowflakes flying in the sky, he withstood Laufey and slammed into it fiercely. The steep mountains were collapsed, accompanied by Laufey's shameful roar, resounded throughout the Asgard continent. Even the other worlds on the World Tree were shocked by this scene and looked at it with astonishment. What the hell happened? Asgard fell into war, turned into a continent of ice and snow, and they are finished. No, I heard Laufey screams. Boom! A terrifying loud noise came out. David had completely fought Laufey, and every time he made a shot, David always pierced Laufey's magical power. The sun in the sky is constantly delivering energy to David. As long as he stands under the yellow sun, David has nothing to fear. Boom! Laufey grabbed it, and the sharp and long grip that was comparable to an artifact dug into David's shoulder and suddenly exerted force and let out a roar, only to hear a hiss. The armor was damaged, and David's shoulder also appeared on David's shoulder. Claw marks, blood splashes. You dare to damage my body of steel just with a lump of ice like you? David showed a savage smile, revealing the ferocity in his bones. His eyes were flushed, and he slammed into Laufey's face. An earth-shattering loud noise shook the entire Asgard continent. Laufey let out a shrill scream, and the terrifying sound of bone shattering came out. David's full punch hit his chest, as if he had been slapped hard by the peak Odin with the spear of eternity. The internal organs that survive in the harshest environment in Natasha are starting to shatter continuously at this moment, and they are damaged in large areas. Dow, azure, blue blood flowed out, just dripping out. It exudes powerful divine power fluctuations, freezing everything in the vicinity of dozens of meters. This is Laufey, the Frost Lord. It's really an embarrassed king. David twisted his neck and instantly swallowed a wave of yellow solar radiation, and the cells in the body immediately launched a wave of targeted proliferation, repairing the terrible scar on the shoulder that was deeply visible to the bone. It was as if he had never been hurt. Master, Laufey's attack is very terrifying, not to mention the strength. Every time he makes a shot, he has a terrible frost power, enough to penetrate me. Venom immediately reported the battle to David. Be confident, Venom. You are my exclusive symbiote. If nothing else happens, you will follow me all the way to become a god, surpass this universe, and enjoy a great reputation in the multi-universe. The symbiote is a very strange creature. The stronger the host, the stronger the symbiote, and the stronger the strength feedback to the host. Even gods can be parasitized and enjoy the blessing of the symbiote. In a certain universe, the symbiote of Kamar-Taj star parasitized everything, whether it is the hero of the earth or the god of the universe, turning the entire universe into a symbiont universe, which has already proved the peculiarity of symbiotes. For Venom, this guy who was kicked out of Kamar-Taj and called Rora scum by other symbiotes, David has great expectations and is very optimistic. The next moment, the damage to the battle suit on the shoulder was repaired, and Venom looked at Laufey viciously. It's the second guy to traumatize it since Mephisto, but this time, it's fearless. Because its owner is David, it's that simple. It's time to end this farce, Laufey. You're going to die here. Kneeling and begging for a flower review ticket. In addition, it is estimated that it will be on the shelves in 2 days. Although the results of this book are not good, it is only 1/3 of Megatron's book. Odin didn't even kill me, let alone you human. You want to kill me too. Laufey was disgraced, roaring wildly, holding up casket of ancient winters and pouring out terrifying ice at David frantically. Wow! A large piece of matter was frozen by the ice artifact, including David, who was also instantly frozen under the attack of Laufey's frantic activation of the artifact. As long as I don't lift it, you will be frozen for tens of thousands of years. I don't believe that your lifespan can be so long. Laufey spat out a mouthful of blue blood, trying to repair his injuries while laughing. Not good. Odin's face sank, holding the spear of eternity, about to attack Laufey. But the next moment, there was only a faint screeching sound. Odin made a move, his face serious. Laufey's eyes suddenly widened, revealing disbelief. Cracks appeared one after another, and the ice, which should have been immortal for 10,000 years, began to heat up sharply at this moment, and the solidified, powerful frost divine power was also washed away by the rolling, majestic solar energy. Boom! Countless ices burst open and flew out one by one, piercing thousands of miles in an instant, piercing through the nearby giants of Jotunheim on the spot, screaming constantly. Boom! The terrifying heat waves spread wildly. Most of David's head was already red, and the endless terrifying energy was boiling at the moment. This terrifying energy fluctuation spreads, and even if it is not deliberately destroyed, it has already formed a substantial sense of oppression. David tore off the infinity battle suit on his body. This terrible high temperature has caused the Venom to have a terrible sign of collapse. With the continuous increase of David's swallowing strength of the yellow solar radiation and the control of energy, the Venom is a total. The weakness of the organism has been magnified infinitely. Laufey, is this your full strength? You're too old. The time for old bones like you is over. David was naked, and his body was covered in terrifying muscles. A steady stream of shocking fluctuations emerged. As David fully activated his Kryptonian physique, gradually, a very hidden power was transmitted from his body. Infinity power, that is, the power of god-level genes, genes that only orthodox gods can possess. What a young and terrible god. Odin sighed in a low voice and glanced at David enviously. He became more and more convinced that David was actually a cosmic god reincarnated on Earth. The potential for terror and the long lifespan are all characteristics of the gods, especially the longevity, the ability that makes Odin jealous. For example, Gao, Tianzuan, and Collector, the cosmic gods, have lived for billions of years, and it will not be a problem to live for billions of years in the future, but Odin can't do it. Shock by Odin Bolson, +5 reputation. Shock from Laufey, reputation +10. Even an artifact like the casket of ancient winters can't freeze you. You're a potential god? How can those humans give birth to gods in places like Midgard? Laufey's eyes were blue, bloodshot, and full of disbelief. The shock and panic in his heart were more than ever before. Does the earth actually have gods? Go to hell. Laufey had blue eyes, roaring wildly, holding up the casket of ancient winters and constantly covering David with a large amount of frozen power. But David just walked forward step by step naked, constantly defeating all attacks, and on his stronger and stronger body, full of with exuberant vitality. You are the one who died, and your era ends from this moment. David's shot grabbed Laufey's wrist and smashed it hard. Click! Along with the frantic screams, a palm has appeared in David's hand. Odin gritted his teeth and said coldly, "David, kill him. As long as he lives, the 9 realms will always be in war. I know how to do it." David's eyes were dim, and he looked at Laufey deeply. The Frost God King, with noble bloodline, must have the genes of the kings of the giants of Jotunheim clan, which is of great research value. David, who is on the evolutionary path of becoming the god of Krypton, is very fond of the kings of the major gods. Very interested. Laufey hit a terrifying divine power, but was smashed by David with a blow and immediately grabbed Laufey's neck. His figure slowly flew up, and he just lifted Laufey up. "See, giants of Jotunheim, your king dead." David spoke, and the sound waves spread all over Asgard. He slowly exerted force and clicked in Laufey's hatred and regretful eyes. twisted Laufey's neck. All the giants of Jotunheim felt their blood throbbing and realized clearly that the king they had worshipped for 1,000,000 years was dead. In this scene, Laufey died in David's hands. Time was frozen at this moment. Countless people looked up, watching the power of the frost dissipate, and the dazzling light like the sun shone in all directions, witnessing the fall of the old gods with their own eyes. A new god is rising. From Reputation +2. From Ding. Congratulations to your Excellency Commander. The prestige value has reached 100 million. The prestige level has been improved, and now it has reached the galaxy level prestige. Ding. Congratulations, Your Excellency Commander, for getting a galaxy level prestige reward, a Doomsday cell. Finally, with the help of this big event, I stepped into the galaxy level reputation in one fell swoop. David released his palm directly, letting Laufey's body continue to fall. He opened his arms, facing the sky, looking at the sun. Son of the sun. This scene was frozen forever, and his name began to spread wildly throughout the 9 realms. I heard the instinctive whisper from World Tree. This is something that only happens when the king of gods falls. Is that right? Is Laufey dead? The king of giants of Jotunheim is dead. How is this possible? Laufey, Surdy, the guy who could fight Odin one-on-one when Odin was at his peak. Surdy was temporarily killed by Odin. The eternal fire was sealed, and now Laufey is actually dead. I have been observing this battle. Odin has reached his limit. He is about to die. An era has come to an end, and a new batch of beings represented by David, Thor, and Sin will take over the favor of the World Tree one after another. This human killed Mephisto first, and now Laufey who started the war. It seems that the Midgardians call Roar superhero. Son of the sun. This is the real son of the sun. The entire World Tree, the 9 worlds, began to talk frantically about David's name. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Laufey was killed on the spot. What kind of terrifying strength is this? What kind of powerful consciousness? But this man just did it. The shot from Queen Sind, reputation value +10. The shot from Atri, reputation value +5. From the entire 9 realms were chanting David's name, feeling the shock of his actions, and willingly became a leak for David to harvest calmly. Galaxy level reputation, 20,000/10 billion. Complete at least one major event that shakes the galaxy. Yes, the reward of galaxy level reputation is beyond my expectations. David took a deep breath. It was not the time to study the reward. He slowly lowered his body, glanced at the giants of Jotunheim who were dumbfounded, sneered, and shouted, "You evil fellows! All damn it! Roar!" He began to move quickly and frantically killed a famous giant of Jotunheim. David turned into an afterimage that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and there were terrifying corpses everywhere. At this moment, he turned into a terrible butcher. In the last life of the giants of Jotunheim, in extreme fear, he selflessly gave his last reputation to David, and then died tragically. That's why I don't choose to be the big villain. Sure enough, cutting leaks still has to pay attention to methods. I always do one-shot trades, which is a bad sight. David is very satisfied. The cold of the whole Asgard is dissipating, and a huge amount of victory is enough to wipe out most of the pain. The entire Aesir Protoss were caught in huge amounts of revelry. And at this time, the time-space tunnel opened, and the closest relatives of the Aesir Protoss, the Warner Protoss, was able to form an army, which was long overdue. Oh, the war is over? Laufey is dead, and even these giants of Jotunheim are almost dead. The commander of the Warner Protoss looked embarrassed and embarrassed. But no one cares about that anymore. David was adored by countless people, surrounded by Thor and others, and walked all the way into the glorious and luxurious hall, which was lined with murals inscribed with history. These are the past history of Asgard, the glory of Asgard. Thor said proudly upon seeing this. What a magnificent epic. David responded with a smile, took out a cigarette, and lit it. He knew that these frescoes were all cover-ups by Odin in order to cover up his aggression in his prime. The God King recognized by the Nine Realms was not created by the Virgin, but by the Spear of Eternity to madly attack the worlds, and truly slaughtered hundreds of millions of lives. A group of people walked into the hall. Odin had been waiting for a long time, and after this battle, the God King became more old and weaker. David, at the most difficult time in Asgard, you came from afar to support, killed the evil Laufey, and saved countless people. Asgard will always remember your favor, and you will always be a friend of the Aesir Protoss. Holding the Spear of Eternity, Odin looked at this earthling with a smile on his face, but only he knew how much loneliness there was in his eyes. Since Thor can't become the strongest of the new generation, he must become the best friend of the strongest. Odin thought silently, pouring a glass of Asgard's most precious drink for David himself. David drank it all. Countless cheers rang out. At this moment, Asgard is boiling for David alone. After this, when I get back to Earth, it's time to take a good look at the Doomsday cell. If possible, this cell will bring me huge amounts of benefits. But again, it could be terrifying calamity. David pondered silently while drinking with Thor. This grand banquet lasted for many days. David also drank all the 3 warriors of Thor in Asgard and conquered the rough Asgard people with a terrifying amount of alcohol. The Kryptonian bloodline that was really discovered showed a terrifying potential, and the amount of alcohol was only the most insignificant part. If you have time, I will miss you. Thor sent David to the gate and patted David on the shoulder heavily. These days of communication, combined with what he knew about David when he was on Earth, Thor has completely recognized this friend, especially the ability to lift Mjolnir. Now only Odin, he and David can lift Thor's hammer, which has said a lot. By the way, have you still not found Loki? David casually asked while carrying the destroyer armor and Laufey's corpse in one hand, watching Heimdall insert the sword into the instrument and slowly activate Bifrost. The destroyer's suit and Laufey's corpse were his trophies, and even Odin couldn't say anything. Thor's expression darkened. He jumped off Bifrost during the battle and disappeared. Maybe he was struggling to survive in a corner of the universe. Thor, my friend, think about things like this, like maybe Loki was randomly teleported into a black hole and died. Shot from Thor, reputation value +1. Okay, I'm leaving. I think it won't be long before we meet again. I have a hunch. David waved his hand, said goodbye to the sluggish Thor with a smile, and walked into Bifrost. Call out. The next moment, David had reached the Earth. After confirming the direction, he accelerated with a bang. The speed exceeded 1,000 times the speed of sound every minute, causing a terrible storm. He suddenly landed from a high altitude and flew into the Krypton Science and Technology Building. Infinity, Brain's supernatural power, immediately establish the highest level file. The name is called Protoss. It specializes in the study of the genes of the major gods, and it is side by side with my Infinity God genes. David threw the destroyer armor and Laufey's body to the ground with a bang, and immediately ordered. Brainstorm immediately took action. At this time, Fury's call came in again. David, where have you been these days? The whole world saw you wearing that alien armor, and then flew into the universe without looking back. Even the most advanced instruments can't monitor your whereabouts, because I have mastered the ability of space navigation. Are you envious? Are you envious of me taking you to fly? David said lightly. Destroyer armor, but Asgard's top creation, crossing the galaxy from the front of the Earth Asgard, really nothing. Fury was stunned and speechless. At this time, Tony's voice suddenly came in. Well then, David, you're going to take me to space when I develop a space armor. What are you doing with Fury? David raised his eyebrows. At this time, Steve's voice was heavy. David, don't be surprised to hear this news. I'm afraid you can't accept it. Hydra was not destroyed by us. They still exist, and have infiltrated SHIELD. Remember when you attacked the helicarrier? That mothership is controlled by the Hydras. Oh, what a surprise. David shrugged. David, Bucky might still be alive. I'm going to find him. Steve suddenly got excited. This is the reason why he is so persistent. He is pulling Tony and Johnny, is constantly destroying Hydra, trying to find the mysterious killer. Both parties hung up. David touched his chin. Hydra? Well, it seems that the secret hand I set up in Hydra can be activated after a while. Hey, by the way, I was planning to kill Red Skull at the beginning, so I want to be the boss of Hydra. David shook his head, laughing dumbly. But it doesn't matter, just with Hydra's current strength, Tony and the others are enough to deal with it. More importantly, David's own business. Venom, come out, David said. I would like to obey your orders. Venom burst out of David immediately. As far as I know, there are 3 weaknesses of the symbiote family: flame, high temperature, and noise. You are not afraid of noise, but flame and high temperature are still your huge flaws. David tapped on the table and said solemnly, Yes, I devoured Hal with your help and had its ability to be immune to noise, but flame and high temperature are still my flaws. Although I rely on your powerful genes to greatly improve resistance to fire and heat, but if you go all out, I really can't perfect your power. Venom said cautiously. David had a terrible psychological shadow on it. When the 4 of them first came to Earth, they were all taken by David, and the other 3 stronger siblings were swallowed up by it under David's control. Among them, the symbiote named Howling ability is immune to noise. You know, I don't eat trash. David slowly got up and said coldly, I will burn you with Ghost Rider's hellfire. If you survive, you will follow me to the top of the mountain in the future. If you fail, I'm sorry. I can only give up on you. And in the future, I will personally go to Kuntar Star to find a stronger and more adaptable symbiote. The weaknesses of the symbiote family are not absolute. Especially some symbiotes are extremely excellent and have strong adaptability, which can continuously overcome their own racial defects. But this is only possible after going through the crazy torture of life and death. Soon, Johnny was called back by David and turned into Ghost Rider. David took part of the hellfire from the other party directly, and then Ghost Rider left with an inexplicable face. David threw the venom directly into the hellfire. You can't keep up with my pace now. You can even parasitize the gods, but you can't keep up with my pace because of your racial defect. I need you to become more perfect, David said with a serious face. Venom was surrounded by hellfire, screaming in pain, and the signs of life were getting weaker and weaker. David looked solemn, and if possible, he didn't want to lose Venom, because the potential of Venom is really strong. But it is precisely because Venom is strong, David will never allow Venom to be so fragile. The disadvantages of high temperature and flame must be overcome. Soon, the hell fire gradually dissipated, leaving only a black sticky mass left in place. David directly stretched out his hand and let the dying Venom parasitize on himself, supporting it with his own powerful vitality. Soon, the Venom woke up. I feel good, like a new life, Venom whispered. With a move in David's heart, the cells in his body immediately began to boil. But this time, the Infinity Battle suit made of poison did not show any discomfort. It had adapted to the terrible effects of flames and high temperature. After all, it has survived the fire of hell with its life. David nodded with great satisfaction. System, you can release Doomsday cells. David thought silently in his heart. The next moment, a glass bottle filled with liquid appeared in his hand, and a tiny little thing was constantly shaking in it, emitting powerful life fluctuations, but the fluctuations were extremely manic and inexorable. It doesn't look like a normal cell at all. This is the Doomsday cell. It's a beautiful little thing. David concentrated on supervision and looked down in admiration. Now he can see the cellular level substances with the naked eye, and can roughly see the situation inside the cells. Doom cells are different from all other cells. Everything inside is changing wildly, and there is no fixed genetic indication at all. If he transplanted this thing into himself, David had no doubt that he would be tortured insane. Just because it's Doom cell. Is it a perfect Kryptonian? To become a perfect Kryptonian is not just overcoming the 3 major racial flaws, but more importantly, Doomsday is the real moat that David can't avoid. Because Doomsday, a deformed, twisted, evil, and mutated biological weapon that extends from the blood of Krypton, was born when the ancient Kryptonians conducted forbidden experiments in order to create the perfect Kryptonian. That's right, the ugly, deformed, and chaotic Doomsday is the creature closest to the concept of perfect Kryptonian. Strong adaptability, terrifying speed of evolution, and the body can spontaneously evolve means of immunity to attacks and counterattacks according to the different enemies and environments it faces at every moment. Such a monster. If you don't consider appearance and thinking, it is indeed the most perfect biological weapon. The three major flaws of Krypton's physique are not worth mentioning in front of this monster Kryptonian. David sighed. Doomsday, on the DC side, is known as the strongest single biological weapon, together with the mass-produced biological weapon demons under the Kamar-Taj side, and the cutting-edge predator of the DC creation god, also known as DC, the only three powerful biological weapons. Right now, I still have a lot of potential to tap, and I can't use this unique and precious cell until it's a last resort. Brain's supernatural power. To seal this thing up, we must use the strongest and most secretive and then secretly cultivate it to allow this cell to divide into more cells. David instructed, paused, and said solemnly, training until I gather a complete body. That's the perfect time for me to really start mastering the power of the Doomsday. Become a perfect Krypton star. With all the characteristics of Doomsday, you can qualify to call yourself a perfect Kryptonian. At this time, the outside world suddenly became chaotic. Around the Statue of Liberty, a large number of troops gathered, nervous. Sir, Magneto is going with his troops. He seems to be researching something in the Statue of Liberty. Now, the X-Men has rushed to the Statue of Liberty and fought Brotherhood. Also, Mr. Tony hopes to be able to work with the Statue of Liberty. You call. Brainstorm reports. David, Magneto is insane. He wants hundreds of leaders of the global summit, all to be mutants. His instrument has a major flaw, and he has been forcibly transformed into a mutant human with a lifespan of only a dozen hours. Tony growled loudly, already heading for the Statue of Liberty. It's really interesting. Did that extreme little brat back then make such a big deal? Then, guys, we should vote. David chuckled lightly. Avengers, assemble. The area around the Statue of Liberty has fallen into chaos, and a large number of high-level officials from various countries have to evacuate urgently. It's useless, Charles. Everything is doomed. I will become the hero of the tribe and open the era of mutant for the whole Earth. Humans will no longer have any reason to discriminate and persecute us. Magneto frantically walked towards the converter and shoved the little naughty he had just caught inside. The ability of the little naughty is to absorb all the vitality and ability it touches. Magneto's plan is to use the little naughty as a medium to absorb his power to activate the instrument. The powerful energy wave will cover the entire summit, and countless high-level ruling people will become a member of the mutant. Stop. Eric, your instrument is defective. The congressman you transformed has only a lifespan of more than 10 hours. What? It's impossible. The machine I developed is perfect. Magneto exclaimed in anger. It's true what the professor said. That congressman has died on the operating table. Tony flew over and opened fire on Magneto immediately. You're relying on this thing to fight me? Oh, and a little diamagnetic material added. Magneto sneered and immediately raised his hand. Tony's armor immediately burst into sparks, turned into scrap metal, and was about to be crushed alive. At this time, a hot gaze came and hit the man in front of Magneto. Ground. Tony was saved. Eric, haven't seen you in decades. You've grown to the point where you want to turn all humans into mutants? How about starting with me? David flew quickly, a smile on his face, looked at Magneto's old face, and sighed. At that time, this guy was only 12 years old, and he was noticed by the 4th-level mutant Shaw when he was pulling the metal gate in his emotions. But David was quicker and led a raid on the base, taking Eric and his mother away. David, a trace of complexity and nostalgia, flashed in Magneto's eyes, looking at this man who was too young to be reckless. During World War II, this was his godfather. It's a pity. Times have changed, David. I'm a 70-something, and you still young. You've missed the big events of the last few decades, and you don't know anything about mutants' bad condition. Only eradication human beings. Mutants cannot be discriminated against and persecuted. Live justly on Earth. Magneto growled in a low voice, immediately waved his hand, pointed at David and said, "Stop him, no matter the cost." Some of the Brotherhood's backbone looked at each other with fear on their faces. This is Superman, the most powerful warrior on Earth, the world's #1 macho. What a tricky task. The Red Devil, who has lived for more than 5,000 years, looked at David with a treacherous gaze, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Few people know that he has lived for so long and has witnessed too many major events on the Earth. If nothing else, in the Apocalypse era 4,000 years ago, he was a powerful horse under Apocalypse. It was only because he deliberately kept a low profile that he was not selected as the 4 Great Knights. No one knows that he has a deeper identity. Juggernaut, your ability is just right to deal with David. Believe me, even that guy Sabretooth can't make a move in front of this man, but you are different. The Red Devil urged. Juggernaut's eyes lit up. Can I have a 55-50 with Superman? No. With your own words, at least 3 moves can be sustained. The Red Devil's smile was full of malice. Impossible. With my indestructible body, even Superman can't kill me in 3 strokes. Enraged, the Juggernaut growled. His terrifying muscles swelled and rumbled toward David like a tank. This guy, David's eyes narrowed, and he came crashing down, punching this guy hard. Boom! With a terrifying loud noise, Juggernaut was hit in the front and immediately let out a shrill howl, which was extremely painful, but David was surprised that Juggernaut was not smashed into flesh by his punch. No, it's impossible to do this simply by relying on Juggernaut's existing power, so, sure enough, Juggernaut in this universe has inherited the power of that existence. David frowned. The next moment, Juggernaut, who was still roaring and howling, suddenly became quiet, and his breath was full of treacherous meaning. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes were already blood-red. There is a peculiar existence that is crossing the endless universe, and his eyes fall on David. No wonder this cunning fellow Mephisto personally dispatched to capture you. It turned out to be such a terrible body. I am very interested in you. Human, surrender to me, or die. The ancient language came out, but miraculously, it was successfully deciphered by David. Sidorak, the biggest demon in the multi-universe? Sure enough, Juggernaut got your power, so that I didn't kill him with 1 punch. David showed a look of surprise. Oh, how could you, a tiny human being, know me? Sidorak showed interest in his eyes. Go back. The Earth is not a place for you to touch. Be careful to be cut off by my little human being. David sneered and looked at this terrifying big demon across time and space. Even if the other party was the master of the Crimson Hell and was located outside of multiple dimensions, David was still fearless as the biggest demon in Marvel. Because Sidorak is indeed strong, but David is also different. If he is regarded as a pure shovel who only uses his muscles to solve problems, he will be tricked to death. The strength and level are indeed incomparable, but he can hang up. Moreover, this problem is not the Doomsday cell, and it is not enough for Torek to let David consume the precious Doomsday cells now. He who absorbs sunlight has better options. That is the power of 1 million fixed stars that made Sentry, one of the 4 pseudo-Supermans of Marvel. Many layouts have already been unfolded. Dr. Cornelius, who developed the Sentry Serum, has already worked in an experimental company that is secretly controlled by Krypton Technology Corporation, and all plans are on schedule. Sentry, an addict, is just lucky he stole the Sentry Serum and then gave the serum to others to create a powerful Sentry family, which can open up a serum that is closed to a single universe. How can I might get one such a fake Superman? David looked at the Juggernaut, or Sidorak, with calm and indifference. What about the strongest demon? I'm hung up. I can't kill you, you idiot. It's just, How can I use the serum to open the door to the closed universe from countless impossibility like Sentry? It still needs some means. David kept thinking. This is the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars. Not just a description of the power level, but also a real million fixed star. The entire empty single universe will become David's back garden. Countless fixed stars will be his genuine Superman. It's still conceivable what kind of terrifying increase he has brought about by awakening the Superman with the divine gene. Go back. The Earth is not a place where you evil devil can touch. This is my territory. David stepped forward, looking at the guy coldly. Interesting, human, UP*******, D me off. Juggernaut's eyes flickered with cold light, and an inexhaustible, terrifying power burst out continuously, shaking the entire continental shelf, and with a low roar, he slammed into David heavily. Boom! But David just lowered his body slightly, and then suddenly exerted his strength, carrying this super strong man of more than 2 meters into the sky with a bang. Shot from the Red Devil, reputation value +4. From the strength shown by the Juggernaut, and how strong David seemed to know something, stunned everyone. Is this the Juggernaut? No, it smells like a demon. Juggernaut has a demonic aura similar to Mephisto. Professor X looked surprised. High in the sky, David had grabbed Juggernaut's neck with one hand and punched heavily with the other hand, each blow being able to fire a terrifying air cannon, smashing hard. Terrible bangs spread all over the world. Sidorak, I'm waiting for you to come to me. Get out. David's face was grim, and he kept smashing the power pouring out of Sidorak, his eyes flushed red, and he made a hot vision, which kept the Juggernaut melted away. I have already remembered the taste of your soul. No matter where you escape, you cannot escape my pursuit, human beings. What awaits you will be the pain and despair that life is worse than death. Boom! The next moment, the Juggernaut completely burst open, and this body was completely abandoned by Sidorak. Juggernaut is a very special guy in the entire multi-universe. Juggernauts in some universes carry a small amount of Sidorak's power, and they can also be regarded as a pawn for Sidorak to monitor the multi-universe. The power of the devil gradually faded away. David stared for a while, turned, and flew towards the Statue of Liberty with a bang. It's too late. The age of the mutant will come. Magneto laughed. Everyone showed a look of despair. Why is this happening? Turn all the top executives of the global summit into mutants and let them die after a dozen hours? The whole world will be plunged into war, and all the mutants will be blood cleansed by humans. And this time it will be the ones that are really going to be killed. Who else can save the world? This instrument has been fully activated. The little naughty screams and the terrifying ripples spread out, and wherever they pass, they will transform all human beings into mutants. But at this time, the instrument suddenly stopped moving and got stuck. What happened? Magneto was stunned and used his own magnetic force in disbelief to activate the instrument. But he was horrified to discover that there was a strange force that had taken control of the instrument. This is not a magnetic force, but a mechanical control ability. How can there be such a strange ability? Magneto was frightened and angered, and with a roar, he was about to break this unknown power with the few powers in his body. But he was unable to do it, and he was completely shocked. Shot from Eric, reputation +3. Call out. Eric, my adopted son, give it up. Your risky move will push the entire Earth into a meaningless war. Mutant and humanity will become mortal enemies, and there will be no possibility of coexistence. A terrifying sonic boom sounded, and David, wearing a battle suit, rushed directly into the radiation range of the transforming instrument and punched the instrument in front of Magneto. The terrifying fire crow rose into the sky, reflecting the blood red on Magneto's sluggish face. Magneto's face changed wildly, full of heartache and unwillingness, and even a kind of hysterical madness. Eric, wake up. I'm also affected by the energy radiation, but am I awakening the X gene? David sneered, terrifying fluctuations constantly being transmitted from his body. Although he felt a momentary numbness the moment he was irradiated, it was essentially like being bitten by a mosquito. Not worth mentioning. You ruin my ideals. You don't know anything about the ugliness of this world. Magneto was full of unwillingness and finally shot against his former godfather. Snapped. With just a single punch, David pierced through the weak magnetic field and seriously injured Magneto. Go back with me. In the future, you will spend your time on my territory. At least it's better than being caught in jail. David shook his head, lifted the blood-covered Magneto up, flew into the sky with a bang, and went straight back to the Krypton Science and Technology Building. A terrible catastrophe was resolved, and top officials at the Global Summit were rescued. And the movement for Magneto was too big to cover up, and soon, the whole world knew about this big event. There was an uproar. Magneto is going to turn everyone into a mutant, and a mutant with a lifespan of only a dozen hours. He's already crazy, and he actually wants to calm down the opposition in this way. It's really what the terrorist leader does. Fortunately, there is Superman. As long as he is there, the Earth will be safe, and he will become the greatest human being in the history of this world. A wave of fame rolled in. But David, he didn't care about this anymore. He threw Magneto into a self-made prison. He has more important things to do. Brain, how is the situation on Reynolds' side? Sir, he has become addicted to drugs and has begun a career of stealing. David nodded with satisfaction. With a look of relief, I will have the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars right now, and continue to stare at him. I need to know all his actions as soon as possible. As ordered, sir. David let out a long sigh, and when he thought of Cyttorak's threat, his face immediately became much more serious. Marvel's biggest demon, the sense of oppression brought to him, is unprecedentedly powerful, and now, the only cards that David can use, except for Doomsday cells, is the power of the 1,000,000 fixed stars. Cyttorak. David frowned and pondered. His super brain worked frantically, thinking about all kinds of the strongest demon, simulating all kinds of possible future scenarios. On the other side, Stark Building, Tony has fallen into autism, and it's the fact that Magneto's one move has taken away his armor, and he's in a bad mood. JRVS, the anti-Magneto armor, is listed as a key project. Sooner or later, I will design an armor that is immune to magnetism, Tony said sternly. He immediately started researching. Sir, the palladium toxin in your body has gone deeper, and you won't be able to last for long. JRVS reminded. I know, JRVS. I'm a genius. Tony moved for a moment, as if nothing had happened. The energy source in his chest has extremely terrifying radioactive toxins, and he has to rely on chlorophyll juice to relieve the toxins. But this is a way to treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Iron Man's life has entered a countdown. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the glass shattered. Tony, your face doesn't look very good. David smiled, took out his cigarette, and poured himself a bottle of fine wine from the wine cabinet beside him. Damn it, I installed auto-opening windows for you. You don't need to smash the windows. Tony said angrily. David shrugged. You don't understand. Tony, it's called sentimentality, and it's a very shameful thing for me not to break the glass. Tony whimpered in a low voice, his face pale, and gulped down a glass of chlorophyll juice. As you can see, I'm about to die. Are you here to prepare a funeral for me? Tony looked decadent. He finally couldn't take it anymore. During this time, he was very busy fighting against Hydra and against Magneto, one after another, and even though he tried his best to spend time researching the reactor, he still couldn't find a better way to save his life. Is a super genius on the Earth going to be poisoned by the reactor developed by himself? Tony, there are many geniuses in this world, like your father. David squinted and swallowed, recalling his time with Howard. To be honest, Howard is still a good guy, at least very reliable. So, I'm going to bring that old guy back to life and let him save me. Tony picked up a bottle of wine and shoved it down his mouth. He's found a whole new element to replace palladium, and he's left a legacy in SHIELD that can save your life. Tony, your father, has an influence on you all the time. David patted Tony on the shoulder. Tony turned his head sharply to look at him, staring straight at him. At this time, JRVS suddenly reminded that Fury was trying to talk. "Tony, if you want to cure your illness, let's meet. Maybe I have a way. I'll be waiting for you in the restaurant on Central Avenue." Fury's voice was full of confidence, and he hung up the phone. This time, Tony believed. "Anyway, I'm also one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although I did not participate in the specific instruction, I do know many secrets," David said with a smile, got up, and said casually. Fury sighed, "You can go and meet, but this insidious guy definitely intends to let you work for him to death. Don't believe it. In addition, regarding the Hydra matter, let JRVS send me a document." After speaking, David jumped out of the window and flew away. After receiving the documents from Hydra, he immediately turned around and flew to a Hydra base with a bang. Don't worry about Tony's side. He's too smart to deal with Fury, and it's time for me to make a move on Hydra's side. David flew through the sky in a whimper, tearing the clouds in half, causing a burst of shock on the ground. Soon, he came to a secret base somewhere in Hydra. Capturing ability with powerful electronic signals assisted by his own machine, combined with Superbrain, combined with many pieces of information transmitted by Tony, finally locked it here. A certain old man, it's time for him to return to the team early. David laughed and landed at the main entrance of this mountain with a bang. I have to say that the camouflage here is really good, but the interior is hollowed out. Hiss! David gently slammed the iron door several meters thick, and a harsh metal sound rang out. The heavy door was like a piece of cotton, which was torn off by David. "Who? Quick! Urgent mobilization. Kill the intruder." "What? There's only one other party." "Superman. It's Superman." The entire base was in chaos, and a large number of soldiers came, took up their weapons, and opened fire on David. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying heat resounded through the entire mountain range, and a large number of shells hit David, causing an earth-shattering explosion. But when the smoke cleared, David stood blankly where he was. Just these 2 times, you Hydras dare to take action? With this kind of power, you dare to drive the helicarrier to attack me some time ago? You are so bold. David sneered and walked over step by step, giving these soldiers a terrible sense of oppression. Everyone's face showed deep fear and despair, and they were dripping with sweat. From Reputation +1. There was a smile on David's face, as if it was a death god smile, but in this gentleness he swung his scythe wildly, reaping countless lives crazily. "Winter Soldier Bucky, my old buddy, I'm here to pick you up." David strode forward with a smile on his face. His eyes burst into hot eyes from time to time, and killed one Hydra soldier on the spot. "Go to hell, you monster!" A mutant soldier rushed towards him frantically, but David just punched the poor guy to a pulp on the spot, blood spattered. It's really miserable. Boom! With this random shot, a large number of air cannons can be fired, killing a large number of soldiers on the spot, and each one of them died tragically. Many high-tech weapons were also blown up by David's inadvertent heat vision. On this battlefield, there is no power that is easier and simpler than heat vision. Finally, the soldier with Hydra collapsed and immediately dropped his weapon and knelt on the ground, shivering. "Superman, I surrender. I applied to enter SHIELD's prison and would say anything." But David turned his head in surprise. The smile on his face became more and more intense, and a hot gaze hit him, melting his whole body on the spot. "You made a mistake. I didn't plan to take prisoners this time. What's more, are you worthy? If you don't provide reputation points, then there are still others, but these have already been squeezed for reputation points. Still kneeling and begging for mercy? What I want you for?" Boom! David started a massacre, killing all Hydra soldiers. Under the tracking of supervision and superhearing, all the enemies were completely invisible. In a very short period of time, hundreds of Hydra soldiers were slaughtered by David. Damn, Superman. That's how you're a superhero. You're a liar. Your image of brilliance and justice is just a disguise. The whole world has been deceived by you, and you're still the David of World War II, the butcher of the battlefield. An electronic synthesis sound suddenly appeared, roaring in rage. Oh, someone knows me so well. This base is beyond my expectations. David showed a look of surprise, and with a random look he blasted the helicopters that had fled in a hurry. After confirming that no one else could escape from this base, David walked in directly. All the mechanisms and barriers were meaningless, and was pierced by David with a punch. He just walked in a straight line, all the way down, rumbling constantly, and finally came to the deepest part. A Hydra officer, sweating profusely, activated several hibernating chambers and began chanting ciphers. Longing Rusty 17 Dawn Stove 9 Kindness Home. One and the other, Winter Soldier, opened their eyes one after another, each with an indifferent expression, like a cold machine. Go, my warriors, kill that invader outside. The officer growled horribly. One named Winter Soldier was activated, and they began to pick up their weapons and rush out. You stay. The officer spoke suddenly, his eyelids trembling. A Winter Soldier, wearing a mechanical left arm, stopped suddenly and looked at him blankly. Soon, loud noises came, accompanied by the terrible sound of bones shattering. Boom! The door was ripped open by the intruders, and David dragged a Winter Soldier in slowly, dragging a long trail of blood on the ground. Found it! With a smile, David smashed the dead Winter Soldier, smashing the sluggish officer to death, and then looked at the familiar old man. Long time no see. Bucky, it's such a relief to see you're alive. With a smile on David's face, he walked straight to Bucky. Suddenly, the silent Bucky moved suddenly, wielding his metal left arm, and stabbed David in the eye. There was a loud bang. The metal arm was already full of terrifying metal sounds, and terrifying energy feedback was constantly surging. But David was fine. His eyes were no longer something vibranium could damage. Follow me, Bucky. I need you on my team. David started chanting the code, and soon, Bucky let out a painful howl, kneeling on the ground with his head covered, and simply passed out. David picked up Bucky, but did not leave immediately, but stood there looking at the secret room with supervision. Everything seemed normal. Won't you come out and meet, Dr. Zola? It's not the first time the two of us have dealt with each other. But still quiet. David sneered, and immediately activated the ability of mechanical assistance, captured and controlled the entire base's network with a superbrain, blocked all electronic equipment, and directly pulled out Dr. Zola. Don't format me. David, why do you have this ability? Hacking the electronic network with flesh and blood. This is not reasonable at all. Dr. Zola screamed in horror. He was really frightened. Originally, integrating brain waves with electronic computers to achieve immortality was Zola's most proud thing. Even people like Red Skull died, but he could live forever and continue to bounce around in this world. Well, this is a very honorable thing. But now his self-confidence has been shattered. It turns out that in this regard, David has evolved better, more perfect, and stronger than him, to an incomprehensible level. Shock from Zola, reputation value +2. David directly began to compress the data, erasing Dr. Zola's mind bit by bit. You're a good fit to be implanted in my good brother Bucky's head, to be his subbrain. But I need pure intelligent programming, not a fool like you. Go to hell, Dr. Zola. You should have followed mine. David shook his head. Don't. David, do you know that you are in danger now? A high-yield nuclear bomb is coming at you, twice as powerful as the Inwan, and the program is locked. Even if you have the ability to control the electronic network, it is useless. This is a nuclear bomb specially developed to kill you. Only me. Only I can save you. Dr. Zola is going crazy. Don't forget, this is the Earth, not space. The explosive power of a nuclear bomb will reach its limit. No matter how strong you are, you will die if you are hit directly. David sneered and wiped Dr. Zola. Dayan Wan, the most terrifying nuclear bomb ever made by human beings, is equivalent to 50 million tons of TNT. This is still the effect of being deliberately reduced by half. Twice the power of Dayan Wan. Interesting. David shook his head with a smile, looked down directly, his hot eyes burst out, and he began to bombard the ground, quickly going deep, and put the unconscious Bucky into the ground. Immediately, David soared into the sky and looked at the huge nuclear bomb that was coming at a high speed. It seems that no matter how powerful the power displayed in outer space is, it can't give some guys the most intuitive sense of hierarchy. After all, the gap is too big, so after this time, some idiots will have a clear understanding. David sneered and looked at the big guy roar-howled. Call out. The terrifying sonic boom covered everything in the vicinity. In fact, when this big guy completely detonated, it would only be even more amazing. Who started the missile launcher? Someone has overstepped our authority. What type of missile is this? There is nothing in our database. This is an undocumented weapon. Soon, all the major organizations and forces monitored this scene, and just looking at the exaggerated missile that was so huge, the scalp tingled for a while. Such a terrifying big guy explodes all of a sudden. What kind of results will it cause? What level of power should it be? At this time, Hydra's executives also watched this scene frantically. For this moment, they had been preparing for this moment for so long that they used the trump card regardless of the consequences. This big guy is named Death of Superman. Superman David will definitely die under this nuclear bomb. Call out. The terrifying sound quickly amplified and was deafening. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the nuclear bomb slammed into David, who was looking up at the sky at an astonishing speed. Immediately, everything seemed to stand still. The sound has lost its meaning at this moment, and everything in the world seems to have lost its color. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose into the sky, as if covering half of the earth. If you look at it from space, you will find that a terrifying vortex swallowed up a large area and swept away everything. A terrifying weapon equivalent to the explosive equivalent of 100 million tons of TNT erupted completely at this moment, consuming everything in an instant. This unprecedented explosion immediately left deep ravines on the ground, and radiation and shockwave engulfed everything. The whole Earth shook slightly. This is actually such a terrifying nuclear bomb. Is it dead? Superman was hit by such a horrible weapon. Is he dead? Countless people looked at it by various means, especially the many high-level executives of Hydra, anxious in their hearts. They spent huge amounts of money and took such a huge risk to use the trump card, just to bury David completely. No matter who it is, as long as he is human, it is absolutely impossible to live. The temperature at the center of the explosion was hundreds of millions of degrees, and David was dead. Many Hydra scientists were sweating nervously, but full of confidence. Just because this is the most powerful weapon that modern humans can develop, even if David is a god, don't try to block it. Finally, after a long time, the smoke of gunpowder slowly dissipated, and the terrifying radiation layer spread to the world along the monsoon and ocean currents. But no one cared about these details. The figure's like being struck by lightning. David's body was covered with thick layers of dust, and his body shook, and all the dust was scattered in an instant with his almost subtle control force. He randomly patted his chest, revealing the golden sign, which was still so dazzling. A nuclear bomb with double the yield of the Yin-Wan. That's all? Hydra has already fallen to such a level, using this thing to deal with an enemy that is comparable to the gods. David frowned, enduring the terrifying high temperature and heat radiation with his strong body. The high temperature is not bad. With his physique, the most fearful thing is the high temperature. At least he is the super gene of Krypton. What really caused him a little trouble was the radiation that came in layers upon layers, destroying his cells continuously. But that's all. The loss of a large number of cells on the body surface will lock the radiation layer firmly outside the body. If Red Skull saw this scene, I wonder if they would kill these idiots under rage. Blast a god with a nuclear bomb? The gap with the natural moat at the level of life is simply ignorant. David shook his head and sighed somewhat troubledly. Really funny. Fortunately, he did not choose to lead Hydra back then, otherwise he would have to tear them apart himself when he woke up and saw these guys mixed up like this. David flew directly, stepping on the endless radiation clouds, opened his arms and flew high. The burning sun shone over, and in just a split second, those little losses suffered, immediately recovered at an exaggerated speed. This scene of embracing the sun completely shocked everyone. No. How could this be? This is a 100 million-ton nuclear bomb, the strongest weapon of mankind. But why is he not doing anything at all? Let's not talk about him. His battle suit is unscathed. Our most powerful weapon can't even break a suit. What kind of clothes is this? This is the symbiote battle suit. SHIELD has conducted research on symbiotes decades ago. During the Vietnam War, some symbiont soldiers were sent to the battlefield, but these soldiers were bizarrely crazy in the end. Executed in secret. Is he human? Is this really human? Countless people's eyes were blood red, and they looked at the picture under the satellite surveillance in disbelief. Above the chaotic clouds, the sun was shining, and the man wearing a black battle suit and a red cloak was bathed in all this beauty. Is this really human? David once again refreshed the world's understanding of the limits of human beings. It turns out that a living body that is strong to a certain extent can really hardwire a supernuclear bomb without incident. No, I don't believe it. He suffered such a terrible nuclear radiation. The genes in his body must have begun to distort and alienate, and his cells are undergoing mutation. Some scientists began to babble nonsense, as if they had a nervous breakdown. Who wouldn't go crazy seeing this scene? From Reputation +1. Prestige values are pouring in from all over the world. Puff. David raised his head and directly exploded several nearby satellites observing him with his thermal sight. The next moment, he looked around, especially below the spectacular scene after the nuclear explosion. Since you idiots have made a move, I will not be polite. How many people should I kill this time? David sneered in a low voice. Roar had disappeared in the roar and quickly flew to all parts of the world. Every time I made a shot, I went directly to the Hydra base and started the craziest bloodbath. The massacre was unfolding. Everywhere I went, all the Hydra soldiers were killed, down the slightest living thing. Hydra spent more than 60 years in the global layout, the result of hard work and redevelopment. The soldiers recruited have been bloody purged at this moment. The whole of Hydra is under the shadow of fear of David. When David returned, he was already carrying Bucky in his hands and threw him to the ground. Guys, we have a new teammate. David called everyone over immediately. New teammate? This has to be approved by me. No, it's not important. The point is you, David, you're still alive after picking up such a big nuclear bomb? What a terrible guy. Bucky. This is Bucky. Looking at the unconscious Winter Soldier, Steve rushed up with excitement, hugged Bucky tightly, and looked at David gratefully. Don't look at me like that. Bucky is my friend too. David shrugged. Soon, Bucky woke up, looked at the people around him in confusion, and covered his head in pain. Everything seemed to be a dream. David? Steve? You? Bucky looked at the group of people in surprise. From now on, the nightmare is over, man, and welcome to Avengers. David stretched out his hand and pulled the man up. Immediately, from the wine cabinet next to him, he took out all the famous wines that Tony had kept for a long time, and several men gathered together to clink glasses. Our team is about to become a party of seniors. Except for me and Johnny, it's a group of old people from the old days. Tony raised his eyebrows, looking dissatisfied, especially staring intently. Everyone, more importantly, don't you think this team is too weird? It's all a bunch of men, it sucks. Perhaps you can pull a woman in. Look at me. I found a beautiful woman, former SHIELD agent. Yes, David, the woman you dumped. Tony said. Oh, a group of men immediately showed a look of sudden realization. David sneered and shook his head. Oh, what is there to explain to a herd of animals? Is your palladium toxin okay? David asked. It's all right. I've researched new elements. You're right, my father is a genius. Tony tapped his chest. The reactor had turned from a circle to a triangle. This is a qualitative leap, a new clean energy, safe and reliable. Not long after, there were bursts of noises outside, and a robot had appeared outside the window. Several Avengers looked at each other, and even Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who had just appeared, also looked outside seriously. This is a robot from Hammer Industries, and I came to you to tell you this vital information. Natasha Romanoff pulls the gun directly. Everyone looked at each other, got up immediately, and picked up their weapons. Da-da-da. The robots have already started firing. More robots are coming. Tony, you and your father are both despicable thieves. The reactor in your chest is my father's invention. A voice brewing great hatred came out. You again? Self-righteous fellow. Tony put on his armor and was furious. Before, he was attacked by this hateful guy and almost died. It turned out to be for you, so I'll take care of it. Bucky patted his metal arm. His head was already connected to the peculiar subbrain program that David had implanted in him, and a lot of computing power was connected to his brain. Make connections, and countless data are connected. The Winter Soldier at this moment is more like a super soldier than ever before. A group of heroes jumped out directly and started fighting with a large number of robots in New York. These guys have loads of hot weapons with them, and a lot of people have been killed. I'm going to judge the soul of that morning whip. Ghost Rider rode a motorcycle, kept swinging the chains, rolled down a large number of robots, and burned them on the spot with hellfire. Captain America kept throwing out the shield, looking at the trajectory of Rage's movement with Newton, and it always flew back to Captain America's hand after a tinkling. Tonight will be the stage for the superhero. In this era, it is not the era when the superhero and the supercriminals fight each other, and David promoted the establishment of the Avengers alliance in advance, which has had a profound impact on the world. Boom, boom, boom. A robot was bombed. Countless pieces broke down from the air, and some unlucky people who were fleeing were affected and screamed. Peter, come to my arms. Aunt May saw a falling robot and immediately took a child into her arms. The little guy stared at the sky with wide eyes and then put a mask with the infinity symbol on his face. Boom! A figure suddenly appeared, smashing the robot into the air with one punch, quietly watching this little guy. What's your name? Peter Parker. So, Peter Parker, are you interested in joining the Avengers? David said this with a teasing smile, then turned around and flew into the sky, starting to destroy the robots in the sky with his heat vision. Superman, Iron Man, Captain America, Ghost Rider, Winter Soldier, Black Widow, the first members of the Avengers Alliance to enter the modern society, on this night, began to focus on clearing the enemy, all kinds of combat methods far beyond ordinary people. With their respective abilities, they showed amazing fighting power. There are too many robots. Is this the assembly line factory that controls the entire Hammer Industries to build robots? Captain America took a shield, smashed a robot abruptly, and looked up at New York City, which had turned into a battlefield. In just a few minutes, many buildings had already ignited into the sky. Awful. David kept cleaning the robots, and every second passed, he could scrap dozens or hundreds of robots. There is no way to develop the speed in this place. Otherwise, it will be no different from the hurricane sweeping the whole city. David shook his head secretly, looked at these robots, and in just a split second, he read all the electronic signals, moved suddenly, and suddenly landed in a basement in the suburbs. You actually have the ability to capture electronic signals. Morning Whip looked at the man with a complicated expression. What is this? Can humans really do this? You have been arrested, and I will sentence you to death and execute it immediately. David's heart moved, and the surrounding robots protecting the Morning Whip immediately moved, raising their weapons against the Morning Whip. Everyone underestimates you. Just Superman? This is the biggest joke in the world. The Morning Whip spat out the toothpick and suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was so crazy that even tears came out. Is there anything more ridiculous and absurd in this world? The next moment, gunshots rang out. Ivan Vank had an accident. When he was controlling it, he was shot and killed by his own robot. David immediately defined the death of the Morning Whip and immediately flew into the sky and quickly disappeared. Loki walked in a magnificent hall, feeling extremely depressed. Be happy, Asgard. You are about to meet the great eternal Titan, the last descendant of the Titan race in the universe. Ahead, Ebony Maw had an odd smile on his face and kept looking at this guy. A lucky man who fell into the universe from a time-space tunnel was captured by their army in the Dark Quadrant. You must be lucky to meet the Lord of the Dark Quadrant. Actually, I'm not from Asgard. I have the blood of the giants of Jotunheim. Loki said slowly, a humble smile on his face. Ebony Maw sneered and led Loki into the hall to meet the Titan. The great Sir Thanos, the guy who survived the 9 world wars, has been brought here. I hope this can bring you some help. Ebony Maw bowed respectfully. Then, tell me the results of the 9 Realms War. Thanos said, looking down at this guy. Loki's heart skipped a beat, almost suffocating. Thanos, the famous butcher in the universe, led the army of the Dark Quadrant to slaughter wildly. Wherever he went, he directly slaughtered half of the population at random, crazy to the extreme. Is such an existence actually eyeing the 9 realms? Do you want to have a cleanup of the 9 realms, killing half and leaving half? His Excellency Thanos. The result was a disastrous victory for Asgard, a disastrous defeat for Jotunheim, and Laufey, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, was killed by David from Midgard. Loki said respectfully, David, I've heard his name. This human killed the bug Mephisto, and it's really amazing to do this as a human. It seems that the bloodlines left by those abnormal people, it's kind of interesting. Thanos tapped the handle of the throne, making a crisp sound. The butcher, who carried the great ideal of extending the life of the universe, fell into contemplation at this moment. Earth, a magical place, the experimental base chosen by the cosmic deity group, gave birth to the Eternals with perfect genes and the abnormalities with infinite mutant genes in the early years. Speaking of which, the Earth is still the residence of my ancestors, but unfortunately, I lost to those crazy mutated anomalies. Thanos got up, walked down the steps step by step, stood in front of Loki, stretched out his hand, and lifted Loki directly. There's something I need in the 9 Realms Tesseract. I need it, but I don't know the situation in the 9 Realms. It is too remote, far from the center of the universe. Asgard people, I need a chess piece to lead my army. I will serve you, Lord Thanos. My name is Loki, and I have the blood of the giants of Jotunheim on my body. Thanos looked at Loki, who buried his head deeply, and let out a chilling sneer. A deep fear flashed in his eyes. Besides Odin of Asgard, the Ancient One of Earth, is there another powerful human named David? The 9 Realms is really a magical place. This created a lot of obstacles for his goal of conquering the 9 Realms and robbing infinite gems. It was a huge amount of trouble. Earth. Fury was anxious and finally decided to restart the research on Tesseract, collect the relevant information of HYDRA, and restore and advance all the research results of Hydra in World War II as much as possible. Ow! Fury asked solemnly. We're trying to restore the technology of Red Skull as much as possible, and I have to say, these guys are really geniuses. Phil Coulson said seriously. Phil Coulson, we are becoming more passive now. Both superhero and emerging supercriminals are already stressing us out. SHIELD desperately needs weapons powerful enough to turn the tide of the battle. Fury spoke with a serious face. The strength is not enough. Technology is used to make up. Tesseract is the key weapon for SHIELD to break the game, and they have not thoroughly researched this artifact. But what they also don't know is that Tesseract has been releasing a unique wave frequency to the whole universe, which is an open declaration of war. Tesseract is in my hands. Come and grab it if you can. How's the Roaring Commando set up? Fury said solemnly with his hands behind his back. We're reaching out to the world-renowned vampire hunter, the half-human, half-vampire Dewalker Blade Warrior, and with him, the Roaring Commando will take shape. The Roaring Commando is a superpower team secretly formed by S.H.I.E.L.D. It is different from the Avengers that David almost split off, but it is an extraordinary team that is directly commanded by S.H.I.E.L.D. Those who can enter this team are not normal people, such as zombies, mummies, ghosts, etc., and now they also fancy the extremely powerful Blade Warriors. For now, the half-human, half-vampire Blade's combat power is no worse than Captain America. At this time, Tesseract suddenly flickered continuously. What's going on? Fury asked. Tesseract suddenly opened a time-space tunnel, and Loki, who was in high spirits, walked out with a strange scepter in hand and looked at everyone in front of him with a smug expression. I'm back, lowly Midgard. You will usher in the end. Surrender to my evil god Loki, and I will grant you the right to live. Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other. Where did the fool come from? Asgard people? Call out. Hawkeye had already shot out with one arrow, but was bounced off by Loki with one finger, and he immediately enslaved Hawkeye with his mind scepter. A whole new era is here, and I'll make you filthy scumbags regret it. Especially David. He's going to die horribly. Loki's face turned hideous. He roared, and immediately grabbed the Tesseract, jumped into a car, and enslaved Hawkeye and others away. Sir, what should we do? Fury took a deep breath. Although he didn't understand what kind of feud between David and the Asgard man had formed, but it probably happened when David was wearing that strange suit of armor and flew to outer space. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, Notify David. Tell him that the war is coming. It will be a great war that will engulf 2 worlds. Start building. A group of people who are getting together, joke with each other, and keep talking. I have a crush on someone, Blade Warrior. You'll like this guy. David raised his glass and gestured to everyone. Blade? I know him. He is a full-time vampire hunter. He is also a half-vampire himself. He is very famous in the underground world. Natasha Romanoff leaned lazily on the sofa with a very graceful figure. At this time, Fury's message came in. Ladies and gentlemen, a war involving 2 worlds has broken out. David raised his eyebrows and gave an odd smile. David flew to the subcontinent. He had to find a big green guy. After all, Hulk was the second strongest meat shield besides himself. Dr. Banner, I think it's time for us to chat. In a slum, David pushed the door and walked in, naturally sitting opposite Banner. Dr. Banner raised his head, pushed his glasses, and looked at the man in astonishment, showing a look of surprise. David, are you David? That night, you stopped the hatred, and you still remember me. Definitely, Dr. Banner, I've been looking for you a long time ago, but you don't seem to want to have any contact with the outside world. You'd rather come to the slum to be a doctor than to have contact with outsiders. In fact, I personally really hope you can join my team. David lit a cigarette with a smile and took a sip. Avengers? This is a team that is resounding all over the world. Dr. Banner thought for a while, then shook his head bitterly. No, the monsters in my body will get out of control at any time. If I join the Avengers, it will only be everything was messed up. There are no weak people in our team. If there is anyone who can control you, it must be me, Dr. Banner. Join us, and you will never have to worry about losing control because I will help you control him. Dr. Banner's heart skipped a beat. Can someone control Hulk? It's something he's been dreaming about, but can it really be done? Don't be restrained. Let your other personality come out, and I can talk to him with a fist. Trust me, I'll teach him how to be a good baby. David clenched his fists and laughed softly. Roar. A terrifying roar could be heard faintly, and it seemed that Hulk was angered by this contemptuous attitude. He broke through the restraints of Dr. Banner and suddenly rushed out, looking at David condescendingly. Then, I beat you, and you will listen to me until you fight back. David raised his head and glanced at the irritable guy with red eyes, chuckled softly, knocked the big man into the air with a bang, then grabbed the opponent's arm, flew into the sky with a bang, and threw it into the no-man's land. The nearby civilians were startled by this amazing change, looked up in confusion, and watched this scene. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Small bug. Hulk glared at David, his face fierce. Then his muscles swelled, and he punched him hard. But David's attack speed was even faster. With a punch, with a loud bang, he had already knocked the 4-meter-high Hulk into the air. One punch, blasting thousands of meters. The whole ground was greeted with terrifying ravines. Hulk shook his head. In addition to being shocked, he was also filled with endless anger. With a roar, his strength index rose again. He ran wildly, and then rammed into David again. Good fighting spirit. David said something lightly, standing in place. The next moment, there was a loud bang. As if two mountains collided, David didn't move at all, but Hulk staggered back, a little dazed. David walked over step by step, looked up at the big guy, and immediately floated up. Boom! He punched hard and hit Hulk in the face. This sudden punch made Hulk's head stunned. Hulk roared and rushed over, but David shot one after another, punching the opponent's chest with several punches, knocking Hulk out completely, even directly carrying the green guy up, and then slammed against the ground. It was as if a meteor fell, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground. Hulk was in a coma. Then, welcome to Avengers. David looked down, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he glanced into the distance seemingly unintentionally. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye were long overdue, watching as David slapped Hulk and then subdued him. Looks like we're one step too late to cross Hulk off the list, Hawkeye whispered. Phil Coulson also shook his head with a wry smile, reported to the top, then looked at David's figure and said with emotion, as expected of Mr. David, things are always so unexpected. Shot from Phil Coulson, +1 reputation. David gave Phil Coulson a strange look and immediately picked up the unconscious Hulk, accelerated suddenly, and flew back to New York. On the other side, Thor, who followed Loki to Earth, had already fought with the Avengers. It has to be said that this time, the Avengers caused him a lot of trouble. I really didn't expect that there would be a spirit of vengeance in your team. Thor looked at Ghost Rider in front of him with a serious expression, with deep fear in his eyes. Sinners, be judged. Ghost Rider threw out the chain that was burning with hellfire and instantly entangled Thor, and then pulled hard. This terrifying force actually grabbed Thor directly and then punched Thor hard. Hit the ground. This is where a fierce battle begins. Tony's armor is broken. Captain America's shield is lost. Bucky's arm is injured. Black Widow can only shoot by UBUBU. Can't help at all. Thor was also extremely embarrassed, and Ghost Rider caused him huge amounts of trouble. Hey guys, this is not the time for infighting. We have more important things to do. David carried the Hulk and directly intervened in the battle. David? My good brother, it's actually you. Thor showed surprise. Thor, I said we'd meet again, but how did you get into a fight with my team? David threw Hulk to the ground and shrugged with a surprised look on his face. Several people gathered together, looked at each other, and their eyes were full of ill will. There are 2 more hits to this Golden Dot explosive head. When I come out with the Mark 8, I will have another contest. Tony looked at his armor, and after being hit with a hammer, the energy reserve directly climbed to 400%. Look, Loki seems to be in contact with some forces in the universe. You are in big trouble. War is coming soon. Thor murmured. No, Thor, from the moment your brother came to Earth, war has broken out. David took out a cigarette and took a deep breath, his eyes deep. Loki, this guy is very troublesome. It's better to find a way to clean it early. But in order to take care of Thor's emotions, the timing of this attack needs to be studied again. Dong, dong, dong. Hulk woke up, covered his head in pain, opened his eyes, looked at a group of people who were watching him warily, and finally, the big green man saw David and immediately backed away with a look of horror. Stay away from Hulk, you monster. At this time, the evil god Loki has already begun to act, using Tesseract as the energy source and coordinate and open the time-space tunnel. Huge amounts of whirlpools appeared, and at a glance, they were covered in the air, which was extremely spectacular. At this moment, many citizens looked up in confusion, at a loss. What is this? It's so beautiful, it renders half of the city blue. Look, something's coming out of there. A burst of sharp voices sounded, and a large number of Qatari troops began to swarm into the earth, followed by a large number of floating beasts, making a sound like a whale, overcoming the gravity, flying in the air. From time to time, a large number of the army rushed out from the floating giant beast and invaded the earth wantonly. Loki, that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. He really brought an army. Captain America looked up at the sky and gritted his teeth. Guys, we're going to fight a group of aliens. This battle is destined to be extremely difficult. Tony put on the Mark 7 armor and said solemnly, Go ahead and wipe out this army. David threw the cigarette holder to the ground. A group of Avengers began to act. These teams, which have gathered talents from all walks of life in the world, have truly shown their powerful combat power at this moment. Superman, Iron Man, Captain America, Hulk, Ghost Rider, Winter Soldier, Black Widow. They all joined the war. Chitauri, Thanos' #1 lackey. At this time, Thanos should be watching Earth. David glanced at the time tunnel, sneered in a low voice, and directly started the massacre of the Chitauri army. It's a real slaughter. In front of David, these Chitauris are really not enough to see, including the floating battleship, which is not enough for David to punch. Just punch it casually, and this shit will be smashed. The other Avengers also got their hands on it. Captain America, Winter Soldier, and Black Widow cooperate with each other to hunt down every Zeta Swiss soldier with strong physical fitness. Iron Man walks in the air, firing powerful energy cannons from time to time. Thor stands at the top of the Stark building, killing enemies in a large area with the powerful power of Thor. Hulk went into a frenzy, suffocating on David and venting on these unlucky guys. Puff! David suddenly shot a hot line of sight, and when he moved his eyes quickly, he swept away the enemy in this large area. At David's current level, the hot line of sight alone has a terrifying lethality. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be dipped into a terrifying color, turning red. The huge amounts of time and space vortex started to burn in a large area, and a large number of Chitauri army came to die. Boom! The next moment, David had already slammed into the vortex. Along the way, he had crashed into countless floating beasts. The moment he looked up, he could already see a huge fleet laying quietly in the abyss. In the cosmic vacuum. Damn, this guy is here. How can there be such a powerful life form on this backward planet? The top Chitauri was in a mess and panicked. Extremely distant star field, holy place #2, the flagship of the Dark Quadrant. Thanos also looked at the war on Earth from a distance. His face was calm and his eyes solemn. The strength of the other members of Avengers is not worthy of his attention, but the strength displayed by David really made Thanos feel a heavy pressure. Father, is this the man who killed Mephisto and Laufey? Gamora looked in shock. She watched helplessly as the Chitauri battleships were destroyed one after another by this unbelievably strong human being. Thanos' other adopted daughter, Nebula, also watched this scene with fiery eyes at the moment. If I also have this kind of power, I can easily kill Gamora, even Thanos. Nebula was heartbroken. Thanos stood up slowly, watching the war with his hands behind his back, watching his fleet being easily destroyed by David. The courage displayed by the other side put a lot of pressure on Thanos. Odin, Ancient One, David, want to invade the 9 realms. These 3 guys are the biggest trouble. Thanos took a deep breath. At this time, a terrifying force, transcending the multi-universe and transcending the endless dimension, suddenly struck. A terrifying demonic aura swept over everything. The last Titan, Thanos, this is our first meeting. A voice came to Thanos' mind. At this moment, time and space were frozen, and everything around, including Gamora and the Nebula, fell into stillness. Thanos was startled, but quickly calmed down and said indifferently, "The breath of the devil. Who are you? Why do you know me? My name is Sidorak, the most powerful Mephisto in the multi-universe, Lord of the Crimson Hell. In fact, you are very famous throughout the multi-universe, and many gods have dealt with your counterparts. The strongest demon, Sidorak, at the moment, is also watching Thanos from a distance across the endless universe, with a look of surprise in those blood-red and evil eyes. It was the first time he had seen such an odd Thanos. It's strange that death didn't attack Thanos in this universe. Or is this Thanos originally another experiment of death?" Sidorak groaned. He is no stranger to Thanos. Many ancient Mephistos are aware that death has a soft spot for Thanos, and single-handedly nurtures this deformed child to a big age. In one universe after another, he is carrying out crazy acts of slavery, bringing a name named Thanos to life. Made him crazy. The Eternals with perfect genes gave birth to the purple-skinned mutant Thanos, which is simply a miracle of the whole multi-universe, because perfect genes are originally perfect closed loops, and it is impossible for genetic mutations to occur. Only those anomalies can mutate wildly. However, it didn't matter, and Sidorak really didn't care about the purpose of death. Thanos, your ideal is very great, to destroy half of the life forms to continue the life of this world. The whole universe is singing praises to you, and the ancient gods are watching you silently. This very good. However, even with the favor of the entire universe, it is difficult for you to achieve your goal, because the guy standing in front of you is too powerful. Sidorak sneered in a low voice. As an existence that rivals the multi-universe dimension, he interprets the consciousness in this strange universe in an instant and knows everything. Thanos, the savior chosen by this world, is the son of destiny of an era, shouldering a great mission. Everything that stands in front of Thanos will always encounter misfortune in the open and secret, and finally be buried in a long time. I can help you, but you have to help me too, Sidorak said. Sidorak took a fancy to David's body. I have never seen such a perfect body, powerful vitality, terrifying growth potential, and unknown evolutionary direction. If this guy is allowed to grow, I am afraid that every cell of his will be equivalent to a fixed star. Sidorak sat on the throne of the Crimson Hell, overlooking his devastated and cruel and bloody world, quietly watching the crazy vendettas of countless demons, and let out a creepy smile. Really, so interesting. What a perfect life form. He finally knew Mephisto's psychology and why Mephisto went to the earth of this universe. Even a multi-universe level Mephisto, like him, was thrilled. Thanos still stood with his hands behind his back, standing indifferently, showing the mighty will of a cosmic butcher. Even a Mephisto like Sidorak couldn't easily interfere with his will. What can I get? Thanos spoke coldly. Everything, Titan. You will have great power. Wipe out half the population. You will be liberated after success. Go to farm on a planet without people, sit and watch the sun rise and fall, and spend the rest of your life in obscurity. What do you want? I will give you strength. You will kill David for me, and then bring me back his body. I need this. Sidorak sneered. Thanos took a deep breath and said solemnly, Deal. If you breach the contract, I will make you pay the price. Even if you are a multi-universe Mephisto, you will pay a painful price. Sidorak sneered, with deep greed in his eyes. Immediately, a huge force crossed the multi-universe and suddenly descended on Thanos. The terrifying power of the devil, brewing an almost terrifying power, crossed the level Godfather in an instant and directly made Thanos jump from the level sub-Godfather to the level single universe, comparable to the gods of the universe. It even continues to slowly become stronger. This sudden burst of demonic power also instantly alerted many existences. There are forces from outside the universe interfering with our world. Sidorak, what the hell is this demon trying to do? He actually attacked Thanos. Death, your plaything is being targeted by the devil. At this time, a figure shrouded in darkness slowly raised his head and said indifferently, It doesn't matter, it's just a rather special Thanos. Eternity, infinity, annihilation, death, Galactus, the five gods of creation watch this scene vigilantly. As long as you have a relationship with the devil, there will be no good things. These villains from hell can always tear the stable order to pieces and then dip it into chaos and blood. Boom! Powerful fluctuations were generated. At the moment, terrifying fluctuations surged in Thanos. With a strong demonic power, he let out a roar and used his powerful mutant physique to support this power. Father, Gamora and Nebula watched this scene with shock. The frozen time and space resumed, and the two of them were dumbfounded. What happened? Daughters, guard the holy place number 2. When I come back, your mission will be over, and you will usher in the freedom you most desire. At that time, should you continue to lead the Dark Quadrant, or be a cosmic bounty? Hunters, it's up to you. Thanos dropped these words. His eyes were surging with strong fluctuations, and he took one step and headed directly to the direction of the Earth. Earth. David destroyed the mothership of the Chitauri army, slaughtered countless enemies, gained millions of reputation, and returned to Earth contented. At the moment, Chitauri, who still existed sporadically on Earth, also died with the collapse of the mothership. Looks like we won. Bucky dropped a gun and smiled. David landed slowly, his large cloak raised high, overlooking the city. But the next moment, before he could say anything, a moving expression appeared on his face, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. "What's the matter, the enemy?" Tony asked in a low voice, flying over to David. David said solemnly, "Tony, take them away. The real trouble is coming." As soon as the words fell, a majestic force swept across the 9 realms in no time and pointed directly at the Earth. This terrifying fluctuation made the gods and kings of various worlds raise their heads one after another, their faces shocked. So strong, much stronger than the original Mephisto. Who would it be? Another hell demon. The major powerhouses in the 9 realms looked serious. Kamar-Taj, Ancient One, also stopped abruptly, frowned slightly, immediately activated Time Gem, and began to observe the timeline, but only saw a blank space. The timeline is in a mess. Even infinite gems can't do anything, and there's a powerful Mephisto from the outer universe intervening. Ancient One sighed. It is a sudden event, unpredictable and unpredictable. Infinite gems are just a rule-like artifact of a single universe. If they leave the scope of a specific universe, they're just waste, and they're not as useful as a stone. After all, a stone can kill a person, but the infinite gems that lost the blessing of the universe immediately collapsed, meaningless. Here comes Thanos, this eternal titan surging with the power of demons. At this moment, descended directly to the 9 realms and went straight to the Earth. The entire planet was almost suffocated by Thanos. It's Sidorak's power that Thanos didn't hesitate to turn himself into a second juggernaut. David watched this scene with interest. In this world, there are Emperor Thanos, Elder Thanos, the heart of the universe Thanos, and the ultimate Thanos, but this devil Thanos is the only one. At the moment, Thanos' body has appeared in the outer space of the Earth, this titan, because of carrying too much demon power, so that the shape has undergone subtle changes. It's like a hybrid of a titan and a demon. Give me the Tesseract, the psychic scepter, and the time gem. Thanos looked at David from a distance and spoke coldly. David sneered, rubbed his neck, and looked at the demon Thanos with a trace of greed that should never have been there. The galaxy-level event, I didn't expect one to come so soon. With flames flashing in David's eyes, he flew into space with a bang, confronting Thanos. Does your ideal really matter? In order to achieve your goal, you actually cooperate with the devil. David looked at Thanos. You don't understand. The whole universe is expecting me to do this. Thanos whispered. His whole body seemed to be burning with hellfire, and he turned into the image of a demon and was laughing ferociously. Roar! The endless sunlight poured in, and the golden energy turned into a phantom of flames, which also filled David's body. You will die here, Thanos. Even if you become a demon, it will not change the result. The power of the devil swept everything. Never before, even Mephisto was slightly inferior to this power of the devil. The entire galaxy was affected, monitored strong power fluctuations. This is the wave frequency of the hell dimension, and it is the power from the outer universe. Every interstellar civilization shook, and the 3 major interstellar empires and Nova Corps fell into panic at the moment. Hell, a world that makes people change their color, but powerful demons come one after another. This demon's target is the same as last time, the Earth. I really don't know what happened on Earth, but it has attracted so many terrifying hell demons to invade across dimensions. The senior officials of each civilization are worried. Earth, the existence of the 2 confrontation, at the moment has completely torn the face and brazenly started. Call out. The two phantoms suddenly tore apart the space, and the terrifying rays of light surging all over the body seemed to divide the entire universe in two. Looking up from the perspective of the Earth, everything, only these two flames were crazy. Burned everything that was there. A terrible battle broke out. The two beings took the entire cosmos' starry sky as the battlefield, and they brazenly took their hands and ripped apart everything crazily. I am charged with fixing a universe, David, and all enemies who stand in my way will die. Thanos raised his head slowly, his blood-red eyes overlooking the strong human. Facing David, who brought him a great sense of oppression, Thanos showed a dignified expression on his face, feeling the constant power coming from his body. I think I know why Mephisto and Sidorak take you so seriously. This terrifying body, burning endlessly, is the devil's favorite puppet. Thanos spoke in a deep voice, and the terrifying demonic power erupted one after another, continuously spreading towards David, and all the areas shrouded by this terrifying demonic power were distorted and corroded. Thanos at this moment is stronger than ever before. His will is directly tied to the will of the entire universe, and he is extremely tenacious. David just looked indifferent. The symbol on his chest was shining brightly. Facing the unprecedented demon Thanos, the most amazing combat power broke out. The sun's rays, in the turbulent, turned into David's terrifying power to defeat everything. He punched out, rudely pierced through the demonic power that swept in. Thanos, your lofty ideals are admirable, but the more this is the case, the more I want to kill you. I promise, I will bury your body in a field and plant your best seeds on it. Favorite crops. David's face was calm, and every time he made a shot, he had a will to kill. The Thanos in front of him is the movie version of Thanos. With lofty ideals, there is no right or wrong, but at least the guy in front of him is the most hated of all Thanos. But still to die. Boom! David pierced through the demon barrier with one blow, and his powerful physique completely stretched out, moving at a rapid pace, crossing the boundary of time and space, and suddenly dashing in front of Thanos. At the same time, David's eyes shone with a powerful hot vision, brewing an indescribable terrifying impact, filled with pure and extreme solar power, and attacked Thanos with a bang. This time, Thanos must die. I am the destiny. No one can kill me. Neither can you. Thanos raised his head and stared at the man who made his heart heavy, with red light flashing in his eyes, and a majestic demonic power burst out. This came from the terrifying power of Sidorak. The infinite distance of the universe keeps falling on Thanos. As long as Sidorak doesn't die, the demon Thanos can gain constant power. He quickly used the power of the terrifying demon that came out of nowhere and used his own transcendent will to forcibly control it, turning it into the power to wipe out the powerful enemy. In the middle, it has already begun to spread widely, and endless shockwave marks suddenly burst out. In an instant, countless galaxies are shrouded in this wave of fluctuations. The transcendent, mighty power that made the lower beings tremble instantly encompassed everything. But all beings swept up inside had a creepy feeling, as if facing the boundary between life and death. It's been a terrible fight. Can a living body do this? Thanos has the power of the outer universe. And it is amazing to grow to this point, but that human named David, that's right, that David should be a cosmic god in his childhood, but he just happened to fall into the gregarious civilization of the earth, and as a result, he began to grow in the appearance of a human, the god of the universe. Otherwise, there is no way to explain his growth rate. Instead of relying on a certain artifact, without swallowing a powerful force such as Phoenix Force, it really grows from a weak to a powerful, and grows at an exaggerated rate. The key is that his power can be blessed forever. In myself, there is no lack of. In the universe, an ancient existence looked at this battle in astonishment, showing an incredible look on his face. Including the three major interstellar empires, many scientists and historians held the highest meeting to discuss the peculiarity of David, a human being, and some people also propose that David is the god of the universe. Because this is the only possibility. David is too powerful. It is hard to imagine how a mere human being on Earth can achieve this step. The armies of the Dark Quadrant at the moment are on the other side of the galaxy, feeling the terrifying engagement and looking horrified. Father is already so powerful. He has obtained the power of the outer universe. But he is still killed by that Earthman to such an extent. Nebula's eyes are bright and her face is frantic. She has an urge to go to the Earth and find this man named David. Put away your dangerous thoughts. Gamora noticed something and whispered a warning. Nebula snorted coldly and looked at Gamora with disgust. The terrifying confrontation gradually spread, and the entire galaxy was shivering under this terrifying frequency. Likewise, the name of David has spread throughout the entire galaxy at an astonishing rate and has been recited by countless living beings in countless civilizations. Countless reputation points are on their way. Earth. Ancient One has completely spread out the magic circles all over the world to prevent the Earth from being affected by the terrible fluctuations from the outside world. Sorcerer Supreme. One of the ones that can trigger a terrifying battle is David. That's Superman. Mordo looked at this scene in shock, and this terrifying scene completely refreshed his 3 views. So, can humans do this too? He's a real genius, more than we all imagined. Ancient One looked at the sky. His deep eyes had long since reflected the terrifying battle, and he suddenly let out a sigh. He is really a magical guy. If she hadn't observed David's growth trajectory countless times, she would have doubted that David was a cosmic god reincarnated on Earth. Fortunately, David is human, born and raised. What a great fortune for mankind. After this time, I will accept him to Kamar-Taj and formally teach him to learn magic. Mordo, you have to pay more attention then. Ancient One said suddenly, and Mo-Do nodded immediately and said solemnly, I understand. Please rest assured. I will teach him all my knowledge. New York. Members of the Avengers gather at the Stark building, feeling the vibrations from the ground. Even if there are powerful magical patterns roaming in the sky, it can only protect the Earth from being destroyed, and it is impossible to cover everything. It's the first time I know that there are so many powerful guys on Earth. What is this magic? Magic that covers the entire planet? It's too exaggerated. Tony stared up at the sky, surprised by this strange new system. It turns out that there is really magic in this world. Another science? This is our greatest luck. There is superhero David on the bright side, and the powerful magician guards on the dark side. Our planet is strong enough to face all-powerful enemies. Steve's face was filled with emotion, and his spirits were lifted. His old friend is now recognized as the strongest human being in the world, and battle after battle is constantly proving this. Boom, boom, boom. From the depths of the universe, waves that tear everything apart come frequently. The confrontation between David and the demon Thanos has reached a fever pitch, and the eyes looking at each other are full of deep malice. Roar. The demon Thanos let out a terrifying roar. His figure changed again, and even a terrifying demon horn was faintly revealed on his head. He frantically squeezed his own potential to gain more power. If you go on like this, you'll be close to death. David knocked Thanos into the air with a punch, and at the same time he spit out blood. The sun was shining brightly, restoring David's severely depleted body functions. The super gene, at this moment, was completely integrated and adapted by David. As long as the ideal can be realized, death is a kind of relief for me. And you, child, you are the best individual I have ever seen. Now, many people say that you are the baby of the God of the universe, but I know you have surpassed the gods. The demon Thanos looked at David, opened his mouth in a deep voice, and stepped out one step at a time. Majestic vortices appeared and enveloped David one after another, each vortex carrying a terrifying power that was enough to annihilate the sun. Everything in the vicinity was obscured by this demonic vortex, and the yellow solar radiation projected from the vast universe was now blocked by the demon Thanos. David, son of the sun, you will never be able to reach the sun, but I have infinite power. Sooner or later, you will be exhausted by me and die alone in the universe. Thanos spoke calmly. David is the most amazing life he has ever seen. It's a pity that when he was about to die, he would beat David to death and give the body to the multi-universe Mephisto in Cyttorak, which was a fair exchange. He valued promises above all else. Thanos, the power you get from others is only borrowed after all, not your own. How long can you hold on for you who have been eroded by this overloaded demon power? David laughed suddenly. The sun was obscured in all directions, but he didn't feel the slightest panic. That's what's interesting. Depends on who can't stand it first. Your fate will be more terrifying than death. David stepped forward and collided with Thanos with a bang. Puffed. The hot site was fully stimulated, and in a bang, it bombarded this guy who looked more and more like a demon in front of him. The power of the devil and the hot site are in a frantic confrontation, and the terrifying energy hedging that erupts is brewing a terrifying power that can easily destroy countless planets. Thanos let out a roar, his eyes were red, and instinctively drew more demon power again. The rolling outer universe power entered and merged into Thanos' body at this moment, corroding and destroying Thanos, who is obviously in a wrong state, at an even more astonishing speed. Twisted, the opponent, after all, is the strongest demon of the multi-universe level. Thanos of the mere level sub-godfather. No matter how persistent he is, how can he permanently resist the demon's guidance? Never make a deal with the devil. It doesn't matter if you do. Always be ready to flip the table. But unfortunately, Thanos couldn't wait for the moment to lift the table. He couldn't hold it any longer. At this moment, Thanos' purple skin was already blood red, as if it had been burned by lava, and his face was constantly twisting, becoming more and more like a demon. Why don't you fall? Thanos fought with David furiously, with every punch with all his strength, and the two violent existences looked at each other with crazy eyes. I can fight for 10,000 years, and you are about to die, David whispered, facing a terrifying confrontation and a fierce slicing of the two forces, and immediately punched Thanos with a brutal punch in the face, smashing Thanos from one end of the galaxy to the other. Thanos, you've narrowed the road. If you're patient, just like the past few thousand years, continue to be your cosmic butcher, attacking planets around, instead of rushing out to snatch infinite gems. You will definitely achieve your ideal, but you shouldn't be in such a hurry to find me. David grabbed Thanos' face, gritted his teeth, roared, and shook it suddenly, only to hear a loud pop. This half-titan, half-demon face was torn off by David on the spot. Terrible attacks, even to the soul. I won't stay on the earth all my life. I won't be bound in this universe all my life, but you can't wait. After waiting for me to leave, you can calmly do what you want to do. Destiny had a body, but you are killing yourself. Who is to blame? David sneered. My ideals don't allow me to wait. Thanos whispered, can be interrupted again by David. My ideal is greater than yours. The Earth is just a small starting point for him to kill the multi-universe. The vast and endless world is his battlefield, and there are countless prestige waiting to be harvested by him. Planting the entire multi-universe with leeks is David's biggest dream. Watching countless leek seedlings grow vigorously is David's greatest enjoyment. Die, Thanos. This is the price you paid for taking refuge in Cyttorak. For those who make deals with demons, death is just a relief. David looked up, his face covered in frost. A terrible punch slammed into the body of the demon Thanos. A loud bang. Thanos spewed bright red magma-like blood, shattered bones, and damaged internal organs. With this punch, David also did his best to unleash the ultimate power of the super gene, which severely injured Thanos in one blow. And this trauma is also the beginning of Thanos' decline. His body and soul have been eroded more and more by the power of the devil. After he took David's punch, it was like a domino being pushed to the ground. Domino. The entire body tissue began to collapse on a large scale. You won, boy. You are so powerful. But unfortunately, you are not on my side. Thanos spat out a mouthful of blood, with deep confusion in his eyes. Good way, Thanos. With an indifferent expression on his face, David rushed directly in front of Thanos, then pressed down on the other's head and immediately slammed it off. Click! The Titan's head was torn off on the spot. The terrifying demon power began to disintegrate, and the countless terrifying fluctuations lost their carriers and suddenly spread to the entire universe, and madness swept everything. Countless living beings were shocked by the residual power of this demon and shivered. Amazing! An ancient divine word came out from Thanos' corpse, and that part of the demonic power immediately condensed into an illusory figure. This is a big devil with a red appearance. Cedolak, Marvel's first demon. This is the chess piece you're looking for? First, Juggernaut, and then Thanos. How rubbish are you? You've ruined both of these guys. Juggernaut is nothing but Thanos, such an excellent carrier, has also been played down. Sidorak, you are an incompetent fool. David looked at the demon, shook it with a finger, and sighed. This is Thanos, dignified Thanos, the terrifying descendant of the Eternals, the last owner of the perfect gene. That's not what it's used for. Thanos, the mutant eternal, has an extraordinary carrying capacity for all powers. Looking at the Thanos in various universes, especially those incomparably excellent, even the almighty universe-level artifact like the heart of the universe can be perfectly controlled. But the Thanos of this universe was obsolete by Sidorak, who was eager for quick success. Too anxious. As expected of a devil, he always likes to seize immediate interests. Short-sighted and stupid, even if you're a devil. David sneered, and immediately went out to punch. With a savage blow, the Sidorak in front of him was blown up and restored to the most primitive power. David, wait for me. Soon, I will lock your coordinates and drag you out of this world to kill. Sidorak's evil whispers slowly came out. With intense anger, his last gaze, as if crushing a planet, stared viciously at the human being in front of him. It was the first time that a human made his heart flutter, and at the same time he was full of contempt and disdain for him. You will regret it, son of the sun. Sidorak finally dropped these words and completely collapsed. The terrifying divine words spread out in a bang, and were heard by countless beings. Humanity won? He defeated the great demon from the outer universe. David, son of the sun, he did it again. This time is just the beginning. The human being will suffer terrible revenge, and the entire universe will usher in a terrible end. A name was talking in a low voice, looking in the direction of the earth. David stands in the vacuum of the universe, enjoying the sun's illumination. Countless suns in the entire universe seem to have a raw response to him at this moment. Similarly, there are also many red suns that make David feel instinctual repulsion and disgust. It seems that even with super genes, the resistance to racial defects is unprecedentedly enhanced, and the genes will instinctively reject the effects of the three major defects. The red sun still has some influence on me, but it's not enough to pose a major threat. David opened his arms, and every cell in his body was roar-sucking the grace from the sun. In the same way, there are countless reputation points, which are climbing wildly with a volume of tens of millions, and will soon reach a peak of 10 billion. David stared at the universe for a while, then turned around and flew straight back to Earth. There is one more crucial thing to do. David's eyes were cold, and he shuttled back to Earth quietly at an alarming speed. At the moment, Loki has been imprisoned. I said, "Is it too late for me to surrender now?" Loki raised his hands innocently. These humans don't dare to kill themselves, as long as their stupid brother is around. The guys who claim to be righteous will never kill themselves. In this regard, Loki is very hard-headed. As Thanos' lackey, he has already planned to fail. Also, Superman isn't back yet. Did he win or lose? Loki whispered. What frightened him the most was precisely Superman David, a human being so powerful to a terrifying degree. Loki, you have lost anyway, and you will pay dearly for your crimes. Thor grabbed Loki, full of anger. At this time, there was a terrible shock again in the universe. Everyone in the Avengers alliance was startled and immediately rushed out to look at the sky, extremely worried. Will Superman win? At this time, a powerful energy wave suddenly hit, broke through the magic circle, and landed in New York. In an instant, the whole city ushered in a terrible shock, and countless people died tragically. The heroes of the Avengers Alliance also looked startled, and in the moment of loss and horror, another terrifying wave suddenly spread over, with seemingly random, terrifying killings, and hit with a bang. Loki! Do not! Loki raised his head suddenly. He was good at conspiracy and tricks, and a figure instantly appeared in his mind. That was a righteous hero with a radiant image and a just will. Done. This guy is a hypocritical B****************. He wants to clean himself up. Despair on Loki's face. Younger brother. Thor's eyes were red, and he rushed towards him frantically, but it was too late. Boom! Loki was hit, and no bones left. Equally unlucky, many people in New York were also affected by the aftermath of the collapse and died tragically on the spot. It's a huge amount of disaster. After a while, Superman David flew back to the Earth, looking at this tragic scene with a livid face, a look of self-reproach. It's all my fault for not being able to block the last blow of that damn demon. David clutched his chest, feeling extremely painful and heartbreaking. Ding! Congratulations, Your Excellency Commander, for completing the galaxy-level event. A beep came from the Kryptonian system. But David couldn't care about that anymore. He was being comforted by his companions. David, my brother, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Thor fought back his grief and comforted David in return. Loki just paid the price he deserved for what he did. David looked sad and remained silent. Suddenly, his expression changed. He left the place directly and quickly flew to somewhere in New York. This is a holy place in Kamar-Taj. Roar! David descended, crossing the magical barrier, shielding the outside world from prying eyes and perception. I thought you wouldn't be able to resist. David casually said something to Ancient One, but he turned his attention to the big green guy on the other end. The future Dr. Banner, at the moment, is also looking at him with horror and doubt. I didn't expect that there would be time travelers on my timeline. Banner, or Hulk, modifying the timeline is an extremely dangerous move. David walked directly to the future Banner and said lightly, "How do you know at a glance that I'm from the future? Also, who the hell are you, Superman David? There's no such person in my world. Not from the beginning." Dr. Banner's heart was surging. Who was this man in a black battlesuit and a red levitating cloak? And where did he come from? Why? Why does such a powerful superhero have no trace in his timeline? Ancient One didn't change his expression, just turned his head, looked at David silently, and shrugged. Dr. Banner excitedly said, "Ancient One told me that you formed the Avengers? You single-handedly ended World War II? You are so powerful. Why are there no traces in the future? This is simply impossible unless the timeline has changed from the beginning. Banner, you did not travel to the past. From the moment you time traveled, you have come to another timeline. One with you, the time walks the same origin but goes to a different timeline. It is a branch extending from a tree trunk." David was extremely calm, and after the initial surprise, he regained his composure. Because the so-called quantum time travel of Avengers Alliance 4 is to travel through parallel timelines, not the original timeline. As if struck by lightning, Banner froze in place, his face deeply confused. Why is this, that time travel?" Banner murmured in a low voice. David interrupted. "There is no real time travel at all, Banner. In this multi-universe, each universe is constantly replicating and multiplying itself, giving birth to a greater number of parallel universes, each of which the tiniest of variables can make a whole new world come to life. I guess you were beaten to death by some powerful enemy, and you want to travel back in time to turn things around? Who pushed you to this point, Sonos?" "That's right, it's him. He made us lose everything. But I can't tell what happened in the future." Banner exclaimed angrily. "Understood. Ancient One, do you want to eat this apple? No? Then I will eat it." David picked up the apple on the table, took a bite, and said nonchalantly, "Let me guess. Thanos collected 6 infinite gems and then snapped his fingers and ruined half of his life? Boom! Like a thunderstorm. Dr. Banner's incomparably smart brain also crashed at this moment and looked at the strange man in front of him stupidly. This person is not only powerful, but is also so terrifying in wisdom. When I saw him at first glance, I knew that he came from the future, and then he deduced what might happen in the future. Dr. Banner is taken aback by a series of bizarre realities. Who are you? You are so powerful. Why did you appear on this timeline? If I had you on my timeline, we wouldn't have to fear Thanos at all. All these tragedies won't happen. What the hell happened? Or, in my world, you died in World War II because of a variable. Shot from Bruce Banner, reputation +5. Maybe a single bullet will kill me. Listen, Banner, here's a piece of advice for you. Those who play with time will surely be madly revengeful of time. And if you enjoy the convenience of time travel, you must bear the consequences of time warping. David warned that he would eat the apple in his hand in a few bites. Banner took a deep look at David, then took a deep breath and said to Ancient One, I need to take the time gem, and I will return it to you immediately after I use it up, so it won't have a major impact on the world. Ancient One frowned, looked at David hesitantly, and was about to say no, but David immediately said, Give it to him. Ancient One, time gem, this thing is just a prop after all, and it should be lent to the homologous timeline. It can also come in handy. Ancient One frowned, and finally took off the time gem and handed it to Banner, reminding, Banner, you must use it carefully. Time gem is the most dangerous and uncontrollable of the 6 gems. Dr. Banner held the time gem carefully, took one last look at David, and asked hesitantly, Can you tell me who you were fighting in the universe just now? Thanos, to be precise, is a Thanos who made a deal with a multi-universe Mephisto to kill me, and he was killed by me in the universe. David wrote lightly. Banner Roar was breathing rapidly, and his eyes changed when he looked at David, turning red. Such a powerful superhero. Why? Why is there no David in his future? If there was David, so many tragedies would not have happened at all. Countless people died. Many heroes died, tragically one after another, and the entire universe became as silent as death. If this man was there, I'll be back. I hope next time I come, we could have a good talk. I am very interested in the history of this world. Banner took a deep look at David, put on the quantum helmet, pressed the button, and left in an instant. Only Ancient One and David were left, standing quietly. Ancient One asked, How did you confirm so quickly that he was from a parallel timeline? Not time travel. It's very simple because I believe that there is no absolute past and future in this world. David answered, Only on the DC side, after several major events, the multi-universe is only left with a permanent and constant 52 universes, and there is a real sense of time travel, modifying the past of this world and then affecting this world. Future direction. The legend of killing the Flash and offering sacrifices to the sky comes from this. If the villains of DC want to do something, they must kill the Flash first. Otherwise, once the Justice League is defeated, the Flash will give you a restart timeline every minute, and the results are all over. Shot from Ancient One, RP +20. David looked strangely at Ancient One with a calm face and sighed in his heart. I didn't expect you to be such an Ancient One. You are calm on the surface, but in fact you are full of admiration for me. What are you thinking? No, nothing. When will you come to Kamar-Taj? I look forward to your arrival. Ancient One said again. This is the 3rd invitation. David frowned. In such a hurry? Time is running out. David, the enemy of the Sorcerer Supreme, is also a great magician. You can defeat a demon, but you cannot defeat a great magician of the same rank. I know your body has become stronger, but with the increase in resistance brought about by the absolute life transition does not mean that your magic flaws no longer exist. Ancient One raised a finger, brewing a large number of magic particles, and the magic attainment of level god Father showed a little bit. The moment it touched David, the highly concentrated super magic particles suddenly rushed into David's body. Invasion unfolded. David raised his brows, and the cells began to fight back spontaneously, and they fought back with extreme anger and disgust. The magic dissipated, and everything was at peace. To completely solve the weakness of magic resistance, at least raise the magic resistance to the same level as your physical defense. The best way is to take the initiative to learn magic and understand magic. Ancient One said lightly. David was silent for a while, then nodded. Understood. I will go to Kamar-Taj in the near future. Get ready. I will empty Kamar-Taj's library. Very happy. David shook his head, turned, and flew away. Ancient One looked at David's figure with his hands behind his back, and after a long while, he let out a sigh of admiration. What a powerful life form, and a time miracle that has broken away from the old timeline. So far, the Battle of New York has come to an end. This series of terrifying changes has an unprecedented impact on the entire world. At the same time, it has completely brought the Avengers team to the forefront of the world and is well known and recognized by everyone. These damn aliens are aggressive. Luckily, we have Avengers. We have Superman. The whole world is talking about this battle. If we say that the appearance of hell demons before has opened up the world's horizons in panic, but this time it has given the entire Earth people a more real understanding and enough confidence. Even if the devil has been beaten, will he still be afraid of aliens? Stop teasing. Soon, the whole world will return to peace and tranquility. Except for Thor, who died of his younger brother. It was extremely sad. A group of Avengers got together after the war. Intending to get together, there was a little episode in the middle. Something suddenly went wrong with the reactor in Tony's chest. And then a security guard yelled, "Anyone, there's someone here who needs it. Help!" David just glanced at this future Tony from a distance, with a quirky smile, and the future Tony was horrified, but did nothing. That night. So, our team is completely formed. David raised his glass, touched everyone, then threw the glass aside, picked up the bottle, and started pouring it into his mouth. "It tastes good," David said. Natasha Romanoff twisted her waist and leaned over, blinking at him. "You defeated another demon? It's not really a devil, but it's a tricky guy. That guy's the famous butcher of the universe." David smiled and drank his drink. A group of people are talking to each other, while chatting and spanking. Thor's mood was always depressed. He forced a smile, and he trusted his brother for 1,500 years to die. He couldn't laugh. He just frantically poured wine into his mouth, and took out Asgard's small jug of wine and took a sip, stuff in mouth, then got drunk. The whole party lasted from evening to dawn. When it was completely over, David flew out of the window, shook his head, and immediately got rid of the influence of alcohol and began to organize the rewards of this big event with a dignified expression. Completed a major galaxy-level event. This upgrade reward will not disappoint me. David immediately roared the system. As long as it's not a piece of kryptonite or something like that, it's fine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the galaxy-level event and being promoted to level universe prestige, and now rewarding the special Kryptonian gene template, Kong. No fixed gene form. Can be transformed according to the host's wishes. It's Kong. David's face changed, revealing a surprised look. Kong left a lot of legacy in the history of Kryptonian civilization. Throughout the entire history of the development of Kryptonian civilization, there have also been many major events in this powerful civilization, and there are only a few major events that have played an important role and even directly affected the development trajectory of the Kryptonian people. The Clone Wars headed by Kong is one of the most noteworthy events on Krypton. Kong, I didn't expect it to be this guy, and according to the system prompt, it seems that if I want, I can twist this Kong gene into my own gene. David got up with a serious look on his face. In the ancient era of Krypton, the explosion of technology, coupled with the strong racial ability of Kryptonians, made this group arrogant and arrogant. At that time, Kryptonians used to manufacture clones as slaves in large quantities. There is no human right to speak of, and in the end, under the leadership of the clone leader Kong, the rebellion caused huge amounts of riots, and the Kryptonian civilization was set back hundreds of years. Since then, the name Kong has represented the cursed person. The reward of the galaxy-level event is actually Kong, the cursed thing that haunts Kryptonians like a ghost. Since it is a non-fixed gene form, it means it is the best carrier, and I have a better idea. David directly opened the passage of the secret room and walked in. Here, many top-level materials and experiments are stored. In a container of huge amounts of a taboo experiment is well underway. The Doomsday cells proliferate faster than I thought, and it won't be long before they can be used. David pondered that transplanting and phagocytosing Doomsday cells was an inescapable step on his road to the perfect Kryptonian, but the risk of this step was so great that if he was not careful, it would go out of control and become a real Doomsday, deformed and turned into a real Doomsday. Confusion. Using this variable gene template to carry the Doomsday cells and let me devour Kong is the best way. David narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of heartbreak. Brain's supernatural power, perform calculations, and use another genetic system to fit the possibility of destroying sun cells. David made a direct move, took out Kong, a special gene template, carefully observed it, and felt that this should be regarded as his important trump card. The next moment, David added his own unique gene system to Kong. This gene template hesitated for a while, then thought of what might happen soon, and at the same time carefully extracted a Doomsday cell, using a special store the utensils and carry them with you. At this time, the brain power issued a warning. Sir, Hulk suddenly appeared in Krypton Technology Building. Banner from the future looked anxious. It should be here, next to the Avengers building, the Krypton Technology Building. One of Banner's hands has been crippled, and he is constantly wandering through the huge amounts of the building. As a result, the brain power directly guided the poor B**************** D to the top floor. I said, don't touch the timeline. It's not like you came back to infinite gems. David frowned. David, I need your help. We're worried that we won't be able to beat Thanos. He's too powerful. Banner said anxiously, the Thanos of this universe has been killed by me. Who is the Thanos you are facing? Banner glanced at David in surprise. It's definitely Thanos from our timeline. He destroyed infinite gems and was beheaded by Thor, and Nebula went wrong when it crossed the timeline and was resurrected with a time gem. Thanos. Understood. Revenge from time. David glanced at Banner's abolished arm, showing a sudden look. Really interesting development. This is a snap of fingers. Is it about to have a big battle? It really takes time. This is my plan. I plan to take you back to the future timeline, David. You are so strong. You can definitely help us. We can't afford to lose, Banner said excitedly, and took out another quantum battle suit at the same time. David was silent for a while, then laughed suddenly, got up, and finished wearing the quantum battle suit. Interesting, just right. I also plan to see how powerful Thanos is in the future. David pressed the button of the quantum battle suit, and in an instant, the quantum channel opened, and David and Banner turned into two quantums and quickly shuttled to another timeline. The next moment, the scene changed drastically. In the sky, countless golden portals opened, countless spaceships flew out of them. One superhero appeared one after another, and a large number of troops began to gather to confront the Dark Quadrant army of Thanos. The arrival of David attracted the attention of many people. You are David, ghost from another timeline. Tony immediately looked wary. Because it's so weird, someone who's never been there. Guys, David is my helper. This time we have to win, and we can only win. Banner said solemnly. David ignored these future Avengers, and just looked up, especially with Thanos, whose face was cold and full of vicissitudes. David was thoughtful, but Thanos was indifferent. Although Thanos of this timeline does not know David, he knows that David is from another timeline and is extremely powerful. However, it doesn't matter anymore. No matter who it is, don't try to stop me this time. This time, if Nebula hadn't come to this world and used Time Gem to resurrect me, my great ideal would have been completely ruined. Thanos stared coldly at the army opposite him, with fierceness in his eyes. He made up his mind to completely bury and restart the entire universe, and build a new world without hatred but gratitude. Avengers, assemble! With a low growl, Steve grabbed Mjolnir and signaled the final battle. Countless people began to roar wildly, with red eyes, and slaughtered at Thanos' army. Thanos sneered, took the slightly damaged Infinity Gauntlet from Nebula next to him, and put it on his own. Everything will begin to end at this moment. You filthy reptiles. Thanos raised his arms high, roared, and was about to snap his fingers. Puff! A powerful heat gaze suddenly struck, shaking Thanos, who was struggling with the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, so that there was a momentary gap. Boom! David has already rushed over at an exaggerated speed, setting off a terrible storm, and flying Thanos with a bang. Even the terrible energy wave that erupted from the Infinity Gauntlet, facing David's powerful raid at this moment, also produced subtle fluctuations. The power of infinite gems is powerful, but how long does it take you to adapt and harness this power? David slammed Thanos into the ground with a single blow, and the terrifying shock wave spread wildly, forming ripples visible to the naked eye on the ground. At the moment, the army of the Avengers has also killed the past, and many heroes try to rush directly to Thanos, but before they got close, they were overturned by the aftermath of David's attack. Shock from Chala, +4 reputation. Shock from Wanda, reputation +6. From, this guy is so strong. Steve was shocked. Banner proudly said, that's why I invited him over. In another timeline, he is the strongest human being who is respected as the god of the world. David, have a drink together when you have time. Tony yelled at David from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying shockwave kept erupting. Thanos stood up and scathed at the moment, staring at David with icy eyes. I heard about you from Nebula. You actually killed me in your timeline. But this is the end. You will die in this world and be buried by me. Thanos raised the Infinity Gauntlet high and let out a roar of pain, constantly adapting to the power of the 6 infinite gems. David attacked again, fighting with Thanos, and this time, David was directly knocked out, and 6 rays of light fell on David, causing terrible damage and weakening. As expected of infinite gems, the ultimate convergence of cosmic rule, a fascinating force. David slowly raised his head, absorbed the sunlight, and recovered all his injuries in an instant, with a solemn expression on his face. If it weren't for the limitations of infinite gems, and it would be a pile of waste outside of a specific universe, David would have desperately grabbed this artifact. However, even in a specific universe, infinite gems are not unmatched. What's more, the movie version of Thanos using infinite gems had a limit of strength, not a universe where one blow destroys half of the universe just to please death. Comic Thanos. I can only use that thing. I didn't expect it to be used so quickly. David shrugged and directly used the special template of Kong and blessed this name with ominous and cursed meanings on himself. More importantly, the one that entered David's body. Doomsday Cell. Roar. An invisible roar suddenly came out of David's body. This roar seemed to point directly at the soul. The moment the primordial Doom Cell entered the body, David's body immediately boiled, and every cell was plunged into an unprecedented riot. Doomsday cells began to proliferate wildly and directly touched David's genetic system and began to spread and modify wildly. The storm of reputation points hadn't slowed. Every second, waves of awe, fear, and reverence poured into David's system, stacking like an endless tide. But for now, he shut all out. The world could scream his name. He had no interest in politics or Fury's lectures. When the S.H.I.E.L.D. director came knocking, David simply turned him away. He dealt with devils. Fury could wait. Inside the Krypton Science and Technology building, the air was tense. Tony Stark stood near the grotesque, magma-like remains of Mephisto, wearing a reinforced exoframe. Even behind his visor, his eyes flickered with unease. So, this really is the corpse of a Hell Demon? Tell me he's dead. Dead. As in, even the soul is gone. Every step Tony took seemed heavier, as though the remnants themselves radiated suffocating dread. David exhaled smoke, leaning against the wall, arms folded casually. Relax. Drake wanted to poke around in it. I said no. If anyone's going to study it, Tony, it's you. Tony's lips quirked. Oh great, give the billionaire playboy the demon corpse. What could possibly go wrong? Across the room, Steve Rogers stood with his shield ready, beads of sweat on his forehead. He wasn't looking at the body. He kept sneaking glances at David. You actually fought this thing head on? How much did you give up to survive it? For the first time in decades, Captain America felt something rare. Awe. Shock from Steve Rogers, +5 reputation. David's eyebrow arched slightly, though he said nothing. So, Steve, beneath that perfect soldier posture, you've already admitted it. You're kneeling under my legend. His gaze shifted to the man sitting quietly nearby. Johnny, you're free now. Mephisto's dead. Nothing binds you anymore. Johnny Blaze stared blankly at the corpse, the fire of the Ghost Rider inside him silent, as if even hell's spirit of vengeance struggled to believe what had happened. Thank you. Really? Him too? Johnny muttered. Then, hesitantly, one of you now, right? David's tone turned serious. Definitely. But you'll need to learn control. Partner with the Rider, don't let it control you. Especially the eye of judgment. His voice hardened. There's a difference between sin and crime. Never forget that. Johnny swallowed, the Ghost Rider emerging in a sudden blaze of hellfire. The skull wreathed in flame lifted its head. Its hollow sockets burned as it rasped. I will suppress my instincts. You have shown me the truth of judgment. Even so, David noticed how those empty sockets lingered on him just a second too long. Hungry. Testing. Newborns are always trouble, David thought dryly. Hulk. Ghost Rider. Same problem, 2 souls, 1 body. Meanwhile, Tony had crouched down, laser scalpel in hand, working on Mephisto's corpse like a kid at Christmas. This material, unbelievable. Dense, heat-resistant, layered with something I can't even identify. His grin widened. I could build an entirely new generation of armor with this. Maybe call it anti-demon armor. Steve's lips twitched. Johnny's skull flared brighter in agreement. David resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Classic Stark. Give him a corpse, and he's already branding his next suit line. What's next? Anti-angel armor? But the world outside wasn't waiting. Within days, the news exploded. Ghost Rider had officially joined forces with David and the Avengers. 4 giants now stood at Earth's front line. And in the shadows, others began to move. Krypton Science and Technology Building. A red-haired woman adjusted her blouse in the mirror, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Her phone snapped shut as she whispered into her comm. Everything's going smoothly. I'll start as his secretary, earn his trust, and get what we need. Mephisto's remains? Don't worry. I'll get a sample, even if I have to share a bed to do it. Her reflection smirked back at her. No man can resist Natasha Romanoff. Head held high. Every step a perfect balance of grace and seduction. She entered the building. He won't see me coming. Moments later, an executive with a broad smile slid a document across the desk. Ms. Romanoff? Congratulations. You've passed the final round of screening. You'll begin work tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Her smile widened. As David's new secretary? The man coughed politely. Actually, no internship needed. You'll be starting as a full-time toilet cleaner. For a moment, Natasha's charming smile froze. The storm of reputation points hadn't slowed. Every second, waves of awe, fear, and reverence poured into David's system, stacking like an endless tide. But for now, he shut all out. The world could scream his name. He had no interest in politics or Fury's lectures. When the S.H.I.E.L.D. director came knocking, David simply turned him away. He dealt with devils. Fury could wait. Inside the Krypton Science and Technology Building, the air was tense. Tony Stark stood near the grotesque, magma-like remains of Mephisto, wearing a reinforced exoframe. Even behind his visor, his eyes flickered with unease. So this really is the corpse of a hell demon? Tell me he's dead. Dead. As in, even the soul is gone. Every step Tony took seemed heavier, as though the remnants themselves radiated suffocating dread. David exhaled smoke, leaning against the wall, arms folded casually. Relax. Drake wanted to poke around in it. I said no. If anyone's going to study it, Tony, it's you. Tony's lips quirked. Oh, great. Give the billionaire playboy the demon corpse. What could possibly go wrong? Across the room, Steve Rogers stood with his shield ready, beads of sweat on his forehead. He wasn't looking at the body. He kept sneaking glances at David. You actually fought this thing head-on? How much did you give up to survive it? For the first time in decades, Captain America felt something rare. Awe. Shock from Steve Rogers, +5 reputation. David's eyebrow arched slightly, though he said nothing. So, Steve, beneath that perfect soldier posture, you've already admitted it. You're kneeling under my legend. His gaze shifted to the man sitting quietly nearby. Johnny, you're free now. Mephisto's dead. Nothing binds you anymore. Johnny Blaze stared blankly at the corpse, the fire of the Ghost Rider inside him silent, as if even hell's spirit of vengeance struggled to believe what had happened. Thank you. Really? Him too? Johnny muttered. Then, hesitantly, one of you now, right? David's tone turned serious. Definitely. But you'll need to learn control. Partner with the Rider, don't let it control you. Especially the eye of judgment. His voice hardened. There's a difference between sin and crime. Never forget that. Johnny swallowed, the Ghost Rider emerging in a sudden blaze of hellfire. The skull wreathed in flame lifted its head. Its hollow sockets burned as it rasped. I will suppress my instincts. You have shown me the truth of judgment. Even so, David noticed how those empty sockets lingered on him just a second too long. Hungry. Testing. Newborns are always trouble, David thought dryly. Hulk. Ghost Rider. Same problem, 2 souls, 1 body. Meanwhile, Tony had crouched down, laser scalpel in hand, working on Mephisto's corpse like a kid at Christmas. This material, unbelievable. Dense, heat-resistant, layered with something I can't even identify. His grin widened. I could build an entirely new generation of armor with this. Maybe call it anti-demon armor. Steve's lips twitched. Johnny's skull flared brighter in agreement. David resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Classic Stark. Give him a corpse, and he's already branding his next suit line. What's next? Anti-angel armor? But the world outside wasn't waiting. Within days, the news exploded. Ghost Rider had officially joined forces with David and the Avengers. 4 giants now stood at Earth's front line. And in the shadows, others began to move. Krypton Science and Technology Building. A red-haired woman adjusted her blouse in the mirror, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Her phone snapped shut as she whispered into her comm. Everything's going smoothly. I'll start as his secretary, earn his trust, and get what we need. Mephisto's remains? Don't worry. I'll get a sample, even if I have to share a bed to do it. Her reflection smirked back at her. No man can resist Natasha Romanoff. Head held high. Every step a perfect balance of grace and seduction. She entered the building. He won't see me coming. Moments later, an executive with a broad smile slid a document across the desk. Ms. Romanoff? Congratulations. You've passed the final round of screening. You'll begin work tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Her smile widened. As David's new secretary? The man coughed politely. Actually, no internship needed. You'll be starting as a full-time toilet cleaner. For a moment, Natasha's charming smile froze. Everything, in the face of this terrible blow, was completely buried. Everything on this timeline, whether mortals or gods, has ushered in a terrible judgment at this moment, and it is the ultimate judgment that destroys everything. David, he's a phony liar. He's not a superhero at all. What happened? In the direction of the Earth. Why is there a force to destroy everything? The entire universe is being erased, and even we are. This timeline has completely collapsed and was destroyed by a careerist alone. One after another, unwilling roars were issued, and immediately they were enveloped by a terrifying white light, and all voices and all meanings were lost in an instant. It doesn't make sense anymore. Because of everything on this timeline, David used the Infinity Gauntlet to have an unprecedented, terrifying purge. Everything is erased. Everything is destroyed. Finally, it's okay. David stood in the white world, looking down at everything that was there, thoughtfully. He looked down at his infinity gauntlet again and saw that the glove had long since been torn apart and had been scrapped. Only the 6 infinite gems were still shining with terrifying light. It was a rare feast, and a world that belonged only to me was born, David said in a low voice, calmly watching the empty space, and immediately took down the 6 infinite gems one by one and used the time gem first. The Big Bang of the universe happened. Time began to pass quickly, and finally, the fixed stars of chaos began to appear, bursting with bright rays of light, shining on David's body. Warm. This world should last forever. David took out the red reality gem with 2 fingers and threw it in front of him. In an instant, the red power began to distort reality and spread to every corner of the universe. This world does not allow life to be born. David threw out the soul gem again, locking all the souls. In this world, my will is the only one. He threw out mind gem again, spreading like crazy. In this world, the space is fixed. I only need one fixed star. The space gem flows into the depths of the universe. In this world, time is constant, and I need countless yellow suns, not red suns going into old age. The time gem is rising, and the green light covers everything. In the entire universe, countless yellow suns are permanently fixed at the moment of birth, and only the dead planets are spinning. This world is permanently closed, and no outsiders other than me are allowed to step in. Finally, David looked down at the power gem again, and when he threw it forward, the purple power spread instantly. The 6 infinite gems worked together to completely fix, lock, and block this universe, turning it into David's private playground. David stood on a lifeless earth that had long since lost any life, looking out into the distance, taking in the spectacular scenes of the entire universe, and gradually a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, this is the world he wants, a world that exists for the future plan. David took a deep look at the world and immediately pressed the button of the quantum battlesuit to return to the timeline he was in. It was still dawn, and it was quiet outside the window. A round of sun was constantly rising, emitting light and heat. No one knew how violent and ferocious this sun was at night. It's a really good feeling. Infinite gems. David shook his head. It's just a time gem. It's gone without it. After all, it only works in a certain world. Brain's supernatural power. Is everything normal? Sir, everything is normal except that you have become stronger. Where's the Reynolds guy? Still stealing, sir? I'm watching closely. It will be a few days before Dr. Cornelius develops the Sentry Serum. The brain's supernatural power reports faithfully. A few days and soon. David raised his head, glanced at the cosmic starry sky, and asked, Where's Strange Doctor? Sir, he is undergoing an operation in our hospital. David immediately looked satisfied, which was fine as long as this guy was around. Everything was under control. After pondering for a while, David got up and started action. It's also time for the next Avenger to return. Guys, come alive. I'll go out to pick up guests. Recently, Fury has been feeling very distressed. The wrinkles on the forehead were deeper. We have so few cards in our hands that it is unbearable. Fury sighed. Phil Coulson said mildly, Sir, at least the Avengers were on the side of the humans, which would have saved a lot of trouble. Their position is one thing. With David there, I believe they won't do anything out of the ordinary, but whether we have the strength to protect ourselves is another. Fury's one eye showed a decisive look. The formation of the Roaring Commando must be upgraded as soon as possible. How is our people's contact with the Blade Warriors? Phil Coulson went out for a trip and came back immediately, with an earphone on his ear, smiling. So far it's going well. We've got Blade's favor. Wait, what did you say? The Avengers actually showed up. Fury was stunned and looked at Phil Coulson in disbelief. What did you say? The vampire hunter I liked was actually beaten by David again. I suspect there is someone from David in SHIELD. Fury was angry. Again. Once again, David took a fancy to the man he favored and pulled into the Avengers first. Fury's liver hurts. At the moment, the dark world of New York. The Blade Warrior wearing sunglasses had already pulled out 2 specially made katanas and looked at the people in front of him grimly. I don't remember having a holiday with the Avengers. Hey man, take it easy. We're not here to trouble you. We're here to clean up the underground bats. Tony waved his hand. Blade looked at the people in front of him hesitantly, and finally his eyes fell on David. Half human, half vampire Blade. Obviously trusts David more. Superman is a legend on this planet. Vampires are the cancer in this world. In order to seek immortality, many powerful people don't hesitate to sell human blood or even living people to vampires. These guys must be cleaned up. David just said this sentence. Blade immediately believed it. Just Superman, who speaks righteous words, must be credible. Soon, in this bar, many vampires were still drinking human blood, and suddenly they were attacked by a group of terrifying guys, and they screamed in an instant. The settlement of Avengers against the vampire empire begins at this moment. Blade is a very unpopular hero. In the comics, he is the backbone of the Roaring Commando, a 10th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. When he was born, his biological mother was bitten by a vampire, which caused Blade to be half human and half vampire. The powerful physique, but not afraid of the sun. If you're interested, you can watch the Blade Warrior movie. There are 3 films in total. I personally think it is very exciting. Boom, boom, boom. In the suburbs, this vampire bar is on fire. A famous hero attacked directly, killing one vampire after another. These lunatics, bathing in human blood? Crazy. Bucky was furious. This is the vampire, the cancer hidden in the dark side of human society. David's eyes shot with heat, and he wiped out several vampires, fleeing in an instant. The vampire empire has developed along with the human beings. The food of these guys is human blood. As long as human beings exist, they can exist. When human beings are finished, the vampire empire will collapse. In other words, parasites. Many big events in the Marvel world are also related to vampires, such as Hulk versus Dracula, Dracula versus Apocalypse, and so on. Boom! There was a terrible loud noise. The entire bar was completely destroyed, and all the vampires were slaughtered. Blade threw a beautiful sword flower and said lightly, "Vampires' weaknesses are silver and ultraviolet rays, so they can only live in the dark, like underground mice. You will waste a lot of strength if you rely on brute force like this. How about you? I'm half human, half vampire. I have the super physique and vitality of vampires, but I don't have their flaws." Blade pushed on his sunglasses, his voice calm. "Besides, hunting vampires is a costly job. JRVS, buy me 2 silver mines, and if Pepper build a UV grenade production plant, I'm gonna..." What did you just say? Tony didn't catch it. Asked a question. "Nothing, you heard it wrong. I know a vampire base, come with me." Blade took a deep breath. The group immediately raided a base, but the scene they saw instantly shocked them. I saw thousands of human beings frozen like animals in a cold box, but they were really alive, with needles constantly drawing fresh blood from these living people. It's like an automated blood-drawing factory. There are so many missing people in the world every year. I am afraid that a large part are raised by vampires as pigs. David exhaled and said calmly. One after another, the Avengers were completely furious. Only Blade was still calm and said lightly, "Calm down. This is nothing. In the days when I hunted vampires, I have seen scenes even crazier than this." After examining a human, Natasha Romanoff shook his head. "There are surgical marks on the head. I am afraid that the brain has been affected by the hands and feet, and it has become a vegetative state." Hulk is furious. Hulk growled, gasping for breath. A group of Avengers were extremely angry, and David recorded this scene casually and ordered his brain power to spread to major websites around the world. This bloody scene shocked everyone. This is an image uploaded by Superman. These bloody vampires. From Reputation +1. The whole world shook and there was an uproar. The existence of the vampire empire has also been completely exposed at this moment. This group parasitic on human society has become a group that everyone shouts and beats. Avengers also justifiably began to collect vampires. One base after another was destroyed, and one high-level human being who colluded with vampires, was brought out. The entire vampire empire was slaughtered in blood, and the Avengers, full of anger, started the massacre. Avengers is not like the Justice League next door. When necessary, they have to practice the principle of no killing, arresting, and releasing criminals. The Avengers have always killed if they can kill, and there will never be any psychological burden. Criminals, just kill them on the spot. The vampire empire is coming to an end. 13 clans, the top 13 groups in the vampire empire, gathered together at this moment and finally decided to wake up the buried guy. Our ancestor Dracula must be awakened. Otherwise, we will be exterminated by the Avengers. Those goddamn superheroes. We didn't offend them at all, but they want to kill us all. The leaders of the 13 clans gritted their teeth and decided to dig out the dangerous person. Middle East. A coffin was dug up by vampires in black. Boom. A terrible smell of blood came out. After thousands of years, Dracula finally opened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him indifferently. So, you want me to deal with those superhero? It's sad that my juniors have been reduced to this. Dracula sneered and walked out slowly, basking directly in the sun. As the ancestor of vampires, he has no weaknesses at all. If he really wants to go back thousands of years, he even confronted Apocalypse, the ancestor of Mutant, more than once. The guy who claims to be the son of the sun is handed over to me. He is indeed powerful, but he can't kill me at all. I can't wait to taste the taste of his blood. Dracula licked her lips, bloodthirsty. Dracula quickly found David. Human, you are very strong. I really look forward to the taste of your blood. Dracula ignored the others, stared at David with blood-red eyes, and licked her lips. Boom! Hulk rushed forward with a long stride, knocked Dracula into the air with a punch, and immediately roared. He was about to rush forward, but was stopped by David. You go after the 13 clans. Don't let the old people escape. You must kill them completely. I will deal with this guy. David looked calm. The other Avengers looked at each other and, despite their confusion, obeyed David's orders. David is very strong and has enough wisdom. He must have his reasons for doing this. The undead ancestor of vampires is about to die. David sneered and landed in front of Dracula with a bang. Before waiting for the other party to speak, he had already punched him hard, and this punch that even Hulk couldn't bear slammed into Dracula's body, instantly shattering his body. Logically, it should be dead. But the next moment, countless blood mists gathered together and finally gathered into Dracula. Dracula let out a creepy low laugh and was blown away by David the next second. It's useless. No matter how many times you kill me, I'm immortal. Give it up. No one has ever killed me. Even the Apocalypse back then. There's nothing they can do about me. Dracula sneered, looked greedily at David, and then jumped straight at him. Boom! David kicked it down, then stomped on Dracula's head. Isn't it really immortal? David thought thoughtfully. Dracula, a very strange guy in a Marvel system, can't be killed at all and can almost be regarded as a product of regulation, similar to Deadpool. The next moment, David directly grabbed Dracula's neck and then flew into the sky with a bang and flew directly to the roof of the world at an exaggerated speed. No matter what you do, you can't kill me. You will be my food. Seeing David's actions so decisively, Dracula was suspicious, but still gave a low growl and said, Soon, the roof of the world came into view, and after David took a circle, he immediately landed in a small town. A man took off his hood and said, I am Mordo, a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme, and I will take you into Kamar-Taj. Let's solve this guy first. My opinion is to throw it into an empty, different dimension and let him live there for millions of years. David kicked Dracula on the head and treated the noble ancestor of vampires like a pig and a dog. Mordo nodded and wrote lightly, I am willing to serve. Swish! A golden halo appeared, leading to an unknown dimension, where there is no air, no water, no living beings, just an empty space. No, you can't do this. I'm Dracula, you can't. Boom! David stepped up and kicked Dracula in. Dracula made a sharp chirping sound and instantly turned into countless bats and flew out suddenly, about to rush out, but the next moment, Mordo had closed the golden portal. The noise stopped abruptly. David immediately looked satisfied, which was very comfortable. The two actually entered Kamar-Taj through a small broken door. Ancient One was already dressed in white, with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for David's arrival. All around, almost the entire magician of Kamar-Taj was standing silently at this moment, silently looking at David. "I guess you did a big thing with Time Gem, and Time Gem won't come back, right?" Ancient One said lightly. "Yes, to be precise, the 6 infinite gems are not coming back. I used them to accomplish something important to my future." David nodded and admitted it directly. 6 infinite gems. If you really want to return to the original timeline, you can do it, but David directly used all the 6 gems to ban the universe. Still, impossible. I hope you know what you were doing. Time Gem is an important force to protect the Earth. Ancient One sighed. His tone was faint. "I don't need infinite gems. I am the most important force to protect the Earth." David raised his head slowly and said calmly. Modu's face trembled and he opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything after all. Because David seems right, he's more valuable than Time Gem. "Come with me, I'll show you magic." Ancient One shook his head, turned around, and led David into the main hall. All around, a large number of magicians stared straight at David, sizing up the man who was famous all over the world. Soon, only Ancient One and David were left sitting opposite each other in the main hall. Mordo turned around and walked out and closed the door smoothly. "Tell me, how long do you have?" David picked up the tea in front of him, took a sip, and said lightly, "As long as I think about it, it can last for a few years, but when it comes time, without the cover of Time Gem, I can't hide the matter of stealing Mephisto's power from the other dimension." Mordo's character is very extreme. He knows he will definitely go extreme. Ancient One said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he won't have the chance to know the truth." The two tacitly did not ask why the other knew so much. Because it is meaningless to ask, both sides have touched Time Gem. Ancient One will also feel that David knew all this secret through Time Gem. "In the next period of time, I will teach you magic to completely perfect your body. Similarly, you can also use magic to repair the cracks in your genetic level. Although I don't know what happened to you, but to be in a state of crazy adaptation at this moment is not really wonderful." Ancient One put down the tea and looked David up and down. What a terrible body. Almost every time she sees David, she can feel the unbelievable growth of terror, and every encounter is a new life transition. "Then let's begin. The power of magic. I will master it sooner or later." David looked serious. He was probably the first Kryptonian to get his hands on magical powers. In fact, with Doomsday cells in his body, he is no longer afraid of the 3 flaws of the Kryptonian bloodline, and it is only a matter of time to overcome. But the magic of the Kamar-Taj bloodline involves deeper things, directly pointing to the magic of Marvel. One of the sources. Trinity, why Shandy? Give me the seat of the Sorcerer Supreme, and I'll kill Dormammu for you and remove the threat from Earth. David drank the tea and opened his mouth lightly. Magic is a very magical force, and it is also the most common force in the universe. And Kamar-Taj is precisely the top magical holy place in the entire universe. There is no one, this holy place on the small Earth. Its birth source is directly related to the Trinity Waishandi. Kamar-Taj's first Sorcerer Supreme is precisely Agamotto, one of the sources of Marvel's magic, Waishandi. To learn magic, you must first understand magic. Ancient One raised his hand, followed the long-planned teaching method, and slapped it directly on David's chest. Boom! Nothing happened. Shock from Ancient One. Reputation value +10. "What are you doing?" David said with a blank face. Ancient One slowly retracted his palm, turned his back, and said indifferently, "Test your soul. I didn't expect your soul to be so closely combined with your body. It's a miracle." The two looked at each other and fell silent. Ancient One failed to pretend, and simply threw out the magic book and began to explain the power of magic from the beginning. At the same time, Dark Dimension, Dormammu slowly opened his eyes, which were full of vicious eyes. "You said David? The David who killed Mephisto?" "Yes, my master, David is very close to the Ancient One, and he will be our hindrance. Kaecilius, who had just betrayed the Sorcerer Supreme, at the moment bowed respectfully in front of the giant in front of him with a frenzy on his face. Dormammu snorted coldly. I also watched that battle. Although the human being is powerful, he has too many flaws. He is afraid of magic and relies too much on the sun. As long as I take action, no matter how powerful he is, he will die very ugly. The biggest obstacle is still the old woman from Ancient One. Dormammu is very confident and full of confidence. David? Superman? Son of the Sun? WTF. As long as you drag into the dark dimension, close the door of the dimension, lock all the sunlight, and the endless dark magic particles sweep away everything, this human being will be abolished. The key is Ancient One. My faithful servant, I order you to destroy the 3 holy places as soon as possible. No matter what method you use, you must do it. I can't wait to see the despairing face of Ancient One. After this is done, I will give it to you. Eternal life, Dormammu said in a low voice. After Kaecilius bowed respectfully, he got up, created a portal, and left the dark dimension. In the whole world, only Dormammu's stature, as huge as a planet, was left standing quietly. Ancient One, you steal my power to deal with me. You will pay a terrible price. Dormammu's voice was cold. Kaecilius, who had returned to the earth, immediately began to act, bringing a large number of black magicians to attack the 3 holy places frantically, and has successfully destroyed one of them. Those crawlers are starting to move, and you're just watching? David asked while studying all kinds of magic. Ancient One put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "This is only a matter of time. The greedy Dormammu will not let go of any chance to destroy the earth. Even if I stop Kaecilius this time, Dormammu will kill Kaecilius without hesitation, and then send others to come." While talking, the 2nd holy place was destroyed. At this moment, 2/3 of the huge magic circle covering the earth is missing, and only holy place in New York is still struggling to support it. Wearing a levitating cape, David, with his super brain, has learned amazingly and has become Kamar-Taj's fastest-growing magical apprentice ever. The power of magic is really amazing. David felt it carefully, especially after manipulating the magic particles. He could even go deep into the gene level easily and repair the slight damage on his gene chain, and he had a deeper understanding of the power of magic. I know why the Kryptonians have such low magic resistance. In the movie version, after returning from Kamar-Taj, an elderly man with a broken leg can just repair his necrotic legs and play basketball like a normal person, which has already explained a lot of problems. Magic can easily penetrate to the genetic level. This power system has been really subtle from the very beginning, pointing directly to the microscopic level. The Kryptonian people absorb sunlight to sharply improve their physical fitness, essentially relying on their unique genetic system, and everything depends on it. Genes to supply and maintain. The Kryptonian, whose physical resistance is terrifyingly powerful, and a magic resistance, which is obviously a shortcoming, form a strong contrast. On the DC side, in principle, as long as you cast a magic spell on Superman, especially spiritual magic, Superman will have to hit the street for a while and hit a target. The magic resistance of Kryptonians is not high. Compared with the sharp increase in physical resistance, the magic resistance is actually much higher than that of ordinary people. I see. While using magic to sort out and repair his genetic chain, David also frantically learned all kinds of strange magic, constantly covering his genetic chain layer by layer for protection and shielding. Boom! A loud bang. David, an Ancient One, just drank tea quietly and didn't even bother to move. This is the only place left, the holy place of New York. As long as this place is destroyed, the Master will annex the earth. All suffering will cease to exist, and everyone will have eternal life. Kaecilius led someone directly in, with a frenzied look on his face, but the moment he saw Ancient One and David, he was immediately stunned, and his face changed immediately, and he immediately cast out the strongest black magic. A group of black light groups rushed straight towards David. Because Dormammu told him David fears magic. Kaecilius had already flashed a terrifying red in his eyes, looking greedy, expecting David to flee under his own magical attack. Look, this is the god of the world, weak to the extreme. But the next moment, David raised his head calmly and looked at him indifferently. Not waiting for Kaecilius to react, he raised his hand and slapped it. Snapped. The black magic exploded suddenly, causing a terrible storm. This idiot is your former chief disciple? Ancient One, your eyes on apprentices are really not very good. David sneered and stood up. Ancient One didn't even lift his head and said calmly, he just doesn't recognize his poor B*****************. D. Kaecilius' face changed wildly. You, how could you? Swish. By the time he reacted, David had already grabbed his neck and lifted it up on the spot. Kaecilius let out a roar and used the strongest magic with both hands. The other black magicians also attacked David desperately, but they were horrified to find that nothing worked. What frightened them even more was that David did not use magic to fight magic, but directly relied on his physical fitness, and he was directly immune to all their attacks. How can such a ridiculous thing happen? Shock from Kaecilius, +3 reputation. David looked at this guy and said lightly, just use your death as my gauntlet to declare war on Dormammu. Arrogance is the original sin, but unfortunately you didn't recognize it. Click. Kaecilius was dead, very ugly, and his whole head was almost pulled off by David. The many other black magicians immediately collapsed, screaming and turning around to flee. In the face of David, who relies on his physical fitness to carry magic, what are they going to do? What's more, there's a Sorcerer Supreme watching. Escape. Where do you want to escape? David sneered, took a step forward, and suddenly shot his hot eyes, sweeping the place, killing all the black magicians. Many corpses began to burn spontaneously, and at the same time, a large amount of black magic power surged from the corpses. It's Dormammu's strength. He already knows what's going on here. Ancient One got up and walked out calmly. Every time she took a step, a black magic power that belonged to Dormammu appeared on her forehead. When she walked out of the holy place completely, a strange symbol appeared on Ancient One's forehead. Endless black magic gathered. A will that crossed the boundaries of space and time quickly gathered, overlooking the two of them, and let out a creepy, low smile. David, this is the Sorcerer Supreme of your Earth. A poor B************************* D who keeps trying to protect the Earth, but keeps stealing my power to prolong her life. You don't even think about it. She is just a human. How can she live for more than 500 years? Dormammu stared at the two and sneered, not forgetting to confuse David with the power of spiritual magic. But David just stared at each other indifferently and said lightly, so what? I already know this. Dormammu, if you just rely on these two, you should wash your neck as soon as possible and wait for me. Boom! David went up and punched and immediately blasted the opponent away. Everything was calm, except for the last roar of anger that was vaguely hidden. Everything fell into silence. Dormammu can't hold back anymore. You've stolen too much power from the other party, and you can't hold on for long. Sure enough, Dormammu, this other-dimensional Mephisto, has to rely on me to deal with it. David clenched his fists. Ancient One slowly raised her head. The black lines on her forehead began to spread, and she looked shaky. She said in a deep voice, David, from now on, you are the Sorcerer Supreme of the Earth, and fighting against Dormammu will be your greatest mission. I know you have your own plans, but at least do your thing after defeating Dormammu. The levitating cloak behind David kept shaking. He raised his head and said calmly, Definitely. This is a very fair exchange. I will use Dormammu's corpse to prove to you that I am worthy of this seat. Boom! The figure of the Ancient One was instantly shrouded in black magic, which suppressed the black magic for hundreds of years. At this moment, the Ancient One no longer suppressed it, and in the crash, countless black magics spread wildly, rapidly corroding the Ancient One's aging. Body. Flesh dried up, internal organs collapsed. Only the soul lives forever. The soul of the Ancient One is completely free from the shackles of the body. Where are you going after you die? David asked lightly. I don't know, feel free. Ancient One dropped these words and finally took a deep look at David. Immediately, roar left in a roar, completely disappearing into the depths of the universe. The old Sorcerer Supreme is dead, and a new generation of Sorcerer Supreme is in place. Boom! David collided with two fists. A terrifying roar erupted, brewing the power of a broken star. He slowly raised his head, glanced into outer space. His face was calm. It's also time to completely clean up the threat from the dark dimension. David looked up. His eyes had already crossed the boundaries of countless time and space. He sneered and walked directly to the street outside. It's Superman. Passers-by stared blankly at David and shouted. David nodded with a smile on his face, and immediately, under everyone's attention, turned around and punched the seemingly ordinary house in front of him. Boom! The building collapsed. Countless magic particles spread suddenly, and the last New York holy place also collapsed. The magic system that shrouded the entire Earth completely dissipated at this moment, and the entire magic framework was collapsing. Dormammu, who had been monitoring the Earth for a long time, was ecstatic at the moment, and while laughing, he immediately went to the Earth. The endless darkness shrouded the outer space and directly covered the Earth. What happened? Look at the sky. What kind of monster is that? Just now Superman destroyed a building, and this happened. Are demons from hell invading Earth again? He doesn't know Earth has Superman. The world was in an uproar. Everyone raised their heads and looked at this scene with shock. But this time, the shock turned to shock, but there was no longer the extreme panic of the past. In fact, after a series of major events, both demons and aliens, people on Earth have long since calmed down too much. What? Another foreign invasion? Oh, that's it. And then no more. David, what happened? Tony immediately sent a message to David, put on the armor for the first time, flew out of the Stark building, and stared at the overwhelming darkness in the sky in shock. Tony, contact Fury and ask him to appease the people. It's just an extra-dimensional Mephisto. David said lightly, slowly got up, and under the gaze of countless people, he suddenly flew into the cosmic starry sky. With a transcendent power, he tore through the darkness and broke into the darkness. The spreading power of darkness is also spreading suddenly, gradually shaking the entire universe. And many cosmic creatures have raised their heads at this moment, looking at this terrifying scene in amazement, thoughtfully. This is the category of the dark dimension. Which planet is that Mephisto targeting? This time it seems to be Earth. Countless beings in the universe fell silent, their expressions strange. The Earth where the son of the sun is located? Boom! The terrifying impact erupted with astonishing aftermath, which gradually spread to the entire universe. Dormammu, the new Sorcerer Supreme, will chop off your head. With flames burning all over David, with an indifferent expression, he stared indifferently at the indescribably huge existence in front of him. Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. So, Ancient One actually gave you all hope? How stupid. She is stupid. You are even more stupid. How dare a human who lacks magic resistance dare to break into my dark realm? Your arrogance will kill you. Dormammu let out a horrible laugh that shook countless planets, and he raised a finger and tapped it at David. A magic burst hit David. The terrible fluctuations dissipated. David stood blankly where he was. You said just now that my magic resistance is weak. David patted the dust on his body and said lightly. David stared blankly at the huge figure in front of him, hardly connected to Dormammu's black magic, but did not suffer serious damage. This has already explained too many problems. Dormammu, your magic has no special effect on me. Do you know what that means? Your greatest advantage is gone. You are dying. David sneered. Dormammu looked at this scene in amazement. Why is this? Your magical attainments have improved so much in such a short period of time. That's because you don't know anything about genius. You only know that you who hide in the dark dimension and watch the outside world like a mouse are already rotten. Looking at the planet like terrifying giant, David took the lead. A fierce battle broke out. This is also the first time David has really faced a powerful magician of level single universe after he studied magic with his superbrain and completely erased his own magic flaws. You have been rotten for too long. Your strength has long since fallen into stagnation, and the dark dimension is everything to you. Dormammu, you are the parasite of the universe now. There was indifference on David's face. He raised his head and took a deep look at this big guy with a height of several hundred meters. As his body moved rapidly, he had already punched and hit a terrifying gap in Dormammu's body. The dazzling power of the sun erupted for the first time, and the powerful annihilation power spread straight to Dormammu. Roar! Dormammu let out a painful roar, and in an instant, countless dry planets were suddenly pulled by him and smashed straight towards David, an apocalyptic scene. David, you lowly human, you have entered my dark realm, and without the solar energy to enhance your power, you will die soon. Dormammu rage growled. How many years? I don't know how many years have passed. No one has ever dared to fight him in the dark dimension, because doing this is courting death. But David just did it, and actually started a war with him, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. In the dark dimension, boom, boom, boom. One after another, terrifying cracking sound came out. David used every muscle in his body. The moment he touched Dormammu, he immediately started a violent attack. He tried his best with every punch. Inlaid with a power gem, it easily defeated everything. Large cracks appeared on Dormammu's body. The next moment, countless magic bursts poured into David, and it was completely wrapped up in an instant. But soon, in less than a second, David directly broke through the blockade and annihilation of black magic, turned into a shooting star. The logo on his chest shone brightly, and his whole body slammed directly into Dormammu's head. Boom! Dormammu let out a painful wailing. His entire head was pierced by David, and the magic inside his body poured down like a tsunami. Really able to handle. David's eyes were cold. He's in a bad state right now, fighting against a Mephisto from the level single universe. Even if he has an advantage, every shot will have to pay a price. Dormammu, a formidable enemy. Very good. I don't know how many thousands of years Noah has caused such great damage to me. Dormammu laughed angrily and looked down with a tyrannical expression, especially those eyes, which were already full of endless blood and killing. David's stature is forever remembered by him. What Mephisto has not done, I will do it. I will use the most powerful black magic to erase your soul and refine your corpse into a magical puppet. David, you will be my best work ever. Dormammu roared wildly, and as soon as he hit it, he began to mobilize countless planets in the dark dimension to smash at David. In this dark world, there are too many dark and dead planets, which are all life planets that Dormammu attacked and devoured in the past hundreds of millions of years. These poor worlds are dragged into the dark dimension, and eventually they can only fall into a dead silence in the endless despair, and even the entire planet is depleted. SHHHHHH. The dead planets were pulled over by powerful magic, and Roar crashed into David in a whimper. A boring trick. You can only use this ridiculous method. David raised his head, looked indifferent, looked at the overwhelming planets, and moved. In the bang, he suddenly punched, even if it took a long time. But with just such a punch, it crossed time and space, and a terrifying roar whistle sounded. And with a single blow, the planet in the front was defeated. The endless debris of the planet collapsed. In my world, the most important thing is the planet. How long can you support it? Dormammu fell into a frenzy, rolling countless planets with black magic, attacking David continuously, and in an instant he cast tyrannical magic, rushing towards David from all directions. Boring! David was expressionless, just clenched his fists. In an instant, the ubiquitous erosion of black magic was finally adapted and overcome at this moment. He has evolved the ability to resist the erosion of black magic. Boom, boom, boom. An endless roar is produced. Planet after planet was blown up by David punch after punch. One after another black magic was defeated by David. Dormammu was still laughing wildly at the beginning. The more David tried, the more excited he became. There is no sun in the dark dimension. Sooner or later, this human being will run out of energy and vitality in his body and die of despair. But gradually, the Lord of Darkness felt that something was wrong. He looked at David, who had always maintained a strong fighting force. Especially, I don't know if it was an illusion, he vaguely felt that David not only did not become weak, but became stronger. WTF? Where's the problem? Boom! Another large planet was destroyed. David's whole body was almost on fire. At this moment, the initial Doomsday cell transplanted into the body was completely absorbed and assimilated by David at this moment, and an internal circulation system unique to Doomsday was initially constructed. The so-called Destruction Day, even if it does not absorb any energy from the outside world, even if it is not exposed to the sun, it can still maintain a strong vitality, relying on the unique internal circulation. Everything in the body circulates back and forth in this inner cycle, and it can be reused endlessly. And the more perfect the day of destruction, the energy obtained in one cycle will not only not decrease, but will become larger. This is the Doomsday, known as the closest to the perfect Kryptonian. Boom! David broke through the barriers and killed him in front of Dormammu, staring at him with icy eyes, and with a savage blow, the giant in front of him shattered a part of it again. Dormammu, Lord of Darkness, that's all. Dormammu was horrified and looked at David, who was getting stronger and stronger in the Vietnam War, in awe. His eyes were full of incredible. With his endless long lifespan, he has never encountered such a terrifying life form. As time goes by, not only is it not weak, but it is also faintly growing stronger. What the hell are you? Even the gods of the universe don't exist as weird as you. Dormammu roared in anger. David continued to disassemble the other's body composition from Dormammu's body with powerful force, and every time he shot, he could always bring down a large piece of magical body. As expected of the Doomsday cells, this is just a modification of my basic genes. It is already so powerful if I completely transform into Doomsday. David felt the internal circulatory system in his body, and he was making himself stronger all the time, and his heart pounded suddenly. Although he clearly realizes that this inner loop is not perfect, and that this kind of strengthening has a limit, the terrifying potential it shows is real. Sooner or later, I'm going to be the perfect Doomsday. David slowly raised his head, and the gaze that looked at Dormammu had already become extremely calm, no longer cold, but became extremely peaceful, as if facing an existence that should have died. Yes, Dormammu is dead, David said. Roar. Dormammu let out another roar of pain. His magical body had been shattered in half by David. This is already a truly horrific loss, and Dormammu has suffered a near horrific trauma that has never been seen before. And what makes Dormammu even more uneasy is David's bizarre growth. Why? Why is there no sun? Yet you, the son of the sun, still have constant energy. Why? You are still getting stronger without external supplements. Why you, who obviously don't have magic resistance, have grown to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. Dormammu roared loudly and questioned sentence by sentence. But unfortunately, David had absolutely no intention of having a heart-to-heart with a dying Mephisto. David just wanted to kill Dormammu. His purpose was that pure. Go ask Death. Maybe she knows a little more. David laughed in a low voice and flew up quickly, flush with Dormammu's two huge eyes, and the next moment, a powerful hot gaze suddenly burst out from his eyes, and it hit Dormammu's head with a bang. This terrifying high temperature madly eroded everything, and the impact of the energy displayed also made Dormammu feel the pain that went deep into his soul. Countless black magic came, and a fierce confrontation broke out with David's unprecedentedly powerful heat vision. But David quickly stopped his hot gaze, and in the momentary gap, he exhaled suddenly. Frozen roar suction. The terrifying cold air suddenly spread to Dormammu, and at the moment when everything froze, David suddenly killed him and instantly came to the head of Dormammu, who suffered from heat vision and frozen roar in a very short time. The sturdy arm bulged, and the muscles almost exploded. In the sudden explosion, the entire dark dimension faintly paused. This terrifying force seemed to be able to move the entire universe. David resisted the attack of the black magic, endured the severe pain, roared, grabbed Dormammu's head, and immediately tugged it fiercely. A head as large as a planet was ripped off by David's blow. Puff! At the same time, it was a hot sight, and the magic head was destroyed on the spot. Dormammu, even if you have the blessing of the entire dark dimension, you will die, and you will die very miserably. David swept his eyes, slapped the black magic with a slap, and at the same time began to destroy the dark dimension. With his own transcendent strength and majestic energy index, madness shakes everything. Taking advantage of Dormammu's heavy damage and inability to control the blankness of the dark dimension, David directly begins to destroy the entire world. Layers of dimensional frameworks were defeated by David, and the entire dark dimension was now caught in huge amounts of turmoil, step by step toward the end and destruction. David, damn human! Dormammu shuddered with heartache, almost going mad as he watched the dark dimension, the foundation of his power, suffer this horrific injury. After spending a lot of black magic to condense a new magical body, Dormammu pounced on David viciously. Boom! But this time, David just turned around and punched, causing heavy damage to this magical body. The dark dimension has been damaged, and Dormammu's power has suffered a terrible weakening. It's really sad. All of your power is pinned on the blessing of the whole world. If the dark dimension is abolished, you will also be abolished. In the end, you just keep decaying. David spoke softly. By tying yourself to a dimension, you can indeed ascend to the sky in one step. The dimension will not be destroyed, and you will not die. But once the dimension is destroyed, the powerful Mephisto of Dormammu will not be far away from dying. It's a horrible exchange. Shot from Dormammu. Reputation plus 40. Dormammu looked at David in horror. Facing this human being he had dismissed before, he finally felt a deep fear. Why? Why is this human being able to do this? And why do you know so much about him? Boom! With another punch, Dormammu's magical body was blown up again. When Dormammu reunited, he found that the man had begun to violently dismember his dark dimension. Enough! The great Dormammu lost this battle. You won, and you can declare your victory to the whole universe. You have now withdrawn from the dark dimension, and I promise not to attack the Earth again. Dormammu finally persuaded, and deep fear and anxiety arose in his heart. It's too late. As I said earlier, you should be damned. David just shook his head, blow after blow, destroying the dark dimension. Finally, the closed dark dimension began to collapse, and the battle spread directly to the outside world along the cracks, and were monitored by the numerous living beings. Immediately, the entire universe fell into a huge amount of panic, looking at this scene in astonishment. The dark dimension is actually collapsing. If the dark dimension is destroyed, Dormammu will completely lose his biggest trump card. He's going to die. Sure enough, not long after, a shrill cry came out. Hum! A vague wave suddenly spread throughout the universe. An ancient Mephisto, completely dead at this moment, the entire universe originally felt something. Countless civilizations and gods stared intently at the dark dimension, until they saw a human face calmly walking out of the tattered dark dimension, and they immediately understood. Dormammu is finished, someone said. That figure, slowly stepping out from the dilapidated dark dimension, stood quietly in the cosmic starry sky, with open arms, fully absorbing the yellow solar radiation from the cosmic starry sky. The light of the yellow sun made him, a Kryptonian, instinctively feel happy. The black battlesuit is constantly fluttering. The red cloak is quietly draped, and the infinity logo on the chest faces the entire universe, emitting a bright light. For the first time, David faced the entire universe in his own form, observed by countless civilizations and gods. Time seems to freeze at this moment, and many lives are bathed in David's figure. In particular, with the collapse of the dark dimension, it seems a universe is collapsing, and the fall of an ancient dimension Mephisto has an unprecedented impact on the entire universe. This human has really done it. The life that came out of the world tree can be so powerful. The name of the son of the sun will spread throughout the universe at this moment. Dormammu, a Mephisto so powerful and backed by a dark dimension comparable to a universe, was still killed. This human, a powerful existence, was shocked and looked at this scene with horror. If David can kill Dormammu, it means he can kill them too. What a horrible human being is this? The whole universe shook, and an ancient god began to chant David's name. Shot from Egg, reputation value +10. The shot from Gao Tianzuan, reputation value +10. From. Likewise, many beings looked at David suspiciously. Does such a powerful human really exist? Or is it just a layer of disguise? Should he really be the god of the universe? Will he be our clan? In the universe, the gods scattered everywhere were shocked. They looked at David one after another and kept thinking and deducing. It is impossible for human beings to achieve this step. This kind of growth and terrifying potential can only be possessed by the gods of the universe. This person, we want the elders of the universe. There are only 15 gods in the elders of the universe. I think the other old guys are happy to recruit a healthy and powerful young god to come in. The collector looked carefully at his collection, while looking casually in the direction of the earth, his eyes flickering. The Universal Presbyterian Church, one of the oldest cosmic organizations, was established by a group of dead and loose gods, with a total of 15 gods, including Gao Tianzuan, collector, gardener, and so on. It now seems that perhaps there will be 16 gods in the near future. On the other side, David had returned to Earth with the terrifying halo of killing Dormammu like a god. The whole Earth is looking at him, watching this man who has defeated powerful enemies for them time and time again, the strongest superhero, and also the strongest human being in history. Countless people are cheering Roar, and Roar is named Superman. You really did it. You killed Dormammu? Mordo, who had been secretly paying attention to this battle with magic, now looked at David with a dull look on his face full of incredible and ecstasy. Dormammu, the evil shadow that has shrouded the earth for so many years, has finally completely dissipated? Yes, this is what I promised, Ancient One, but also what I promised to do for Earth. From this moment on, I am the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo, you will be my assistant. Help me do some day-to-day stuff like you used to do when you followed Ancient One. David strode into Kamar-Taj, looked at the magicians who were watching him, felt the rush of reputation, and suddenly showed a warm smile. All are good leaks, born to be harvested by me. I am willing to serve you, the new Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo bowed his head, revealing the joy from his heart. David hummed, and from this moment, he officially entered Kamar-Taj. The entire Earth will be transformed into David's natural sphere of influence, and even the entire solar system will be under him. On the side of Avengers, the general framework has been laid out, and when the time comes, I can really start doing my own things. David was thoughtful. He has never been carried away by superhero and other identities. He has a clear understanding of everything about himself and clearly knows what he wants to get. But now, at least, you can enjoy everything you have. The whole universe is madly contributing reputation points to him and is harvested by him round by round. Reputation level. Level universe reputation. 163.4 billion/1 trillion completed a major event that shook the entire universe. Killing Dormammu is equivalent to completing a level universe event, which is good. Just when David began to take over the dominion of the entire Earth one after another, and raise the leaks here to become big and strong. In the cosmos starry sky, there is a huge figure that is coming quickly. This is a living planet, exuding a huge and majestic will. David must be the god of the universe. I can't get it wrong. Such a compatriot can't be pulled over by the rotten organization of the elders of the universe. It's better to be swallowed up by me. With the majesty on Egg's face, his huge amounts of face appeared on the surface of the planet, and his eyes had already crossed countless galaxies and fell straight to the direction of the Earth. Almost all the gods believe that David is a young cosmic god, just born. Otherwise, there is no explanation for all this. While the Collector and other gang of gods were still about to move, Egg, who got the news, had already started the action directly and rushed in the direction of the Earth. Also, I remember that I have an offspring that was born of life on Earth. It seems that he is still alive now, and it is time to consider swallowing him up. Egg pondered silently, and soon he had already broken into the scope of the World Tree. Asgard. God King Odin suddenly opened his eyes, looked up, and there was deep worry and anxiety in that one eye. It's this guy again. Decades ago, this guy's duplication went to Midgard. I ignored it, but this time he broke in directly with the body. Anger flashed in Odin's one eye. He also doesn't want to go to war with these cosmic gods unless it is necessary, especially when he is old and dying. You must know that the gods of the universe are embarrassed to say that they are gods without a lifespan of tens of billions. After a long time, Odin still didn't make a move and closed his eyes again. Roar! Egg has approached the Earth, and the terrifying figure caught the eyes of the entire Earth, causing a huge wave. Why is there an extra moon in the sky? Global uproar. Everyone looked up at the sky in amazement, looking at the approaching planet. I watched a dot, from small to large, constantly approaching the Earth. Astronomical institutions all over the world are almost going crazy. This scene has subverted their three views. They stared at this planet that would move on its own, and their minds roared. No physical signal detected. The atmosphere of this planet is extremely pure, and there is no sign of various technological products. But if there are no aliens driving the planet, how does it move? Is it? A terrible guess came to everyone's mind, and the terrible fact made everyone's scalp tingle. This planet is alive. Fury glanced at the sky, then at the emergency report, and felt a sudden panic, and immediately dialed David's number. David, that big guy from the depths of the universe. I know, I'm not blind. This guy's name is Egg, a cosmic god, and this planet is his body. Don't be surprised. After speaking, David hung up the phone. Fury was struck by lightning. A living planet? Simply, there is actually such a strange creature in the universe. Is it a cosmic god? Not only Fury. People all over the world felt their scalps go numb, and the scene in front of them completely shattered their existing cognition, and all of them looked at the sky like a fool. Modu, continue to build the magic circle to protect the Earth. I will deal with this guy. David raised his hand, and the suspension cloak flew over immediately and hung on his shoulders. The battle suit poured out of his body in an instant. Only to hear a loud noise, David had already left Kamar-Taj and rushed straight into the cosmic starry sky. Outlander, you have broken into the realm of the Earth. Say your purpose. David looked calm. Egg stopped immediately, looked at the little guy in front of him, and was a little surprised. The fluctuations on this guy are a bit strange. Is he really the god of the universe? Although the gods of the universe are of different races, abilities, and appearances, this one is the least godlike guy I have ever seen. I, the great and ancient god of the universe, Igo, came to Earth specially to meet the young god of the universe. Your reputation has spread throughout the universe. Egg said in a low voice. See you and see, you can go back. David said lightly. Egg was stagnant for a moment, unable to speak, even more deeply confused. Young god, you shouldn't treat your clan with such a bad attitude. I'm here to help you and prevent you from being harmed by those evil gods, especially the rotten gods of the Universal Presbyterian Church. Egg's massive face showed seriousness and sincerity, looking earnestly at David. David looked strange. Young gods, follow me. Those rotten and evil gods are already on their way here. Once they arrive, They will definitely kill you and even destroy the entire Earth. Egg couldn't help urging. David fell into a long silence. For a while, he really didn't know what to say. Destroy the Earth? Are the elders of the universe too stupid? Or are the god kings of the other 8 realms blind? Will the entire world tree allow Midgard, one of the 3 realms of Midgard, to be destroyed by outsiders? The rulers of the major worlds are generally level godfathers. If you really want to search for them, plus the protection and blessing of the world tree, you're really not afraid of the universal elders. All right, I'm worried about this. David suddenly spoke up and said solemnly, I'm so good that I'm afraid of myself. In this case, I'll go with you. I hope you can help me. Egg showed a wicked smile. Definitely, kid, you can trust me. 2 figures, one big and one small, immediately left the scope of the world tree and entered the universe starry sky. Soon, before Egg could figure out how to kill David, David took the lead. Boom! With a ruthless punch, it slammed into Egg, and suddenly, Egg's face was instantly distorted, revealing pain and shock. What are you doing? Egg said angrily. Definitely kill you. I am very keen on your body. It will be very useful to me in the future. David sneered. Stupid young god, you've gone mad. I'm not crazy. Sooner or later, I will be attacked by you and swallowed up. I guess swallowing me will definitely benefit you more than swallowing your many children. Anyway, you don't lack life and time. Billions and billions of years plotting against me. David sneered and opened his mouth with a fierce light in his eyes. He knew all too well what Egg was. Although there are a lot of strange creatures in the elders of the universe, and they also fight with each other, but at least they are not as deadly as Egg. So, David took the lead and killed Egg. I will erase your will, leave your instinct and body. I will be of great use. David sneered in a low voice, opened his mouth slowly, and shot again. Egg let out a roar full of fright and anger, and immediately, the terrifying god energy that was so powerful that it almost materialized broke out, turned into sharp blades, and stabbed David at this moment. At the same time, there was a little panic and astonishment in Egg's heart. He thought about it and couldn't figure it out. Where did David get his news? Why did he know so much about what he was doing secretly? Murder and panic coexisted in his heart, while Egg furiously vented his power. He moved quickly and planned to escape. After fleeing far, disguised as an ordinary planet, he can still live, but if he doesn't escape, he will be beaten to death by this fierce guy. It's a real kill. David, you misunderstood me. Egg roared and attacked, while fleeing frantically, increasing his speed to the extreme. But David just sneered and kept shooting, punch after punch, smashed all of Egg's barriers, and, after several shots, he even smashed out huge amounts of gaps in the entire planet's crust. A road that pointed directly to the core of the Earth was blasted out by David. No! Egg roared in horror, frantically mobilizing all the substances, trying to protect his core, but David just sneered and came down with a bang. The powerful steel body smashed through everything and directly reached the core. Ego, from this moment on, you will die, and your remains will become my domain. David took a shot, and with one blow, it ripped Egg's thinking organization down, and the endless storm of consciousness began to spread wildly. After the scream, Egg completely lost consciousness, leaving only the body of the planet floating in the universe. Egg, who had lost his self-consciousness, seemed to have turned into a terrifying zombie, and the dazzling luster flashing on his body also dimmed to the moment, becoming dry and dark, and he only knew that instinctively wandering in the universe. Egg, the ancient cosmic god, the life of the planet, is dead. Only numb instincts and a massive planetary body remain. This thing, as my Krypton in the future, is very suitable. David looked up and down the planet, showing a satisfied look. Good, very good. What is a more suitable carrier than a planet capable of self-growth and self-adjustment? In the future, after the affairs on Earth are over, he will eventually leave the Earth and fight towards this multi-universe. The vast and endless world is the battlefield where he gallops, and the countless gods are what he wants in his splendid life. Face many existences. Otherwise, it would be too sad to be confined to a single universe, born with the birth of the universe and destroyed with the destruction of the universe. After pondering for a while, David raised his hand, and in an instant, a wave of infinite gems suddenly came, accurately appearing in front of David, and in the crash, the blue space power flickered, instantly teleporting Egg's body walk. David threw it into another closed universe. This fleeting power of infinite gems also caused hesitation among some of the top gods in the universe. Just like the power of infinite gems have been moved to other timelines. Many gods were a little suspicious, but after all, they just glanced at David and maintained restraint. Egg's fate is vividly remembered. David glanced at the deep cosmic starry sky, stared at the stars, turned around, raised his hand, and drew a golden portal, returning to the earth. It seemed that everything had calmed down. The whole earth immediately became quiet after seeing David take the huge amount of the planet away. On Earth, Superman is a living myth, a real god on Earth. At the same time, Wakanda, T'Challa has just taken over the king's seat from his father. At the moment, is constantly flipping through the information on the screen. Really, Superman took that planet away? It is indeed the most powerful superhero in human history. T'Challa sighed. In recent years, David has almost endured one Doomsday crisis after another for mankind, accumulating a terrible reputation. Everyone trusts him. Brother, according to my observations, the planet should be alive, and I have detected a strong thought signal. There is such a miraculous life in the universe. Surue was shocked and excited. As the owner of the wisdom of Level Universe, Surue is full of curiosity about all unknowns. The key is that she really has the confidence to explore all of them. Surue, prepare for the ceremony. I'm going to see the leopard god. Suddenly, Chalia's expression changed and immediately became serious, walked to the ancient altar, and started the ceremony. After drinking the heart-shaped grass, T'Challa lay in the sand pit, making a spiritual connection. In an instant, a huge mind descended, and this unknown will seem to transcend the boundaries of the entire universe, filled with thoughts as vast as Wang Yang, crossing the distant boundaries of time and space, and came to the earth. T'Challa, my clan, this mysterious existence said. T'Challa looked respectful. Respected Panther God Bast, the current King T'Challa obeys your teachings. The timeline of your world has changed dramatically. Everything has been revised, and a new future has been obtained, and it is Superman who caused all this. Superman fixes the timeline. Chalia's face was moved, but he didn't question it, because the vast will in front of him was the leopard god, the supreme deity of Wakanda for generations. So what should I do? T'Challa respectfully asked. You can join him, you can ignore him, but not against him. T'Challa, he killed Thanos and became the destiny child of this universe. And where he is, he will be completely the sanctuary of a universe, until a new age comes before the appearance of the new destiny child. T'Challa fell into silence, and finally nodded heavily and said solemnly, Understood, respected Panther God Bast, I will lead Wakanda out of the closure and integrate into the human world. Soon, the gigantic will of the Panther God was gone, and T'Challa also opened his eyes, stood up from the bunker, and fell into contemplation. Brother, what did the leopard god say to you? Surue asked. The siblings chatted. Did the leopard god say that? Surue thought for a while. She has long secretly studied the Panther gods worshipped for generations, and came to the conclusion that the Panther God Bast should at least be a collection of huge spiritual concepts in this universe, and even come from interdimensional outside the universe. Exist. If it is the latter, the leopard god standing outside the single universe must be able to see all kinds of terrible changes on the timeline. Brother, you can join Avengers. Surue's eyes were shining. At this time, Wakanda's alarm system suddenly issued a warning. Your Majesty, your brother has entered Wakanda with outsiders and is robbing vibranium. Another global summit. On behalf of the official organization of the Avengers, David wore a battle suit and announced that he had taken over as the new Sorcerer Supreme and became the news of Earth Asgardian. Yes, there are indeed some hidden organizations in this world. The Sorcerer Supreme is the Asgardian of the Earth. The magic circle that sheltered the Earth before was built by Kamar-Taj's successive Sorcerer Supremes over thousands of years, little by little. And I will be the new Sorcerer Supreme. David announced the news to the world without hesitation. Below, countless high-level executives looked at David in astonishment and immediately relieved. They are in high positions. They definitely know some secrets behind this world, and they also speculate, but now they get the truth from David. However, when the news spread, it caused huge amounts of sensation all over the world. It was also the first time that Kamar-Taj, a hidden force that had secretly participated in the process of mankind for thousands of years, was presented to the world without precedent. Kamar-Taj? Never heard of it. It turns out that the Earth has always had its own Asgardian. No wonder there are so many strange aliens in the universe, both fleets and planetary life. We can maintain stability. There are Asgardians. Sorcerer Supreme? Superman turns out not just superhero, but Earth Asgardian. The whole world began to talk about this matter, and every force and organization was shocked and relieved by the news. In a global summit, in the seat below, T'Challa, who represented Wakanda for the first time in such a meeting, looked at David, who was talking on the stage, with a shocked expression. The current Sorcerer Supreme is Superman? Where did the Ancient One go? T'Challa had a faint feeling that something terrible happened quietly behind the scenes that the world didn't know about. After the summit dissipated, a lot of people wanted to talk to David, and so did T'Challa. But there were too many people, and the high-level officials of various countries were unable to drain the water around David. T'Challa had already given up and was going to try to find other opportunities, but the next moment, he saw David walking straight towards him. What? T'Challa looked shocked. Superman actually came directly at him. First time, T'Challa, your speech was great. I think we can talk. Wakanda has what I need. David looked at the man in front of him, Black Panther, and said with a smile, whether in movies or comics, Black Panther plays a very important role in the Avengers alliance. And even in the comics, Black Panther once led the Avengers, although almost the entire team was brought into the ditch, and all kinds of show the continuous operation almost broke the Avengers alliance, and even created a set of Black Panther version of anti-Hulk armor. You know Wakanda well? T'Challa couldn't help asking. Definitely a place blessed by fate, with a huge vibranium mine, the richest place on Earth. David nodded with a smile. To be blunt, I hope to get some vibranium from you. I'm going to build a brand new set of armor. Definitely, I'll pay for it. T'Challa suppressed his inner excitement and said calmly, No compensation is required. I can give a portion to Avengers in my own name, but only to Avengers. And you have to keep our secrets. If vibranium's secrets are exposed, our situation is going to be troublesome. It's a pleasure to work with. If you're interested, come to the Avengers headquarters to have a look. Tony just contributed his building. David laughed and talked to the young Black Panther for a while, then left the venue and flew into the sky with a bang. T'Challa looked at David's back and took a deep breath, refreshed. There is nothing more wonderful than this. The god among men, Sorcerer Supreme, David willing to work with him, even with invitation imagery. This is the best result. David soon returned to the Avengers mansion. Bruce, Tony, how is my second-generation battlesuit research? David walked directly into the laboratory and asked. It's done. I have to say that Dr. Drake has made progress in many places. I have now maximized the characteristics of Venom. Dr. Banner sighed with emotion. Tony joked, Look, I don't even want to give you this suit. Symbiote battlesuit? What a genius idea. Soon, the venom spread out from David and immediately swallowed the small piece of the symbiote that had been stripped out. In an instant, everything on the symbiote was learned and possessed by the venom. In an instant, the Venom Star Variety. Infinity-2 type battlesuit. There are various abilities of the symbiote, and at the same time, it also has the ability of the mechanical side, which can transmit and receive various electronic signals. Nice job, guys. David felt the various abilities on this battlesuit and was extremely satisfied. This battlesuit is probably more perfect than Tony's symbiote battlesuit in a parallel universe. Tony, I heard you're in a lot of trouble. You mean Mandarin? I can deal with him myself, without your help. Tony vowed. After talking for a while, David left. The whole Earth began to develop in an orderly manner, and David rarely ushered in a little peace, silently studying his own body, focusing on the study of Doomsday cells. The whole planet is singing your name, and being a hero is such a luxury. Magneto put his hands behind his back and began to stroll in the Krypton technology building. He came to the roof, looked at David, who was basking in the sun, and couldn't help but sneer. Since he planned to convert all the top leaders of the global summit into mutants, he failed on the spot and was directly imprisoned here by David, losing his freedom. But the results didn't look too bad, at least better than being held by those humans. Eric, put away your tricks. Don't forget, I taught you a lot of what you learned. David was basking in the sun's rays and looked comfortable. Sunbathing is a real pleasure. Magneto's mood is getting worse. When will you let me go? You can go now as long as you want, David said lightly. At this time, David suddenly let out a small yawn and looked up at the sky in amazement, his eyes staring straight at the sun, showing a look of surprise. There is something in the sun. David got up immediately and watched with interest. What can live directly in the sun? At the same time, the shield and the spear bureau sounded the alarm at the same time. Everyone, here comes our trouble. The descendant left by the god in the sun was not killed by Da Vinci. The top two of the world's most powerful official organizations quickly held a meeting with solemn expressions. The director of SHIELD, Fury, and the director of the Spear Bureau, Zhang Xian, had a direct call. Looks like you've noticed that too. Fury looked serious. Yes, we originally thought that this descendant of the gods should be dead, but we didn't expect it to be alive. Da Vinci's bloody battle for 100 years seems to have only delayed the preparations for the Earth for a longer time. The director of the Shin Spear Bureau, Zhang Xian, revealed solemnity in his voice. The descendants of the gods and the sun suddenly had signs of life. It was a ghost. The two major organizations, SHIELD and Shun Liao Bureau, were formerly known as Sacred Shield Brotherhood. After the family was completely separated during the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zhang Heng led the Shun Liao Bureau in the East. It was also at this time that a major event happened. A female cosmic god group came to the Earth. Not the cosmic god, but the god group. What was even more shocking was that Zhang Heng did not know what means he used to enlarge the belly of this female god, and successfully coaxed her into the sun to give birth to a child, which was considered to have saved the Earth from a serious crisis. Thousands of years later, the celestial group baby grew up in the sun to destroy the solar system. The power of the shield and the spear joined forces again to create a powerful steel battle suit, which was worn by Leonardo da Vinci, went straight to the sun, and joined the celestial group baby. Bloody battle. In this battle, it took more than 100 years for it to be regarded as the solution to the baby of the god group. But now it seems, at this time, Superman, who is most sensitive to the sun, may have also noticed that the new Sorcerer Supreme is the only person on Earth who is most likely to fight against the sun. The two chiefs hung up. What happened on the sun made them very anxious. This is different from other crises. The solar system can have no other planets, but it must not lose the sun. Roar. David had already rushed into the cosmic starry sky, looking at the furious and angry will from the sun with interest. It was as if some existence had a deep anger at what had happened to him after he suddenly woke up. So that's the case. Is it Zhang Heng and the descendant of the female god group? Da Vinci didn't kill this ghost. Roar. David accelerated suddenly, slammed into space, and rushed all the way to the sun. The terrifying speed climbed to the extreme and soon came to the outer periphery of the sun. Huge amounts of fireballs were burning wildly, and every moment, terrifying power erupted, and that terrifying nuclear explosion was happening all the time on the sun. This is fixed star. David looked at it for a while, and while he was moving, he went straight into the sun. Boom! a terrifying explosion suddenly hit, straight towards David. Interesting, David sneered, shot out brazenly, and smashed the terrifying shockwave with a bang. At the same time, with a terrifying physical quality, he moved rapidly in the sun. It means that he is constantly enduring the terrible nuclear fusion and, at the same time, enduring the terrifying high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees and continues to deepen. The Doomsday cells in the body also began to run wildly, unfolding an unprecedented crazy evolution, quickly adapting to the harsh environment in the sun. And even more astonishingly, it was the first time that David rushed into the sun himself, and he was almost completely bathed in the endless sun. In a yellow radiation of his body expanded almost exaggeratedly. The endless energy index is madly pouring in, constantly improving David's strength. Under David's powerful force, the entire sun shook a little. This soon attracted the attention of another being in the sun. Da Vinci died. An indistinct roar suddenly came, and a huge amount of figures suddenly rushed out, heading straight for David. The entire sun began to tremble, and endless nuclear fusion could not harm this existence at all. A tattered god appeared in front of David in an instant. Is this the baby left by the cosmic deity group? One interesting guy. David looked at each other up and down, showing a look of amazement. The moment he saw David, the god baby immediately moved, a little confused. It's not Da Vinci. Da Vinci died hundreds of years ago. He was just a human. David laughed. The god group baby growled. Humans should be damned. Swish. The celestial baby immediately rushed towards David, and the terrifying energy fluctuations erupted, causing the entire sun to fall into an unprecedented turbulence. And the entire solar system fell into a terrifying tremor due to the drastic changes of the sun, as if it would collapse at any moment. David stood motionless, but raised his head slowly with a strange look on his face. Mechanical auxiliary branch, activate. In an instant, David's will began to expand wildly, directly spreading into the other party's thinking, and began to quickly decipher, interpret, and restart. The branch of mechanical evolution is almost the natural enemy of mechanical gods, such as the Cosmos God group. What did you do to me? In my mind, Master, get out of the way. You damn human. How dare you attack my mind? The gods let out a roar of rage, with a kind of nervousness and confusion. David is the second life form he faced. Before that, he only fought with Da Vinci for hundreds of years, and then he was beaten to the point of death. He finally recovered and immediately ran into this guy David. David was even more bizarre. He was able to directly decipher his mechanical body and directly attack his thinking organ. Boom! The baby god pounced on David, but the next moment, David just raised his head calmly, and he punched out with a loud bang, smashing the baby god and flying out. The body, which was already broken, was hit by David's heavy punch, only to hear a loud bang, abruptly dented a lot, and in an instant, it became broken, a large number of broken parts and energy transmission. The line is exposed. If I wanted to, you were beaten to death by me just now. I hope I have some idea in my mind and be my experiment. David's expression was indifferent, and he kept shooting, almost tearing down the guy in front of him. The baby god let out a painful howl, and David's will covered it at an even more astonishing speed, modifying the other party's core code and underlying construction logic bit by bit, instead filling David's own huge will into it. Gradually, the baby god completely lost his autonomy, and his cognition was badly modified by David, and he respected David as the master. Master! The baby god looked at David and said, Descendants of the Tenjin group. David kept looking at the rubbish in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a god of gods, especially with his own will constantly spreading, deciphering the will of this baby god, and gaining insight into the mysteries of the god group. This guy's core program, the firewall, is so bad. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is an accidental product and has not been encrypted by the production sequence of the Cosmos God group. David's eyes were very deep. The group of cosmic gods is scattered in the multi-universe. In each universe, a large group of cosmic gods form groups to conduct biological experiments, and they are born and fall all the time. But in fact, most of the cosmic gods are mass-produced models, which can be mass-produced by artificial means. Looking at multiple levels, there is no value at all. I made a mistake and deciphered an unexpected product that was not on the production sequence. David's superbrain quickly records all the core codes and operation logic of the baby god, the value of which is simply inestimable. As long as you master these, it is equivalent to stepping into the door of mass production of war weapons. The Universe God Group. All of them are born sacred. The mass-produced models range from level Godfather to level single universe. If they can be made artificially, it is equivalent to mastering an army of gods. And now, David has single-handedly grasped the most important thing in the creation of the Tengen Group. The core secret belonging to the Cosmos God Group was mastered by David. This makes David happy and very satisfied. But at the same time, when David broke through the firewall of the baby gods and peeked into the core secrets of the Universe Gods Group, in the depths of the distant cosmos, the celestial group who were wandering around the major planets and observing the major civilizations stopped abruptly at this moment, raised their heads at the same time, and the apertures all over their bodies lit up in an instant. The arithmetic logic of a god, named God, started at full speed, and they sensed something bad. Our core programs are being spied on by strangers. The other party did not have direct contact, but was blessed by electronic signals. No, it was a special descending system that broke through the firewall of a certain god. To detect, analyze, evaluate. This is a celestial that is not in the production sequence and does not belong to any of the 1265 models. Who is it? Who produced the gods without deep encryption? This kind of bad behavior is simply unforgivable. Find him and destroy him. Damn the life that got the core program of the Tengen Group. The group of gods and gods was completely enraged at the moment, and they ran rampantly in the cosmos' starry sky, venting their anger as if they were going to burn the entire cosmos' starry sky to the ground. They do have this ability. More beings noticed the collective rage of the cosmic deity group and only felt frightened. What are these robots going to do? Damn, the cosmic deity group is going crazy again. Which civilization is going to be wiped out this time? Many beings in the universe frowned deeply and looked at this scene with fear. In fact, these mechanical gods are too difficult to deal with, and the single combat ability is extremely powerful, not to mention that there are a group of these guys. If a universe is regarded as a huge and complex program, then these universe god groups are programmers responsible for supervising and revising programs, with extremely powerful permissions. Even if they are administrators and viruses in the program, they're not willing to easily become enemies with them. The anger of the cosmic deity group spread throughout the entire universe, shocking countless beings, so much so that it also alarmed a certain supreme being in a single universe. I heard your angry voices. What happened? One is extremely huge. At first glance, it looks like a human-shaped shadow, but if you look closely, you can clearly see the mysterious existence of countless galaxies circulating in the other's body, quietly descending. Eternity, one of the 5 creation gods, has a duplication in the infinite universe, and it appears at this moment. He speaks directly with many members of the celestial group. Eternal, when you created us, you arranged an extremely complex core program for us. Now, this program has been leaked. A god said. Eternal was silent for a while and said solemnly, your core program comes from the older Black God group plus my extraction and upgrade, as well as the repeated revisions you've been doing all the time. It is extremely meticulous. How could it be taken away by outsiders? Go to the core program. Another deity said angrily. A deity who is not in any production sequence has appeared, and he has directly escaped our supervision, which gives outsiders the opportunity to obtain the secrets of the deity group. Eternal indifference. Find them and kill them. Numerous gods immediately began to act, frantically sweeping the entire universe. especially mobilizing their monitoring systems to track where the last signal occurred. In the end, they locked onto the World Tree. It's actually a world tree. Eternal frowned. The World Tree also has a great background. It was first created by the great god of life, which opened the glorious history of the World Tree god system. In the second-generation god system, 4 terrifying chaos gods of multi-universe level were born. Even if it is eternity, they are not willing to spend too much energy on the World Tree, even if it's just a branch of the World Tree of a single universe. But the many gods groups did not have any scruples. They acted directly and began to quickly check the database, searching for all major events related to the World Tree. 1,000 years ago, we defeated the 3 generations of the gods of the World Tree, liberated the Earth from their hands, and kept our experiment. It's also time to start the 4th biological review of the Earth. Take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate all life forms in the World Tree, and be sure to find the failed god and the guy who spied on the core program, and then kill them all. The 4th review, the Earth has survived, and the life on it will survive. If it fails, they will usher in the same fate as the anomalous family 20,000 years ago, extinction. A god of the gods started to move and suddenly rushed towards the World Tree. The undisguised, powerful fluctuations spread unscrupulously, announcing their goals to the entire universe. This flamboyant move completely shook the entire World Tree, and the higher beings of the World Tree raised their heads in horror and looked at the universe's starry sky. Even if they were separated by a long distance, they could feel a chill from their hearts. The Cosmic Tension Group is back again. Some of the gods felt a shudder when they remembered the days when they were hanged up and beaten by the Cosmic Deity Team. To say the god system of the World Tree is extremely powerful. There are many god kings of the level god Father alone. If you include the Heavenly Court, which is far away from the cosmos, and the god races such as Mount Olympus, the entire World Tree, God's the power of the god, is so powerful that it is terrifying, and the level of Godfather alone can reach double digits. But even so, thousands of years ago, they were still defeated by the cosmic heavenly god group in a battle, and even their spirit and energy were emptied. The battle 1,000 years ago was the most powerful assembly in the history of the World Tree. All the gods participated in the battle, but the one who lost was the worst. Why did these gods of plague come to the World Tree again? They came to the Earth again. No, not sure this time. They just went crazy in the universe. The powerful presence of World Tree showed a strong sense of unease and fear. Even Odin had to wake up again, and there was a trace of nostalgia on his old face. Cosmic Celestials, Odin whispered. The most peak battle in his life was the battle 1,000 years ago. He, the level god Father, was wearing the destroyer armor and fought desperately against many cosmic gods of the level single universe. Even if he lost miserably in the end, he could still did it. This is a miracle. After a moment of silence, Odin called Thor over. Father, I have already felt the terrifying fluctuations from the universe, and they are back. The 1,500-year-old Thor has a heavy heart, and he knows what the World Tree will face. Thor, I can't take it anymore. Now, I should tell you the truth. In fact, Frigga is not your biological mother. Odin said hoarsely. Thor was stunned. What are you talking about, Father? Your mother is a goddess of the 2nd generation older than us, the goddess Gia, one of the 4 chaos gods. After I die, you will not only inherit the power of my Odin, but also find a way to contact your biological mother, get the power of the earth from her. Then you can keep up with the march of that Midgardian. Thor was shocked by the news and stood sluggishly on the spot. His inherent cognition was all overturned. So, I can catch up to David? Thor muttered. Odin nodded heavily, showing a look of relief. Yes, my child, this way I can catch up with him and even surpass him. Only in this way can you have the ability to protect the 9 realms. The dialogue between father and son, no third party knows. Everything is remembered by the 2 of them. Time is passing, and the cosmic god group has come. The entire World Tree was shrouded in these 7 gods, and the gazes from many directions in the universe also stared at it, showing a look of surprise. No signal coordinates tracked. The specific signal is blocked, but it must exist within the scope of the world tree. The 7 celestial beings communicated for a while, the apertures all over their bodies lit up, and then they ran straight to Earth. The 4th life review begins, and anyone or god who dares to intervene will die. The leading god announced to the whole world tree, but no one made a sound. Thousands of years ago, they were all afraid of being beaten. 7 huge amounts of mechanical bodies broke into the realm of the solar system, one after another from far to near. Look, what is that? 7 giants? No, from the outside, it's more like 7 robots. Notify Avengers. Another damn alien is coming to invade Earth. Soon, the Earthlings had discovered these 7 uninvited guests and immediately began to spread the news crazily. It's just that the Earthlings who have been baptized frequently by major events, this time behaved extremely calmly. Avengers notified? Notified? Okay, we'll just wait and see. These aliens will be killed. Doesn't it just look imposing, remember last time? The guy who put his face on the planet? Wasn't it solved by Superman? The whole Earth seemed very stable, and even some of the dead guys were obviously more interested in the Celestials than they were afraid. This unusual scene also made the 7 cosmic gods see it all, and was included in the civilization pacification system, and immediately had a higher evaluation of the Earth civilization of this generation. Yes, although I don't know the history and values of the people on Earth, at least this mentality is extremely valuable. At least it's much better than those anomalies 20,000 years ago. With just one glance, the cosmic deity group had a very good opinion of these Earthlings. What they didn't know was that it was purely because the people on Earth had witnessed too many major events, all of which were detonated by David, and they were so abruptly boiled down. At the moment, the Avengers have assembled. The cosmic deity group is an ancient mechanical deity whose responsibilities are equivalent to the programmers of the large system of the universe. David quickly introduced these uninvited guests, acted extremely calm. Call out. Bifrost appeared. Thor also came hurriedly from Asgard. David, my brother, I'm here to face these gods with you. You have to be careful. These guys completely defeated the combined power of our world tree gods thousands of years ago. Thor growled lowly, but David just nodded calmly and asked Thor, how many gods can you beat? Thor was stunned, with an embarrassed look on his face. I can't beat a single one. David shrugged. Looks like this time I want to go. As soon as these words came out, the other heroes immediately blushed. Thinking carefully, the enemies they faced were not on the same level as the enemies David faced. Tony refused to admit defeat. I developed a new armor. Your battle armors are useless. When I hunt down these gods, you will use their corpses to make battle armors. I have already thought of the names for you. It's called the Anti-Gods Group Battle Armor. David interrupted Tony's words and said lightly, this time, not only our Avengers will participate in the war, but the hidden forces on Earth will also participate in this war. This will be a major event for Earth civilization. Mutants represented by Magneto and Professor X have started to come together. Chin, you will be our main force. You must be calm and don't let another personality affect you. Professor X urged. Kunlun Mountain, Lei Gong, Jade Emperor, and Shenlong Shaleo at the moment were dispatched one after another, and this generation's Iron Fist Annie, a group of hermits who practice Qi, dispatched one after another. In the sea, there are whirlpools converging. Aquaman Namor holds the trident of the sea god, raises his head indifferently, and looks at the sky. On the moon, the Black Bolt King stood up without saying a word, staring coldly at the 7 figures who were coming from him. Numerous hidden forces on the Earth have appeared one after another, staring solemnly at the group of 7 cosmic gods who have broken into the solar system. Anything that can be fought has now come out and is ready to go to war. Boom! 7 huge amounts of figures landed directly on the Earth, making a loud bang. In an instant, beams of light suddenly spread out, and the 7 gods were quickly scanning everything. But everything that existed in the world was within the scope of their assessment. Opening the fourth life review. Value assessment. Historical analysis. Culture. The gods exchanged information quickly, and at the same time were frantically looking for the person who stole their core program, and the god who had to be destroyed. But after looking for a circle, they were surprised to find that they could not accurately locate. It's no longer in this time and space. Someone sent our target to another time and space. A god whispered angrily. Open the time-space positioning program now. Tracking. Failed. Restart. Failed. Still fail. There's an extremely powerful force interfering with me. It seems to be the infinite gems that disappeared from this universe. A group of gods whispered. Soon the 7 gods understood. This is a conspiracy. There are evil guys who have already planned all this in order to steal the core secrets of their god group. Damn. Boom. The leading god sent out a terrifying energy wave, which spread out in an instant, causing a shock of the entire continent. It's like a declaration of war. Many Earthlings also stopped hesitation, especially when David had already taken the lead. They also started to do so. Cosmic Tension Group, get out of my planet. A loud shout came, and David turned into a black afterimage. With one blow, he slammed into the god who spread the energy wave. With one blow, he was pushed into space. This sudden attack completely caused this team of cosmic gods to fall into a momentary sluggishness, but they quickly reacted. Human, how dare you attack your creator? What nonsense, creator? Don't make yourself so great. You are just following the eternal order and doing biological experiments everywhere. David sneered. For example, the Skrulls, one of the 3 major empires, were the biological experimental products of the cosmic deity group in their early years, and passed the review of the deity group and survived. A superhero and a secret force also started at this moment and attacked the god of the universe brazenly. Modu and others have opened the magic circle that shelters the earth for the first time, and even in the roar whistle, a blue suspended cloak appeared, spread suddenly, and began to cover the earth. A terrible battle broke out. Black Bolt, Kunlun, and Atlantis, this time they no longer hide. They directly attacked with all their strength, and each selected a cosmic god to attack. For a time, an unprecedented war broke out on the earth, and the impact of this sudden battle quickly spread from the earth and spread to the entire 9 realms. The existence of the other 8 realms, who was watching nervously, was immediately stunned when he saw this scene. How dare these Midgardians? They're the gods of the universe. Thousands of years ago, they completely defeated the combined army of the gods of the 9 realms. The Midgards have gone crazy and dare to fight a formation of gods at the same time. Wait, Midgard didn't collapse immediately. At this moment, the numerous existences in the 9 realms were completely frightened, watching this scene in horror. When did Midgard, the weakest and most lacking in existence in the 9 realms, become so fierce? Go directly to the battle with the cosmos gods? It's all because of that man. He smashed a god who used to be unattainable with his fists and gave Midgard an unprecedented confidence. Odin sighed and looked enviously at David, who was fighting with the 3 gods at the same time. The 4 figures quickly intertwined, and the fierce confrontation directly interfered with the approaching time and space and began to shake the entire universe. Ancient One is really a lucky guy. Boom! David slammed a fist into the body of a god. This terrible blow, on the spot, blasted a crack on the surface of the opponent's armor, and the opponent's huge body of 600 meters high was instantly smashed into the air. While hard body, it can actually block my punch, not bad. David stood in the cosmic vacuum, speaking indifferently. Stupid and arrogant human beings, you will bring the end and death to your race and civilization. A god was angry and whispered, but the next moment, it was interrupted by David's sneer. The continuation of race and civilization has never depended on the charity of you so-called creators. In other words, as long as we can kill all of you creators, naturally end in death, so as not to follow the path of the deviants. David sneered again and again. 20,000 years ago, The tragic incident of the mutant ancestors being exterminated was enough to warn David that he did not need to compromise in any form with these cosmic gods. When you come, just kill it. Boom! A deity swung a heavy hammer and hit David with a savage blow, but David groaned and slapped him back, sending him flying out. That's it. As a cosmic god group, your limit is this. David sneered in a low voice. The next moment, the laughter was getting louder and louder. David opened his arms, as if embracing the entire universe, and his body was completely bathed in yellow radiation, shining from all directions. He really didn't pay attention to these gods. Swish! The three gods suddenly attacked, surging with unspeakable and majestic energy. But David just stared at the leader, repeatedly attacked, and frequently shot out a cracked body. Amazing gaps, dense cracks, and then completely collapsed. David glanced at the structure of its internal parts, and once again supported the siege of the other two gods. The evolution ability in the body climbed wildly to the extreme and seized this momentary gap. Die, you are the second cosmic god I have met, but definitely not the last, David said in a low voice, and then he killed the scarred god opposite. Could it be you? The deity roared, but he no longer had a chance to explore the truth, only to hear a loud bang, and countless sparks burst. David completely destroyed this god, and one of the 7 gods died in battle. It's your turn now. David clenched his fist and sneered.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.